Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 holy. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior. Another Savior. Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. And he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
I don't know. So there it is. So I coughed myself into another session. So Holy Holy, the Holy Holy song from our brothers from the southeastern parts of Nigeria. So Holy Holy. So Holy Holy, as guys, I bring you this. Buhari humiliates Oshibanjo, discards Vice President's social safety bill on Sadiya Farouk's objection. So, pardon me, Buhari humiliates Oshibanjo, discards Vice President's social safety bill on Sadiya Farouk's objection. So that is it. Now, Sadiya Farouk, of course, an appointed member of the government, Yemi Osinbajo, an elected member of the government. And by the way, the social services, all that money being dispersed to the less fortunate in Nigeria, that social services sort of portfolio was under the vice presidential space until that time when Osinbajo sacked the former DSS chairman, who happened to be Buhari's cousin, and since then they took that portfolio from him to give it to Sadiya Farouk. So it looks as though she caused a lot of shots. There was a period also that there was rumors that Buhari was going to take Sadiya Farouk as a wife. So a lot of subplots within that space. But the main headline, Buhari humiliates Osinbajo, discards vice president's social safety bill on Sadiya Farouk's objection. So there it is right there. It never rains, but it pours for the vice president of Nigeria. It never rains, but it pours. It never rains, but it pours. So from that to this, Tinubu right for shunning Arise TV debate. This is Orji Kalu making the headline this time around. He, of course, you recall that clip that made the round when Tinubu went to visit Orji Kalu and was prostrating to his mother. So the relationship long and deep. He leaps to the support of the Yoruba man, abandoning his own clansman. Tinubu right for shunning Arise TV debate. Orji Kalu making the headline this time around. Fuel scarcity. DSS give dealers 48 hours to stop scarcity or face federal government wrath. So there it is right there. The fuel scarcity in Nigeria always has been an artificial thing. It's just milking money out of the people. And it looks as though the state now has had enough. Fuel scarcity, DSS gives dealers 48 hours to stop scarcity or face federal government's wrath. So there it is. It's quite a spectacle that an oil-producing country, the fifth largest or seventh largest oil exporting country, cannot even produce oil for domestic use. Just pause for a moment and reflect on that. The top seven largest oil exporting country cannot refine oil for domestic use. That's the narrative of the Buhari administration. It came in with fuel scarcity and is going to go all the way through with fuel scarcity. So people making bank as per usual off the back of downtrodden Nigerians. So there it is. At 48 hours, we'll see how that plays out. Buhari government moves to concession Ajaokuta Steel Company. So why would they want to do this? Is Ajaokuta should be in private hands, by the way. That much I agree. But why, we're in December now, the handover to the next administration is in March. The elections are in February. So why now? Are they looking within a period of 3 months to sell one of the most prized assets of the Nigerian state? So, of course, last-minute looting. I mean, you don't have to stretch your brain to realize what's going on there. Buhari government moves to concession Ajaokuta Steel Company. So, quite what is in play there, we'll find out shortly. Peter Obi ally Babachir Lawal predicts Atiku's victory at first ballot. So, there it is right there. The prostitutional politics of Babachir Lawal. We all know this guy, of course, is just a dazed and confused element within the political space. Peter Obi ally Babachir Lawal predicts Atiku's victory at first ballot. So quite what's led him to that, because of course he's left the APC to show his support for Peter Obi, but now he's predicting that Atiku will win the election quite comfortably. Politicians pressuring us to rig 2023 election. This is the Nigerian army now. So I hope names are named in this, because often instances we hear these vague comments that doesn't really land anywhere. So if politicians are pressuring the army to rig the election, then they should name names and arrests should be made. Politicians pressuring us to rig 2023 elections, the Nigerian army making the headline with that one. 2023 election, this nation will be shocked INEC finally speaks on buried PVC. So all of that narrative around the buried PVC, it looks as though it comes to a head now. So as ever, a rich and healthy mix of everything. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button as you're coming in. Make sure you're subscribed if you haven't done that already. And if you want to come join us on the screen, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you're a new voice or a female voice, we're especially canvassing for you. But we want all the traditional voices, of course, as diverse and as divergent and opinion pool as we can possibly pull. So just click on that hyperlink. You saw that or do it, and you see how much is enjoying it. You heard from Victoria yesterday or the day before, and you hear from a retinue of people. They were not phoned to come on. They just clicked on the hyperlink. So if you want to appear on the screen, click on the hyperlink, and then, of course, I'll let you onto the screens. So do that. And then, of course, if you want to tip in the direction of the platform, to reward the platform with some form of donation, you can click on this hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee, and you can go on that space and go wild. It's just a 3 short step process. So it's a 3-step process, nothing complex, nothing convoluted. So all of that, let me bring you in with another musical intermission. We stay in the East still, and we ask Osundi. OND.
Sunday,
You know why I'm wearing this hat? Just to give you an idea how ridiculous I can be sometimes. I was going to start the show, but one of my favorite movies is a movie called Tombstone. Kurt Russell, Val Kilmer, and I think something priestly. So there's a scene there that I especially love. It's the final shootout at the OK Corral. So the good guy, the bad guy, they shoot it out to have a winner. And Val Kilmer, who played Doc Holliday in that film, Val Kilmer, who played Doc Holliday. So he turned up wearing this hat, and which covered his face, of course, because it was Kurt Russell that was meant to go and have that fight. But the bad guy, it was a sharper shooter than Kurt Russell. So he would have killed Kurt Russell. So Val Kilmer, who was the sharpest shooter in town, he managed to knock Kurt Russell out and then replaced him. And then he wore this trench coat, and then he wore this hat that covers his face. And then the bad guy was in the OK Corral. It's always the OK Corral that they have their shootout. Anyway, he turned up wearing this hat, wearing this cap, and then the bad guy, he just turned up and he said, "I'm your Huckleberry." So I wanted to do that, but I thought it was too silly, but I've still done it anyway. You know me, I can be always silly. I'm your Huckleberry. I am your Huckleberry. So I'm your Huckleberry. As guys, I bring you this. Buhari humiliates Oshibanjo, discards Vice President's social safety bill on Sadiya Farouk's objection. So there it is right there. It's just been an embarrassment. This whole 8 years of Oshibanjo, they punked him all the way through. For 8 years, they humiliated this guy. Vice President Yemi Oshibanjo was yet again mortified after President Muhammad Buhari discarded his proposal on the National Social Investment Program, NSIP, establishment. Let's take that again. Vice President Yemi Oshibanjo was yet again mortified after President Muhammad Buhari discarded his proposal on the National Social Investment Program, Establishment Bill 2022, and adopted that of Sadiya Farouk, the humanitarian minister, making yet another affair that underscores the trivial influence of the second in command in the administration. Oshibanjo, So that hat that I wore, it made me feel funny somewhat. Mr. Oshibanjo, who had spent about 2 years working on his proposed bill with extensive deliberation with state governors and other technocrats on poverty alleviation, had his efforts thwarted after Ms. Farouk told the president she had a different bill, according to senior administration officials and federal cabinet documents obtained by correspondents. Buhari promptly threw out Oshibanjo's proposal, which had the backing of the National Economic Council, in favor of Ms. Farouk's document. Correspondents learned. So there it is. Several administration officials, including at least one minister, quickly deemed the president's action as an unmistakable humiliation of Mr. Oshibanjo, and said the entire affair was orchestrated to remind the vice president that he has no enviable role in the government. In June 2021, the president reiterated his commitment to lifting 100 million Nigerians out of poverty with the set-up of a national poverty reduction with growth strategy steering committee headed by the vice president that promised a prudent and transparent project delivery. After deliberations with the committee, it was, amongst others, proposed that the NSIP be operated in a manner in which the 36 state governors would own the process based on support from the federal government, the document said. So there it is right there. It's somewhat of a convoluted read, but the gist of it essentially, Yemi Oshibanjo had been working on this proposal for quite a long time. He has had the buy-in of most of the governors, but of course, Sadiya Farouk has other idea, and Yemi Oshibanjo gets humiliated again. So Yemi Oshibanjo gets humiliated again, and that has been the narrative, by the way, of Yemi Oshibanjo all the way through this administration. On to the next, 2023, Tinubu right for shunning Arise TV debates. This is Oji Kalu this time around. The chief whip of the Nigerian Senate, Orji Uzor Kalu, has backed the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for shunning the Arise TV debate held recently. Speaking at a press briefing held in Abuja in his office on Wednesday, Kalu said Tinubu was right for declining the invitation to attend the event and other television debates. The ranking senator insisted that rather than attend such a debate, the APC flag bearer would go and sell his agenda to Nigerians across the country. The former governor of Abia State also accused some media houses of turning their platforms into avenues for insulting politicians in the country. He said, "Well, let me tell you, they turned it to an insult. If I were Bola Tinubu, I would not go there, the debate. I don't pretend. I am not a politician that pretends. Tinubu is even wise to be responding to them. If it were me, I wouldn't answer them. I would shut my mouth and not talk to any of them. Rather, I would go to the people that will vote." Journalists have turned the media into an avenue for insulting politicians. And we saw that play out with the interaction between Adino Melaye and Peter Obi just at that Arise event. I get angry when I see people insulting me or even other politicians because I am an employer of labor. I am a politician with income. You don't make me what you think I should be. I should be me, and I am comfortable being me. Because I am a politician, you want me to eat sand instead of rice. I can't speak today. I can't speak. So there it is right there, an endorsement of Tinubu's, and a lot, by the way, in what Orji Uzor Kalu said, a lot quite right in what Orji Uzor Kalu said, because most of those so-called TV debates, they are actually setups. Tinubu will be a fool to go to any of them. That is what I think. Tinubu will have to be a fool to go to any of them. They want to set him off to fail, and they want to mock him. This is the reading of any sensible person. So this is the reading of any sensible person. Okay, so let's go on to the next one. Fuel scarcity. DSS gives dealers 48 hours to stop scarcity or face federal government wrath. So there it is. Angered by the lingering petrol scarcity in the country, the Department of State Services has ordered all the entities in Nigeria involved in the distribution process to make petrol available to Nigerians at official rates or face the wrath of the government. This was the decision arrived at between the security agency and all the stakeholders in the petrol supply chain at the end of a strategic meeting at the DSS headquarters in Abuja on Thursday. So the sentiment is right, but is the messenger the right one? So what business does the DSS have with instructing that? I don't know that is their space to be doing that. I don't know that is their space. Is it the space of DSS to be handing out instructions and giving threats to privateers and marketeers? So this is it, though. In a headless country, whatever it is that adage is. This was the decision arrived at between the security agency and all the stakeholders in the petrol supply chain at the end of a strategic meeting at the DSS headquarters in Abuja on Thursday. The spokesman for the DSS, Dr. Peter Ofunaya, told journalists at the end of the meeting that the agency would take steps to deal with elements who try to use artificial fuel scarcity to threaten national security. So I think they've hinged it essentially under national security, which then falls under their purview. So they've hinged it under national security, which then falls under their purview. But is it their space, though, to be making that threat, is the question. Buhari government moves to concession Ajaokuta Steel Company. So is it within the next 3 months that they still have a situation, is the question. Olamilekan Adegbiti, Minister of Mines, Steel, Olamilekan Adegbiti, Minister of Mines and Steel Development, has disclosed that no less than 11 companies are vying for control of the Ajaokuta Steel Company. The Minister of Information and Culture's PMB Scorecard Series, 9th edition, featured a presentation by Mr. Adegbite on the accomplishment of his ministry in Abuja on Thursday. He said that the Buhari administration had successfully settled all legal disputes it had with the steel company and now in the process of selling it to an appropriate bidder. When the then President Olusegun Obasanjo granted Global Steel a concession over Ajaokuta Steel Company in 2005, it sparked legal action and a $7 billion demand from Global Steel. Things went sour and they took us to court. The court case went on for about 12 years, but thanks to a patriotic Nigerian lawyer in the United Kingdom who handled the case effectively, Mr. Adegbita explained. Global Steel came with a demand of $7 billion, but our lawyer was able to puncture holes in their case. And at the end, they had to settle for $496 million. So they had to settle for $500 million for not doing anything. So it looks like, I'm not sure who the winner is there. He said that Nigeria benefited from the ruling. The minister said, except for the COVID pandemic breakout, the Buhari administration had planned to have Ajaokuta Steel operational by the end of 2022. But he added that the government was committed to making sure that the company was given to a qualified bidder who had the technical and financial resources to maximize its potential. We are supposed to make the plant work in 2022. One of the presidential mandates was to resolve all contending issues on Ajaokuta. In 2019, at the Russia-Africa Summit in Moscow, President Buhari discussed the idea of resuscitating Ajaokuta with President Vladimir Putin. An agreement was reached for Russian engineers to come in for a technical audit by March 2020. But the emergence of the first and second wave of C-19 stalled the plan. We hope that we can give Ajaokuta to a company not just on concession basis, but on equity participation, he said. He said that out of the 11 companies bidding, 3 were Russians. We are talking to companies who intend to bring their own money into Ajaokuta to make sure that it works. The plant is still good. If we put in the right amount of capital, it will start producing in less than 2 years. Government has employed a transaction advisor who will guide us through the process, he said. So there it is right there. And there it is right there. Is that good news or is that bad news? That what I glean from that is that they are inviting bidders to come and bid for this thing, but rather than concession it, they are selling equity in it. So, but how much equity are they selling? Anybody that is coming in will want controlling equity. So essentially, they are going to have to sell it. The Nigerian state might still maintain a stake in Ajaokuta, but anybody that wants to take on that bigger project, they will not come to take it on as a minority partner. So there is that. So he's telling us that there are Russian bidders, 3 Russian bidders in that bid, and that Ajaokuta has been built by the Russians all the way through. So it's essentially a Russian thing. But who underpins the Russians is the thing. Who is the money man behind the Russians is the thing. A lot of our questions, very little answers. Peter Obi Alai Babache Lawal predicts Atiku's victory at first ballot. So is this guy even worth discussing anymore within the grass cutter, the one that stole, $500 million from people in IDP camps? Adamawa-born politician Babache Lawal has projected opposition candidate Atiku Abubakar to win the first ballot in the 2023 presidential election, a poll he had predicted will go into a runoff. Mr. Babache, a former chieftain of the ruling All Progressive Congress, who switched camp to support Peter Obi of the Labour Party, asserted that Mr. Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party will sweep votes in the north, where he hails from. The former secretary to the government of the Federation, in an Hausa interview seen by correspondents on Thursday, asserted that Atiku will sweep the northern states and obtain the required 25% in all states and the FCT. Explaining the rationale behind his projection, Lawal said, the 2023 election has gone fully tribal and people are likely to vote along ethnic lines. So there's some truth to that. There is some truth to that, the 2023 elections is a very tribal election, but the northern part of Nigeria is not a tribe, and that is the fact of it. The northern part of Nigeria is probably the most diverse of all of the composing units of the country, or at least the geographical divide. The northern part of the country is one of the most, in fact, it is the most ethnically diverse region in the country. So if the elections are going along ethnic lines, there is no such thing as a northern candidate. There's Hausas, there's Fulanis, there's Nupes, there's whatever it is. Which one is Kashim Shettima from? Kanuri, So there's a diverse mix in the north. So if it's going along ethnic lines, it doesn't really still essentially favor Atiku. Yorubas will vote for a candidate from the west, Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC. Igbos will vote for a candidate from the east, Peter Obi of the Labour Party, and Hausas will vote for a candidate from the north, Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. So there's just no substance to that, because if the northerners are voting for authenticity, then the most if we concede that the north is one entity and they are voting for a northerner, the northerner will have to be Kwakwanso, because Kwakwanso is more of a northerner in the eyes of the northerners than somebody like Atiku, who they just see as a good time guy. And you know that it's a very conservative environment, a very conservative community in that space. So there's no cohesion in what this guy is saying. Yorubas will vote for a candidate from the west, Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC. Igbos will vote for a candidate from the east, Peter Obi of the Labour Party, and Hausas will vote for a candidate from the north, Atiku Abubakar of the PDP. Until recently, Mr. Lawal was a strong ally of Mr. Tinubu, but he fell out with the latter over his decision to choose a Muslim running mate, Kashim Shettima. Mr. Lawal, an accomplished, I didn't know he was a pastor. I did not know this. Mr. Lawal, an acclaimed pastor, maintained that the APC Muslim ticket is a great slight on northern Christians and would not stand. Last week, he officially announced his support for Peter Obi, saying the Labour Party flag bearer and his running mate, Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, represented a national agenda that befits multi-ethnic, religious, diverse Nigeria. We want Obi to win this election and must win this election. If we lose this election, we'll migrate to Cameroon because of the shame and failure to win. Peter Obi must win this election, Mr. Lawal said. So there he is, Babachel Lawal, just talking nonsense all the way through. So two more, and then we'll see if anybody is in the room to take it on. Politicians pressuring us to rig 2023 election. This is the Nigerian Army this time around. Chief of Defense Staff Lucky Irabo on Thursday said that politicians are pressuring the armed forces to compromise the 2023 general election. He reassured the country that the military will remain neutral and apolitical, urging the public to maintain confidence in the military. Mr. Irabo, speaking to journalists at the State House in Abuja, said soldiers and officers are often induced and pressured to influence elections. He, however, said that the officers will remain committed to free and fair elections as efforts are being made to ensure that the personnel obey President Buhari's directive on neutrality. He added that rules of engagements before, during, and after the elections have been handed to the officers. Nigerians will head to the polls in February and March next year to elect new leaders at both state and federal levels. 18 candidates are jostling to replace President Muhammad Buhari, who will be completing his second term on May. So it's not May. So it's January, February, March, April, May. So it's not actually March. He'll actually leave office in May the 29th. So note that date. So we can't even go to Nigeria now till probably next year, December, just to make sure that they've sanitized the place. So now this is now the last one, 2023 election. This nation will be shocked. INEC finally speaks on buried PVCs. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has stated that it will soon release its findings on permanent voters card PVCs found in questionable parts of Lagos during a workshop on election reporting organized by the Cable Newspaper Journalism Foundation on Thursday, December the 8th. INEC's National Commissioner for Information, Festus Okoye, said the revelation will shock Nigeria. The INEC Commission said that the same persons intending to use their PVC to influence the coming polls are the ones opposing the use of Biomodal Accreditation System, BVAS. Speaking at the workshop, Okoye was quoted as saying, very soon the commission will release a report relating to all the PVCs people said were found in gutters and on the streets in Lagos. This nation will be shocked. Those who have bought PVCs thinking that they can influence the result of an election are the ones who are opposed to the use of the BVAS. We have made it very clear that if the BVAS cannot capture your fingerprint or face, we will not allow you to vote. Okoye went further to disclose that the commission will carry out mock accreditations in all the states of the Federation and all the senatorial districts before the 2023 poll. So there it is right there. There it is right there. Somewhat of a scanty news space this time around. So Baba Akure, I see you. Saki Father, I see you. Engineer, I see you. Thomas, I see you. The mighty Ajele Koko, I see you. And Charlie Boy, I see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Good to have you. I don't know. I feel a bit funky today. I don't know quite why. Maybe I'm coming down with something. But feeling a bit funky. But let's kick it off with Saki Vada. Let's kick it off with Saki Vada. Saki, are you ready to go? Sorry, can anyone hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Are you ready to go, or do you want me to skip you for a moment?
I'm really sorry. I've not even listened to the talking points, so
it's all right. The talking points are not really. It was somewhat of a stilted read anyway, but let me. Okay, what's been what has been agitating your mind in the politics today? You tell me what you have been thinking about within the political space.
I don't really know, but I think the political space is changing again. I don't really know what is happening in the northern dimension. I feel they are gravitating towards Atiku. That is what I'm thinking. The another thing I'm also thinking is that the G5 governors, it appears there is a gradual disintegration.
Who is looking? Sorry. Who's
G5
looking like
governors.
Saki? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Saki?
you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you as well. So who is looking like no, that's fine. Yeah, I was asking who is looking like breaking ranks amongst the J5.
I think Oyo State is breaking out, and I am also seeing somebody like the Benue State Governor. You know, that is what I'm thinking. I am not. I might not be correct, but that appears to be my observation. Another thing I also observe in the space, it could also be funny to say, I have not really seen Kwankwaso go for rallies. I've not really seen him, just like Peter Obi, Atiku, Tinubu are going for their rallies. I've not really seen Kwankwaso for a very long time organize a rally in a state, apart from the last time I saw in a Ebonyi State. So I don't
No,
really
no,
know.
no. It was in Osun State. Just I streamed it here. It was in Osun State just a couple of days ago.
Okay. So, but because it appears I've not seen him so visibly, so I was beginning to think, is he making plans to again maybe form an alliance with maybe any of those parties, likely, the northern pressures. So that is what I'm actually observing from the political space. So it appears these G5 governors are no longer, bonded as the way they have been in the past few weeks. I don't really know what is happening in that space. Then I also see some pronouncements coming from the north that tends to gravitate towards Atiku. I think
Pronouncements from whom? Because we just heard from Babache Lawal now, who came out a couple of days ago to declare for Peter Obi, but has now come out today to predict that article will win.
yeah, I saw that one today, Babache Lawal. I also saw an interview by one of the professors in the north. I can't remember the name of that professor.
Is it Tanko Abdullahi?
Is he? No, it's not Abdullahi, but that very professor appeared to be saying things against Tinubu. He's focused more on what Tinubu went to UK to do in the shadow.
He's an Atiku man. I know who you
Yeah.
are.
So yeah,
He's an
I'm
Atiku
thinking,
supporter. He's been supporting.
yeah,
It's not the first. He's been supporting. He's been backing Atiku since he got the nomination.
yeah.
So
So
the governors, you said they are breaking apart. What did you see? What is that? Something that is obvious that make you to make that statement that they are breaking apart.
I I don't really know, but I think I saw a video from Oyo State today, and that very video is I saw some people, some PDP people, in Oyo State today, who were, pushing too much. They were saying some things like PDP all the way, PDP all the way from top to bottom, all those kind of things, and I think they are really solidly behind the Atiku. But for some weeks, say like 1 week or 2 weeks now, I've not really seen those G5 governors. The way we used to see them in the last 3 weeks to 1 month.
Yeah, but they are in the throes of politics now. They are busy, politicking, fighting for whatever it is that they have to fight for themselves.
They were together 2 weeks ago when Justice Supreme Court Justice visited, was honored rather, or was he went to River State to commission judiciary, one of kind of judiciary project like that, or judiciary building, something like that. They
Yeah,
were
yeah, I
there
remember. I
when
remember.
Wike had a gala night for him, so they were all there. So
But
they just
Adela Koko, in your own views, what do you think is the general thinking of the North now? I'm thinking that they appear to be gravitating towards Atiku by every stretch of imagination. So I am thinking that they really want this power again to be restored. retained in the north. That is what I am observing. You understand what I mean?
Can I interject, please?
Yeah,
Yeah,
come in, Babakure.
Okay, well, what Saki Father said is not something that you should be. I don't think it's something that we should be thinking, because we've been talking about this for a very long time on this platform. I know for sure that, anyway, I'm not going to say for sure. In my own opinion, let me put it that way, that northern Nigeria will, of course, follow Atiku. If somebody is telling us that tribal settlement is not going to play out in this election, that person should go and sleep. Maybe should go to 5-star hotel or 10-star hotel, sleep very well and wake up. Then he will realize that it is going to play a big role. Yesterday, you did mention about Kwanka, so I was unable to touch about that. I have been saying that for a very long time, that when the prayer comes, what was so we of course bow down and let Atiku and let Atiku go. So it is not something that we should be thinking. 2003 is almost
I don't see that. The North, they are very religious and very conservative. And Atiku is somewhat of a Lagos good time guy. And
okay.
I don't think even blood is thicker than water and none of that. I don't think their instincts will be with somebody like Atiku. If it was somebody like Kwakwanso, yes, because he's one of them. But I don't think they consider Atiku to be. They don't see him differently from. Yeah.
You are one of those people that has to go to 10-star hotel, right, and sleep and wake up again. Is that right?
No, but that's how I've always seen it. I've never really seen that the North, they especially.
Let me tell you something. North will be North, no matter what. All what happened in the last few years is just playing games. But with what we have seen so far, they will not want that power to leave North. Because if that is the case, we shouldn't be talking about the issue of Atiku. We should be talking about the issue of maybe Wike, Peter Obi, and Tinubu by now. If they don't really want that power should be retained in the North. We should be talking about those three. In fact, it should be in the South now. We're talking about not the issue of North and South. Well, 2023 is almost here anyway. We'll see what is going to happen.
I think I support. I'm on the same side with one man. I don't think the North are going to vote en masse for one party this time, because the people of Benue State and Plateau State, what's the name of what do you call this state? Taraba State, and all those Christians North. It looks like the politics they want to play this time around is not. It's going to be completely different, considering what they've been through during this time. During the time of this, what do you call this thing? Buhari as the terrorists and what do you call those people? Terrorists and banditry ravaged several villages, killed a lot of people, and people are.
The one thing you can say is that Benue State is not voting for any northerner. Benue State is not. After what they've been through, I cannot imagine.
Not only even Benue.
No, those middle belts. When I was talking
about the middle belt, so it's going to be different. But I can tell you this: if we couldn't have a clear winner in the first round, and we have to go to the run, and that run is going to be between Atiku and Tinubu, then we're going to see a tribal vote. Tribal vote will set in. But the middle belt, we don't know what they might do. It might be different. They might vote for somebody. They may say that Atiku or this. I cannot be so sure of who they're going to vote for when it comes to the run, because that run will bring in so many factors. We bring in a lot of factor into play, and the leaders across the country will sit down and said, okay, this is where we are going. This is who we're going to vote for. Who can we trust best? Who is the best person? So it's going to be different. So second rerun, yeah, then it's going to go tribal. Where would the Igbo people go when it gets to that time? And the South, that is what will determine the winner. If the supporters, the Igbo from the East, could not line up behind who? Behind Tinubu, and the South side could not line up behind the Tinubu, that's going to be the end for Tinubu in the second round.
But do you think they will? Do you think they will?
GoodRx lets you compare prices before you
I hope.
pharmacy.
I wish they could do that in the spirit of, yes, it's time for South. Let us vote for South, and let them forget about what has happened in the past, and let the Igbo consider what Baba Ademajo have done for them in putting a very strong weight behind, what do you call that guy? Behind
Peter Obi, yeah.
They have to pay back and say, okay, because of you, Baba, because you are standing for the Southerner to win, and you supported Obi, we will support Tinubu. We want this power to come to the South. I wish they could do that. But if they don't do that, that will say a very different thing about them. But we have to wait until then.
Do you think it will go to a rerun? Do you think do you see it go to a rerun?
Well, it's very tough to say now. January, 2 weeks before election, it will be clearer to us. And then we can then start to predict. But right now, everybody is still campaign. We don't know. A lot of things will still shift ground. A lot of ground will just shift from right to left, left to ground,
Do you Ajale Koko and you well the platform really, but do you think the person that is going to decide this election is actually Kwakwanso, who may not make it to the ballot, but at the last minute from an alliance? Is the election going to be decided by Kwakwanso?
Let me tell you this. If this election, Kwakwanso is not going to step down for anybody.
You don't think so? I don't see why he cannot, because he knows it's not.
Kwakwanso is not going to step down because Kwakwanso is in this race now, not for today, but for the future. He's trying to establish himself today so that he can start to prepare ground for next 4 years. After Atiku might have gone or whoever, he can then emerge as a very strong candidate from the north.
Okay, the king of the north, Abi.
Yeah,
okay,
He's trying to.
Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. But is that Peter Obi's plan too? Would you say?
I think Obi is trying to do the same. It's the same thing Obi is doing. Obi in his heart knows he cannot win the election.
Of course, I mean,
in the heart of his heart, he knows he cannot win this election because how would that happen? You never prepare for it. You never have any. You're never connected across the country to the political power weight and who is who in politics across this country. You don't know nobody. How can you be president? No, to be Nigerian president, you must make friends. You must know people. You must be with people. The people must know you. You must strongly connected politically across the country. But that is what he's doing now. He's connecting himself.
The way you're describing it, Ajale Koko, the shape that is looking, because for all of these things, Tinubu has to win that election. So if Tinubu wins the election, Buhari goes into retirement, so he's done in politics. Atiku, he has played his last card. And then Kwakwanso emerges, the king of the north. The only person that will be challenging him is El Rufai, who I think he will defeat easily. But then, of course, Peter Obi also emerges the king of the east. And then that politics will play out like that. Is that
Yes. So Obi is connecting his is making a spread out now across the country. It's trying to build what we can call structure across the coast, structure and connecting with people and selling his personality to the Northerners, to everybody. So that is what he's trying to do. He's doing now. The same thing, Kwankwaso. So, but this election, nobody can say what will happen here, who is going to win between Atiku and Tinubu. But as of today, at the very moment, it's looking good for Tinubu because Tinubu party is intact. They have more governor around the country, more than any other party, particularly, let me say, which other party do we have than PDP? They have more governor than PDP, more senators than PDP, more rep than PDP. They are the strongest party, and they are not divided along, at the leadership level. They are not divided against each other. But PDP is divided against themselves at the leadership level. We see the group 5 out of PDP as of today. We see the East out of PDP as of today. So where is the strength of PDP? Where is the strength of Atiku? That is the problem as of today. Tinubu is the leading candidate, is the person to beat, and Atiku must get these 5 governors back into his fold to give him that strength and that wherewithal to go all out against.
In fact, from this conversation, really, it is not in Kwakwanso's interest for Atiku to win the election. It doesn't serve Kwakwanso in any way for Atiku to win the election.
It doesn't serve him.
In fact, that's the end of his political career if Atiku wins.
Yes, he has to do everything to destroy Atiku.
But it is in all of his interest for Tinubu to win the election, Kwakwanso. Because if Tinubu wins, then he gets rid of all of the power bases in the north, and he stands as king. So
well, Tinubu wins or Obi wins.
Yes.
If any one of them that wins, give him a better chance to come out in the next 4 years to say, hey.
How old is he? Let me check.
I think it's 65 years or 64. 65. Yeah, 65 years.
Yes. So I mean, it's 64, 65. Yeah.
64.
So yeah.
And he still look very healthy. So
he looks the healthiest of the lot of them.
Yeah.
He can afford 8 years now. He can afford 8 years.
Let's even say 4 years.
Yeah.
Let's say another 4 years. It's coming at 69. I mean, he will still be in a very good and healthy condition. His mental alertness will still be sharp, and he can still come out and say, "Oh, yes, this government have not done good. Let us take the power from them." So, Atiku winning will not serve him well at all. It will possibly kill his political ambition, because we expect that Atiku will want to use maybe 4. If Atiku at least
if Atiku loses 4 years, the power he cannot then take over from Atiku. I don't even. Yeah, I don't
Atiku will want they want Okowa, to contest after them after Atiku. So, and that will not be good for Kwakwanso. So, but it's very difficult to predict now. But we can predict easily that Tinubu look more favorable as of today as the winner, as person that will.
If Tinubu does not win, who will be his successor in Yoruba land? Who will be the champion in the Yoruba space? Because if Tinubu does not win this election, then he goes into retire. There's nothing. He has no political future left. Not with all of this. So who would then take over that space?
Oshibajo.
Oshibanjo or Aregbesola or Fashola even?
Yeah,
No, but not
Oshibajo possibly,
yeah.
because Oshibajo being the vice president now, he has he look more. He has really established himself as a politician that can change the direction of politics. Other than that way that Tinubu jumps okay and bribe your way through, he might
Do you
want
think
to play.
do you think it's strong enough? Do you think it's strong enough?
Uh,
Because the likes of Aregbesola, I'm not sure that Fashola will be interested because it looks as though he's ready to walk away from politics. But the likes of Aregbesola, who are already fighting Tinubu, they are certainly not going to give up the Yoruba space to Oshibanjo. Do you think
I
it's
think
strong enough?
Adegbeshola might line up behind Oshibajo.
You think so?
Yeah, they might, stand behind him and say, "Hey, Oga, we are behind you. You were once the vice president. Number one position, I think, is the best shot for you now. Let's do it together." And you will see some others that are not in that Tinubu political empire, standing. The moment Tinubu disappear from politics, his empire will crumble. His political empire will crumble.
Oh yeah. Well, no.
No,
I think there'll be a handing over. I think if it loses next year, there'll be a handing over. I don't think the structures will collapse. It will hand over that structure to a successor.
Who is that successor?
Fashola is the obvious one.
You think Fayemi will want to accept that?
Yeah, or Fayemi even, but Fashola seems to be the strongest in Yoruba land at the moment, as far as I can see.
Let me tell you, as for politics in Nigeria today, what can make you a leader of that kind of political empire? There are two things. Number one, the money, and number two, the personality. Your personality must carry that strong charisma.
Right.
A charisma that, yes, people.
Well, Fashola has that charisma, but it doesn't necessarily have the money. But if it's endorsed by Tinubu, then that covers the money part. I think Fashola is a more natural successor for the Yoruba space than anybody else.
And you know that Fashola is more like a kind of laid-back man. He doesn't put himself.
Well, it carries authority, it carries credibility, and it carries respect. And those are value things both in Yoruba land and everybody likes Fashola now. And they see
everybody likes Oshibajo too.
No, but they don't really. They don't respect him. We're just reading the story how Sadia.
No, that is Buhari.
It's been humiliated too many times.
Yeah, that is Buhari that doesn't know what he's doing. Look, yes. Buhari just humiliated himself and not the vice president, because the proposal of the vice president was accepted by the National Executive Committee, but Buhari didn't care about even the National Executive Committee and went for that proposal. So of that lady, maybe for the reason of favorism or tribal favorism or something like that. So he just ridiculed himself. That doesn't mean that people doesn't like Oshibajo, but it's just Buhari that is using his power.
All right. You know what's coming up at Janle Koko? It's a round robin. It's a round robin. Let's do a round robin on that. So the question really, who, if Tinubu fails in 2023, good chance that it may not. But who would you say the natural successor for Tinubu? So the space that Tinubu occupies in Yoruba politics at the moment, who would you suggest the natural successor? We kick it off with you, Baba Akure. Who should succeed Tinubu? Unmute. Baba Akure, in Yoruba land, Baba Akure, from the very first day we started streaming, you started with us. And that first day, I told you to unmute. And every single time, going on 2 years later, I'm still having to tell you, you have to unmute. But I know, yeah, I guess. So, you know, this space that Tinubu occupies in Yoruba land now, as more or less the leader of the political space in Yoruba land, if he does not win in 2023 and he has to step down from politics. But who should then be? Who would you suggest would be the natural champion of Yoruba politics if Tinubu has to retire?
That's a very good question. Yes, it's a very good question. I think I have two individuals in my mind, but I think this guy from Ekiti State, Fayemi or Fashola, but because Ekiti State is not as big as that of Lagos, so that is why we have to go with Fashola.
Why would you go with Fashola? What qualities do you think he has to lead Yoruba land?
I think it's more or less not that too arrogant, and I think he's a very smart guy anyway. I think he's a very smart guy, but and he doesn't talk too much. But you see this man from Ekiti State, we chat too much. And he's a very little bit quiet too, but I think Fashola is more into the system than this guy in Ekiti State, Fayemi. So that is why where Oshibanjo will be. Oshibanjo doesn't really know much about politics.
No, he's not even a politician. He's a lecturer now. He's a lecturer.
I see somebody typing there. It's just that
he's Alexander Gomez. Yes.
It was just opportune, but Fashola would be at least be the best. I think he will be the best person anyway, to me anyway, because he really involved in the politics and he know much about what is going on. Fayemi, it is just lately they just joined, but that guy has been there for a very long time, so I think he might likely be the best person to do that.
Yeah, just to put my own card on the table as well. I see three runners in that space. I see okay, let's just list the names. We have Yemi Oshibanjo as a possibility. We have Aregbesola, whose ego will bring him into play. We have Fayemi, who has always been ambitious. He ran even in the primaries. And then we have Fashola. So out of all of those, I think the most likely for me will be Fashola. Failing Fashola, I see Fayemi. Failing Fayemi, then it's really 50-50 between. I cannot imagine Aregbesola or Oshibanjo.
I would have mentioned Aregbesola, but it's just too arrogant. So
it's a thug, you know. So, yeah, so it will just annoy people.
We don't want that in Yoruba land. We don't want that type of a character.
Yes, no, we've had enough of them, those sort of people.
So that's it.
All right, Saki Fada, you're up next. You know the routine. A round-robin question. If Tinubu fails to win the 2023 election and he retires from politics, he has to anoint somebody, or the space has to look for a new leader. So who would then move the Yoruba politics forward, by your reckoning?
Yeah. After Tinubu, I don't see any other Yoruba politician that is going to play role of godfather. Tinubu's political attitude is more of a godfather-like kind of politics.
No, sorry, Saki, hold on. And please correct me, people, if I'm wrong. But the Yoruba space, they've always had some sort of champion of philosophy that they've always coalesced behind. It was Awolowo. And then during the MKO Abiola space, the Yoruba coalesced behind his social reformist sort of politics around that.
Yeah,
then after him, they coalesced behind Asiwaju Bola Tinubu sort of venture capitalist thrust of politics. So there's always been a lead name in Yoruba politics. So
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So not Godfather, but a lead name, a lead name.
Awolowo and Abiola, they are not godfathers. They are just likable. The people gravitated around them because of their personality. They have national appeal. They even went beyond the Yoruba space, you know. But if you look at Tinubu, Tinubu is more or less has established a kind of political dynasty in Yoruba land. I wouldn't say I can see him the way I see Awolowo and Abiola, you know. But after Tinubu, we are likely to have some generation of political personalities in the Yoruba land that will have national appeal, just like Abiola and Awolowo. And I think I see people like Fashola and Usibanjo. Fashola might, apart from the fact that Usibanjo is former vice president, Fashola will be more likable across divides. For instance, the Southeast will naturally like Fashola because I know Fashola when he was the Lagos state governor, and the Southeast have been saying good about him. You know,
Is the Minister of Works, by the way, so he gets the credit for the second Niger Bridge.
yeah, you know, apart from the fact that he's the Minister of Work, you know, apart from that very fact, the Southeast naturally know his records and know how he worked in Lagos and how he actually gave the traders in Lagos, you know, a fair playing ground to achieve whatever they want to achieve in Lagos. So, and he's very smart politician, very calm, cool-headed, not this kind of toggery kind of politician, you know. So he's a cerebral politician, I would say. So I think in terms of national appeal, you know, those two personalities I've called, they are going to have national appeal. Using Southeast, for instance, the Southeast we naturally gravitate towards Fashola, you know, even more than Usibanjo. If you bring the two of them out, you know. So I think
So
Fashola.
you're not giving any consideration to Fayemi.
I'm not giving Fayemi consideration. The reason is that Fayemi doesn't resonate in Southeast, for instance. You know, he does. This Arebo Shara you are talking about is only during this political season I started hearing about him. Yeah, I will be sorry to say that. But Fashola has been a name that has been ringing, you know, resonating among the Igbos, I would say. You know, so if you interview
And they like him
an
in the
average
north as well. They like him in the north as well.
yes. So if you interview an average Igbo man now and bring names like Fashola, Fayemi, and those people, they will naturally tell you Fashola did great. Fashola did great. You know, that Fashola is a cool-headed guy. In fact, Fashola can be seen the Igbo sees people like Suludo, sort of. You know, that is the way I would say he will be perceived in the Southeast. And again, if he comes out and wants to get that appeal, you know, people might want him to leave party like APC. APC is dented, you know, especially in the I don't know the kind of avarice, you know. I don't
No,
know
you
the
can't
kind.
leave the APC. And is that sort of quality, is the loyalty, the fastidiousness, the hard work. So it's precisely all the virtues people admire in him is the reasons why he won't leave it, because he's a loyal guy, is he not, Fashola? And that's one of the qualities. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand it, but just to give you to really like explain what I mean. Uh, Southeast, you know, I don't know why they hate APC as a party. Okay, yeah,
No.
I would say,
I think it's because of the northern undercurrent of that party. They see it as a Fulani setup. I think that's what they think.
yes, yeah. But I think Fashola in that very space, Usibanjo is also known, you know.
and liked. He's well liked in the South. Or I'm not sure. You can tell me who would you say the Southeast loves more, Oshibanjo or Fashola? If the two of them were to go head to head and the Southeast had the decision, who would they go for, Oshibanjo or
It will
Fashola?
it will be really uneasy to tell. I think the Southeast might be tilt towards being more indifferent when it comes to the two.
Okay, you be the Southeast. Who would you tilt towards, Oshibanjo
but if
or
I'm the
Fashola?
one, I would tilt towards Fashola.
Really? I'm surprised though. I thought you were
No,
you like those intellectuals. I know you like
no,
those intellectuals, don't you?
I like Osibanjo very, very well. It's very difficult for me to say, but the reason I might like tilt towards Fashola is that he has really handled that executive position as governor of Lagos, and we saw the magic. We saw the magic he performed. We saw the miracle Lagos experienced under him. I'm very, very privy to that very information. So I really saw it when he was the governor of Lagos State. So Osibanjo again, very nice person and very likable again. It's not easy to tell one man, I'm telling you. In the Southeast, the two names will resonate, I would say. The two names will resonate, in the Southeast. Any of them that comes out will get Southeast.
The one thing I have liked about Fashola under this dispensation is you never see him in front of the news, but you see his work. You see it in the Niger Bridge, you see it in the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, you see it on all these roads that he's building all over the country. He's building, but he's never on the news making noise like just some food, like Lai Mohammed or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So another thing is that if you look at the politics in the Southeast, the way I see them, I might be wrong, but that is my own evaluation in the space. Southeast normally they don't like godfathers. They like people that are just themselves, people that they wouldn't like the pattern of politics played by somebody like Tinubu, who will always decide who is going to be the next governor of this state or that or that. And I don't think Fashola and Osibanjo, they are not the kind of people that would play that kind of godfatherism kind of politics. So naturally, I think the Southeast will easily, gravitate towards it. They will have national appeal, I would say.
All right. All right. Hold on. Bear with me. All right. Babati, if you're not living, let me see, because when we do the round robin, we usually just flow with the screen. So I know you want to launch at that space, so I will save you so that we can delight like a rich red wine. We'll save it for a moment long. By the way, when you want to drink red wine, and I know Kulata, he drinks wine. You have to let it sit, don't you? Anyway, what would these people?
I don't drink, so yeah.
No, it's Kulata that is always drinking wine. Do you let it sit? Yeah. Let me flow with it. Let me go with the sequence of the screen. So Ajale Koko, you opened up that space and you spoke originally to Oshibanjo, but somebody has brought Akeredolu's name into play. Is Akeredolu not an equal measure? Certainly above Aregbesola, but is he equal in weight to Oshibanjo and Fashola? And would you prefer him? If you had to make the choice, if it was your choice, who would you pick? So not from Nigeria, just you. If you were to pick one Yoruba champion, who would you pick?
One Yoruba champion?
Yes. To succeed the Luther.
I think I would go for what do you call this guy? I would go for Shibajo.
Really?
Yeah, because reason is that
he's not a tough guy, though.
Look, that guy is brilliant, smart, intelligent, and if they give that guy power, it can change a lot of things in Nigeria. You know, he's a constitutional lawyer. He can fight. He can take that country in a new direction. You know, he was human rights activist too. He participated in the struggle for democracy as well. And we just need to change this Tinubu style of politicking that the Fashola and the rest of them are used to. We just need to.
But Oshibajo is also a Tinubu product. Is it not a Tinubu product as well?
But you see, he has really. You see what he did, standing up against Tinubu and contesting for the position of president, and did not. What did they say? Is it
step down?
He didn't step down. So that tells me that it's a man that can stand for his conviction and he can stand for what he believes in. So I really respect him for that. For that singular thing that he did, that did not step down for Tinubu, it shows that yes, he is a man that can really stand up for what he believes in, and that is what we need in a leadership. And we saw what he did when that DSS guy, what's his name? The one that
Mamandaura.
Yeah, he fired him without wasting of time. He fired him immediately. We need a decisive leader, a leader that can do the right thing, stand up for the right thing, and then achieve results. And I see him as a person that could that have that kind of quality, you know. So I will go for Shibado instead of Fashola. I don't hate Fashola. I don't have anything wrong in him, but we need to detach ourselves from this Tinubu and his political empire style of politicking. We need a new set of leadership that can, take us. So I think.
And somebody is saying Gbajabi Amila in the comment section. Should I kick the person out of the what are you crown? Settle down now. Have you been at the whiskey? Imagine Gbajabi Amila as a president. Imagine that. Is it not wanted in America for fraud? Gbajabi Amila. Yes, now she back over and be only Baraku only.
Client in America. Then. Another thing, we saw the video of what he did when they were interrogating this thing, the way
Rotimi Amaechi,
the way he came and stopped that session and said that interrogative session cannot continue. No. That is Tinubu style. That is the way they run their empire. People like that, we should just send them packing. Oshibajo can really stand up for the right thing if he is given that power, to do that.
I don't like that guy, Shibajo. I find him somewhat a treacherous sort of person. I find him not even with the Tinubu thing, but there's just something of the night about him. Something, something a bit. It doesn't look like somebody you can trust. And
no, let me tell you.
There's an untrustworthiness about him.
No, let me tell you this. He's a guy that
he's not a principled man. No, you can't.
He's a real principled man.
He's not.
Okay, let me tell you.
And he's not a loyal person either. And these are real virtues. These are Yoruba virtues.
No. That's not Yoruba virtue. Let me tell you.
Loyalty is not Yoruba virtue.
No, loyalty is Yoruba virtue, and trustworthiness and all these things are Yoruba virtue. You see what he did with Tinubu in Lagos State. He actually gave Tinubu condition that if you want me as your attorney, you won't interfere with what I'm doing. If I'm holding on one of your friends or doing something that in my own area that seems not too good for you, don't interfere. If you don't, if you want me to run this judiciary without your interference, then I will work with you. But if you want to interfere, if you feel you're going to be one of those leader or governor that would like to, will not give me that free hand to run this department with my own expertise, then I will not ready to work with you. Tinubu said, go and run it the way you want. I want you to do well there and uplift the judiciary of Lagos State. And we saw what he did. It transformed that judiciary department of Lagos State and turned it to be the best in the country. And he was loyal throughout. And that loyalty is what Tinubu saw. The ability to achieve, the ability to work and deliver.
But even that loyalty was self-serving. There's a somewhat of a narcissism about the guy. It's a bit narcissistic. There's just something about him. It's not quite right. That's Oshibanjo. Not quite right.
I don't know the way you see it, one man, but I don't see him like that. I see him as a man, as a very upright man, a man that really know what he wants and he will pursue it vigorously to the logical conclusion. And that is what he did with that presidential race. He should have been the person that should have got that ticket. But because Tinubu is a man that has been building that structure, Tinubu has built that structure in the party for a long time. So he have all the governors to his side, and that's why they beat him. And ordinarily, if Buhari have supported him, maybe it would have been a different ball game. But Buhari, decided not to interfere and just lay back, and Tinubu won the ticket. So he believed that as his second man, he should be the one to take over from the president for reason of continuity of the job and whatever they have achieved and something like that. But he didn't have the structure. He wasn't in control. He's not a thorough politician like Tinubu. So Tinubu, as a politician that have a lot of who is who in the party on his side, defeated him. But I like the way he went for that. He contested, stood his ground, went all the way to the end.
But it's damaged. You may like it, but it's damaged by it, though. It's damaged by what he did.
To some people that wanted him to step down for Tinubu, where they can see it as damaging for not stepping down. But I wouldn't expect him to step down because of the position he occupies now. Number 2 position. Why must you contest and then go and step down for somebody that does not occupy any political power in the country? I mean, he have that power within the party. But when we talk of you as number 2, why must you step down for somebody in the party? No. A leader, national leader has been called. No, he doesn't have to step down for him. So
all right. I don't agree with that, and I'm going to push you a little bit in a moment. But let's whiz through the round robin question, and then I want to come back to that space at some point because it should have stepped down. But we'll address that in a moment. Let's make a quick pit stop with Alexander Gomez, and then we go on to Babati, and then we go on from there. So Alexander, the conversation in the unlikely event, it's not just an academic exercise because, of course, Tinubu, the incoming president, but in the unlikely event that Tinubu does not win, because if he doesn't win, that's the end of his political journey right there. It's not going to come back 4 years' time with all of these things that are playing out at the moment. So the natural successor to champion the Yoruba space are all the names in play. You know them, but which one would you favor? Alexander Gomez.
Oshibajo by a country mile.
Wow. I thought you were a Fashola man. Are you not a Fashola man?
No, Fashola calls me brother.
Is it not even your neighbor? Is it not your...
No. It's my first cousin. He calls me brother.
Hmm.
Yes, he's my first cousin.
Hmm.
You see, Fashola is too, because this is someone I know very, very well. I've known him for over 50 years. So this is someone I know very, very well. He's too unassuming. He's too calm. You know, he reminds me, like Baba Akura says, he's too cool-headed. You know, it's like when you come across Aliko Dangote and you look at Aliko Dangote, you say, is this really the richest man in black man in the world? There's just some unassuming aura about him. Fashola's like that. And we say in Yoruba, you know, he's not a very proud person. He's a doer. He likes to achieve things. He's a workaholic. But if you judge me by...
You know, Alexander, he's been two-term governor of Lagos State.
Yes, but
hold on.
I was going there. But go ahead.
I wanted to make this point, but I beg your pardon. But he's been two-term governor of Lagos State, a senior functionary of this administration, and you still don't see him as a politician. That's what I wanted to say.
No, I didn't say that he wasn't qualified to be president of Nigeria, but Nigeria is a very... Look, Oshibajo is a shrewd person. Ajala Kuku, everything that Ajala Kuku said is absolutely spot on. For him to be Attorney General of Lagos State, he gave Tinubu conditionalities, you know, and Tinubu fell in love with him because he challenged Tinubu over a case, and he defeated Tinubu on that case. And that was what got him into Tinubu's conscious mind. But wow, this guy is stubborn. Oshibajo is not a small... Oshibajo is the... speak with it like a Nigerian. Oshibajo is like Soludo of the East. He is not someone you... If you schooled him, if you have... one man, if you have relatives or brothers or sisters who schooled in Lagos when debating was a big deal and quiz was a big deal in the early 70s, mid 70s. He's a national... He was a Lagos figure. I mean, this guy was first class from primary school all the way to university. You know, he's not an easy person. That's why I was telling Angela Cook in a private conversation. When Buhari realized that this guy's not someone we empower, that's why he took away all his powers, because he's brutal. Fashola is a very, very simple person. Very, very simple person. A doer. We're very proud of him. He did wonders in Lagos State. But even that, let me finish. Even that, whatever he did in Lagos State, he was implementing what Tinubu laid down. Whatever they did, look, you people should not put Tinubu. The man is a brilliant mind. He might be old now and talking blah, 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 blah. Everything that Tinubu and Bode did was a follow-up from where Tinubu left off. You know, they personally had issues with him because of his overbearing attitude. He's a control freak. Tinubu is a control freak, and he did display that in London when he went there. That's the bad part of Tinubu. But in terms of capacity and seeing the brighter future and setting it up, you cannot beat Tinubu at that. So coming back to Fashola, yes, he achieved a lot. We called him a super minister. Yes, but he's not even interested. What am I even talking about? He's not interested in being president of Nigeria. What about that?
Yes, I don't think he's interested either. I think
I'm telling you authoritatively, he's not interested. You know, he's not interested. He to be governor of Lagos State is not easy. That man used to sleep 2-3 hours. That man aged. He aged. You know, it's not easy to be governor of Lagos State. It's not easy to control the 5th largest economy in Africa. I don't know whether it was the 5th one. It was governor, but it's not easy to... Lagos is a complex place. You know, so it's a mini Nigeria. You have everybody in Lagos. And in my days, when I was young, in the early 70s, the places I told Thomas recently, if I go to Lagos today, you tell me Yanopaja. I don't know where Yanopaja is. There was no Yanopaja when I was living in Nigeria in the 70s. There were places that there was no Aja.
You know,
It was a village.
you know, to my shame, I don't know where Ajay is either.
Yeah.
They tell me it's a posh area
Aja is
now,
after Bar Beach. It was a village. It
I
was a
never knew
village
that.
after
I
Bar
didn't
Beach
know
on your way
anything
to
about
Epe.
Ajay. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's that space called Lagos is a complex place. You did a marvelous job, but please, I will say it authoritatively, and I second and what I said is on the chart. Don't poo-poo this Oshibajo. Oshibajo is a brilliant man. He's just a very cunning
Alexander?
Jobu man. That's all it is. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just an aside. Please don't get it twisted. In a contest
Mhm.
between Osibanjo and Soludo, who will you vote for?
I'll go for Soludo because he's been the central bank governor and he's a world-renowned economist. What's his name? Oshibajo is a lawyer, but he's been a vice president. So if I have to choose between the two, I choose Soludo. But if I have to choose between Soludo and Fashola, I'll choose Oshibajo because of that his vice presidential position that he's held in the past. But if I have to choose amongst the three without bias, I am totally detribalized. I have a wife as Igbo. I will tell you I'll take Soludo. Soludo is what Nigeria is crying for, not Peter Obi. Soludo is what Nigeria is crying for. Now, whether you people as Igbo people would make him become president if you don't ruin his political career before he gets there is another topic for another day. But as it stands right now, for me, in my opinion, based on antecedents, based on the fact that he's a world-renowned economist, one of the very best top 5 economists in the world, I'll go for Soludo. Soludo is a better economist than Ogujo Wala, whatever you call it. Soludo is a better economist than that woman. And that woman is top 5 in the world. So, so that's the way I see that. So, woman, that's why I called in. I choose
hold on. She's number 1 in the world now. She's the head of the World Trade Organization.
Okay. Okay, then she's number 1. Then she's number 1. But I will choose, what's his name? Soludo over her. And he is a better economist. Based on everything.
I don't think Soludo is a better economist.
Yeah, he is a better economist.
Yes. I will tell you why.
Yeah, no, he is. He is. Do you know what it is to be? You're an Igbo man. Do you know what it is to get first-class economics from University of Nigeria, Nsukka? Do you know what that means? That's a big deal. Do you know? Look, even we in my 70s. Let me say this to you. Let me say this to you. As a Southwesterner, even before all this shenanigans called tribalism set in like it has today, do you know what it was back then to be an undergraduate of University of Nsukka? And then to come out of University of Nsukka with a first class degree in economics. The only person that's ever done it in the history of the University of. What do you think we're talking about? Man, maybe you see we don't cherish our individuals. That's the problem. We poo-poo them. Soludo is not someone you I know he's your governor because I know you're from Anambra State. But that man is brilliant. It's just that he's not he's a little bit cocky but intelligent. Kulata comes across cocky because he's almost a first-class student. When you see Kulata talks, he talks with a lot of confidence because he knows what he's talking about. That's what first-class people do. Go ahead. I'm listening.
No, sorry. How has Kulata been elevated to a first class? Is his ego not big enough? Don't encourage him.
No, when I'm on now, when we see people who are very, very smart, we know now. we know now. Not trying to add 2 and 2 to make 23. When someone chooses and analyzes statistics like he does, it's go should you last on now.
Yeah. It's an FAO.
Yeah, I know.
See why I said it. I'm just comparing. Soludo is a smart brain. I know that. I'm trying to compare Soludo and Kunjiwala when you're talking about who is better an economist, So, and the reason I said what I said is that I was opportuned to attend a lecture that was delivered by one of the top economists in United States. Like, she is currently nominated as as the Federal Reserve, Board of Federal Reserve in America, something like that. She's a very top woman. So,
What, do you know her name?
you can search. I think her name is Lisa Cook, somebody like Lisa Cook. You know, she's a Black American, but she's currently in the Federal Reserve. Sort of, she was nominated at board in the Federal Reserve. So, but there was a paper she wrote, and that very paper was on Nigeria. And that very paper was about this banking consolidation done by Soludo. You know, she wrote it as the Nigerian banking consolidation of 2005 or thereabout. She now says, was it a success? So there was a question section. I was so like amazed to see somebody like that writing about something that happened in Nigeria.
All right, it's a round robin question,
So
but make that point and then yeah.
So we now asked her, oh, did you know Soludo? She said, yeah, Soludo was the CBN governor that did that kind of thing that time. She said, yeah, Nigeria has good people. She now called Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. And I said, do you equally know Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala? She said, yeah, that one is Baba. Like, that one is Baba Madam, something like that.
Yeah, because she's held more international positions than Soludo. If Soludo were in the position to hold positions like Soludo, I'm telling you, I don't want us to go into too much dialogue. Soludo, to me, in my opinion, is a way better economist than Okonjo-Iweala. But I would love to hear Kulata's take on it, because I know Kulata is an economist and Olatu is a banker economist. So I'd like to hear their take on that. But from my perspective, because to tell you the truth, I don't rate Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. I think she's overrated. To me, I think she's overrated. But she has made an sorry, Ngozi.
Sorry, Alexander. Do you think she's more of a political intellectual than an academic intellectual?
Yes, she is. Yes, she is.
I think Ngozi is a pedigree going for her. She went to Harvard and MIT. So, once you check all those boxes, there's no way they will not overlook Soludo that went to UNN. But we know that the caliber of UNN first class is an Harvard first class. We know that.
Yes.
But the international.
My last daughter went to Harvard. I can send you her. School is overrated. Don't worry about this Harvard book. But Harvard is good. If you go to Harvard, you got your door set up. To enter Harvard is the problem. But Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala didn't do her first degree in Harvard. She did a master's and a final and a PhD, right? Her first degree was not from Harvard, was it?
I don't know. I only saw 2 education institutions on her profile.
No, her first degree was not from Harvard. It was master's and PhD.
Oh, okay. But I mean, when you want to look at Ngozi's performance, she wasn't that spectacular as a Minister of Economy under Jonathan. Let's be honest.
No,
she wasn't.
No. She's off to me. I don't rate her much, but she's held political positions internationally from a financial standpoint. So she's a more recognized name. But Soludo is a genius. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not a genius. Put it like that. Let me conclude like that. Thank you.
Under Ngozi, we were borrowing to pay salaries, and we earned the highest amount of oil revenues ever, and we were still borrowing to pay salaries.
Yes. So anyway, Woman, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Alexander. But I think she may well have done her first degree in Harvard.
No, but it's easy to tell. Just Google it and see.
No. That's where I'm reading it from now. Okonjo-Iweala was educated at Queen's School Enugu, St. Anne's School, Molete, Ibadan, Oyo State, and the International School Ibadan. She arrived in the United States in 1973 to study at Harvard University and graduated magna cum laude with an AB in economics in 1976.
Magna cum laude.
Yes.
Magna cum laude. First class.
Yeah,
yes.
First class.
She earned She earned a master's degree in city planning in 1978 and a PhD in regional economics and development from however you pronounce
MIT,
it.
Massachusetts
Technology.
Yes, and MIT with the thesis, credit policy, etc. And then she received an international fellowship for the American Association of University Women, etc. So I think she
So
may well
her
have done,
PhD, her PhD is from MIT. Her
Yeah.
first and second degree are from Harvard.
from Harvard, yeah.
That's impressive. No wonder she's
Yes.
that's impressive. That's
Wow.
impressive. All right. Yeah. Well, but to me, I don't rate her much.
Yes,
So that's that.
we'll still have UNN over all of that. That's just
UNN is not a small. I say when we were trying to go to university in the 70s, to enter UNN, you know, Usuka, oh Chineke, that's cool. They will tell you they're not going to give you a first degree. You have to sweat for it. It's not easy. And what's his name? Papasaki knows because he's from that plot, so he would know that. But anyway, let me let you go. I don't want to take over your space.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. A real delight, Alexander Gomez. So let's continue with the sequence and take it to then Babati. So Babati, back to where the conversation was. It was really a round-robin question. Ajan Lekoko opened up that space. If Tinubu does not win, he retires from politics. Who champions the Yoruba political journey going forward? You know the runners and riders, but who is your pick, Babati?
Right. I don't think we're going to have. By the way, good afternoon to everybody. Good evening to anybody. I don't think we're going to have one person dominate the space as much as Tinubu has. I think they're still going to come from his tree line. It's going to be. I think we're going to have I call them the G5. So they're going to form a political bloc that will be very powerful and influential in Nigeria for years to come. And they will pretty much determine who rules. I have on my own list, I have, I'll call them the intellectuals, the technocrats, and the muscle. So you have your Fashola, you have your Fayemi, you have Amosu, you have Oshibanjo, and you have Akeredolu. Those would be your G5 that we control that space together, because individually they're not strong enough to. But they collectively, they have one thing that Tinubu does not have. They have credibility and they are loved by people. When they speak, people listen. And if you've noticed so far, even within the APC, anytime they have any issues, they seem to be in the middle of it all the time, where people are comfortable having them resolve issues. They are more credible to people. They are credible to their peers. They are credible in the political space, and they're also credible to people in the country. So they are more credible, and I think that they will be the next set of people to control that, not as individuals, but collectively. The G5, the intellectual, the technocrat, and the muscle of the group, which is our muscle, will be your next, that will be the force that will champion that space for years to come. But there will never be one person doing that anymore. I think we've evolved past that.
But are you talking about a free for all? That sounds
No.
That's going to be messy. There always only has to be one leader.
No. They will come together. So it depends. Like there will be like a political bloc, right? They will control it, but they will only respond based on issues. So if you come with something that is very technocratic, Fashola might speak up on it, and if you like something.
No, but okay, we're talking about a presidential race, and the Yoruba space has to present a candidate.
Right.
Who will that candidate be?
Okay. But your question was responding to that of Tinubu.
No. I'm evolving it. So let's evolve it. Yeah. Let's evolve it in that direction. So we're talking about So the presidential election coming up, Tinubu no longer in play. The Yoruba space has to present a candidate. Who would it be?
That now it will be. I think it's going to be between Oshibajo and Fashola. Fashola is more. You see, because Oshibajo has that love, is more credible to everybody. So as Fashola is also very credible, but who wants it more between the two? And like Chief Gomez was talking about earlier, Fashola is more laid back. So when it comes to this, is who can tussle and who can wrestle dirty to get it. And I think Oshibajo, as simple as it appears to be in public, is a dog. If you know what I mean, in America they say dog, DAWG, is a dog. So it comes out as a simple man, but he's a rough rider. And I think because he wants it more, and he's been a vice president, and is also beloved equally as Fashola, but on a bigger stage. I think when time comes, if Tinubu loses, and Yorubas feel like it was, betrayed by Buhari, Oshibajo will be in the perfect position to just slide in because it comes with that credibility, it comes with the experience, and he's going to come with the love of his own people and the appreciation from other tribes as well in Nigeria. I think Oshibajo and Fashola are probably the only two people that I can say across the divide, across board, across religious divide, across ethnic divide, nobody questions their credibility or their heart as a Yoruba person. Those two, for some reason, are beloved. Right? Am I right? They're kind of.
I would probably say Akeredolu is more Yoruba than any of them.
Yeah,
but he doesn't have national appeal.
Right.
He doesn't.
That's why I used the G5 thing where together collectively they are more strong. But to answer that question directly, Oshibajo will be the best person to slide into that position, because at that stage it would be more primed to occupy that, because now he has experience. He's experienced the primaries. He's seen how the things go beyond just being a VP. So I think that Oshibajo would be the very best person. I would have picked Fashola, but Fashola is just too laid back to fight for anything that is not handed to him sometimes. So, but Oshibajo is more like a rough rider. So just merely edging him out, I would say that would be Oshibajo.
No, all right, brilliant. So brilliant. So let's go on next to engineer, and then we come to Kulata. So engineer, the question that Tinubu does not succeed in 2023. That is his. And by the way, it's a one-shot deal for Tinubu. The only chance he will ever have, and this is it, all or nothing. So if he doesn't succeed in 2023, he retires from politics. The Yoruba space has to find a new champion. Who do you think that champion would be, engineer?
Well, greetings to you, one man, and greetings to you, brothers. Well, if Tinubu did not win, wow, that's a very good question. I think I think they will bring back Osinbajo the way I'm seeing things, because number one, they will said Tinubu is a bit much older than Osinbajo, and in terms of charisma, and in terms of vocal, and in terms of appearance, speech, they will use Osinbajo to replace Tinubu, because the way Tinubu is currently right now, we all know, everybody all know that he's having a bit kind of not that suitable physically, mentally. But if Tinubu did not qualify, or if he did not succeed, I think the best option or the best shot they need to bring is Osinbajo, because if they bring him back, he will be the best candidate for APC. That's all I can say for now.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, engineer. So brilliant. Thank you, engineer. So let's take it to Kulata. So Kulata, the question, you know the parameters. Tinubu out of politics. The Yoruba space looking for a new champion. It would not really be outside of the traditional names that are already known. Or it could even be. But who do you think will be the natural successor for Tinubu as the lead in Yoruba politics?
None of them.
Wow.
Because Tinubu is so overwhelming and overbearing of a figure. The closest person, the last person that was kind of like in that position was Obafemi Awolowo. And when Obafemi Awolowo died, or when he left politics, you couldn't fill the void. MKO did not fill that void at all. MKO was just almost like a lucky politician that was, I think it was just because he was benevolent and he was a nice guy sharing money all over the place. But it wasn't like a Yoruba leader. He became a Yoruba figure after he lost that. I mean, after they denied him the election. So it was just another rich guy. So if Tinubu leaves, there's no natural successors. Yoruba politics will go into I mean, what you call, we'll go into exile because uh, we're gonna have a lot of wrestling. The Fayemi has ambition. The Ogun State guy, what's his Papatis guy? He has ambition.
I'm also.
Amosun has ambition. Aregbesola is gonna be Aregbesola. Fashola probably doesn't have any ambition. Oshibajo has ambition. And Aketi probably doesn't have. But at the end of the day, they will just wrestle each other. It's gonna be between Fayemi Ogun State guy, and someone else. Because Oshibajo, I don't know. But if I talk about my preference, it has to be Oshibajo because Oshibajo will present us the clearest departure from the Godfather, from the Godfatherism we experience with Tinubu. Because if Oshibajo gets in there, there's some additional merits becomes expectation. He stands for intellectualism. He stands, he's forthright. He's articulate. It's just a clear departure from what Tinubu stands for. But they will not, they will not let him survive it because you have to go through a grueling process of primary selection or whatever selection we have to do in Yoruba land. So I don't see any obvious successor. Tinubu is too big to fail. Let's be honest with ourselves. It's too big. It's had this role for way too long, and he's broken all sorts of bonds and binding them together to fit in his mold. That's why every single person we're mentioning right now, every single name that has been dropped, they're closely associated with Tinubu. There's no name, there's no even Sheyi Makinde, or there's nobody outside of that space. That shows you the enormous role that this guy has played on Yoruba politics. Unfortunately, however, wherever you stand, Tinubu is too big of a shoe to fill. It will take another generation because after Awolowo went, we didn't have any roles. We had a lot of brilliant politicians like Jack Ondi, Papa Jassy, many people. But there was no Awolowo.
But Jack Ondi was the successor for Awolowo.
It wasn't. It was just a brilliant guy.
It was. They called him Baba Kekere now.
They call him Baba Kekere, but Jack Ondi's scope was limited to Lagos. Jack Ondi did not exercise power beyond Lagos. When we talk about a Southwest politician, we have to talk about someone that can control 3 states at the very minimum. 3. Jack Ondi couldn't control more than Lagos. Jack Ondi was not there was no successor to Awolowo. And MKO was just a rich guy. So the next successor to Awolowo, when you think about it, is the same Bola Tinubu guy. Because it's the one Awolowo who had this controlling, he had this overbearing.
Polata, I think you're forgetting Bola Ige.
Bola Ige was not. Bola Ige did not fill that void. Bola Ige didn't fill that void. Bola Ige was just another brilliant person. That's exactly what we're going to have. You're going to say Fashola is brilliant, Shibajo is brilliant, this guy is brilliant, that guy is brilliant, but there was no central figure
Are you saying then that the only central figure that we have had since Awolowo is now Tinubu?
Yeah, pretty much.
It is pretty much it. No joke. Abiola was an accidental figure that we all had solidarity for, and because we were tired of the military. Remember, Abiola antagonized Awolowo. So Awolowo, Yorubas never really liked Abiola. It was just, he came at the right time when everybody was tired of the military. And it was a Yoruba guy, and he was a nice guy. He antagonized Awolowo. He supported the NPN in 1979. He was one of the people that campaigned against Awolowo. So since Awolowo, Tinubu is the only person that's been able to fill those shoes. You may not like the guy, but from a role, from a leadership style, from a way they control things meticulously, that's the guy. And after him, there's not going to be anybody till maybe another generation. It's the same way with Awolowo. Because after Awolowo, like I said, all those other people could not fill the void. They were all good in their own right. But it took a while before Bola Tinubu wrestled the space. So who's going to be the next Bola Tinubu in Yoruba land? I frankly do not know. I don't know.
Okay, but if Tinubu fails in 2023 and another cycle of election comes and the Yoruba space has to present a candidate, who do you think is most likely to be?
I don't know. Who will I like? I can answer who I would like. But I don't know who you're
No, not who you would like, because that's a personal preference. But who pushes through amongst this set to look like a natural person that the Yorubas will gravitate behind?
Oshibajo is the closest. Oshibajo is the closest because he has the exposure. He's at the VP office. He's a generally nice guy. He's a forthright guy. Yorubas will like, I mean, you know our culture. We will like those qualities. Our culture is very complex, but part of what Oshibajo stands for, I think our culture also stands for that. But it's going to be, I don't know if he'll be able to make it out of it because Amosu, coming from the CPC angle, Fayemi, coming from his own personal ambition angle, who knows whatever Egbeshola will do. It's not going to be, they're going to tear him down. Can he handle those guys? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Can I ask you a question? Okay, earlier I did not include Akeredolu for a reason when I mentioned my G5 list, where they form a political bloc. Do you feel like if they somehow not running for office now, just as a powerful political bloc, if the people I mentioned, Fashola, Fayemi, Oshibajo, Amosu, and Akeredolu, if they come together and they form a powerful political bloc, do you think them being as influential because they are also beloved by the people as well?
Combined together, all of them combined together.
Yeah,
I mean, Aketi, Fayemi, Aregbeshola, Fashola, Oshibajo.
Right.
In unison, they'll be extremely powerful, extremely influential.
My point exactly, because they have the credibility, they have the experience, and they are beloved. And I mentioned Fashola and Oshibajo because they have cut across that political and religious divide where nobody sees them as some kind of religious bigot or tribal bigot. So if they come together,
I mean, we see all of them for their merit.
Right. If they come together and they form a G5, they can be more powerful or equally as powerful as Tinubu, and they're also beloved as well. And
they're also beloved. But you see, look at how many people it will take to represent what Tinubu currently stands for.
And that's the problem, because it's a very difficult task, because you might people they're very hard to govern. They are very hard to control.
Very, very hard to govern. Wait, I mean, we can argue to death and we'll have our positions and we'll switch our positions. You know how we do our things, right?
Yeah, it's very hard.
We are not like, Igbo people, they have one thing, they stand for it, and they stand for it, they'll defend it till death. Yoruba people will look at it from one angle, one person will look at it from the top.
Some people will be doing what if that?
We're going to invert the thing.
Everything, man.
Yeah. So it's just the way we are. So I don't know of a natural successor, but the closest to a natural successor, but I don't think he'll be successful. They won't let him go, is Oshibajo. But I doubt, can Oshibajo wrestle Amosu? Amosu that has a lot of power brokers in the north. Can he wrestle Fayemi?
But you are underestimating Oshibajo, though.
I'm not.
Amosu don't have any power anywhere beyond Ogun State. Even in Ogun State now, the president
he knows all the CPC politicians.
Forget about CPC position. Amosu power is not beyond Ogun State, and even in that Ogun State, it's even limited to just Abeokuta. Even the Egbado self, àwọn Egbado gone, they are against him now. So,
but Ajaleko go talk about unite. Oshibajo le jáde. If they don't unite,
they will surely unite, because they will look at the pros and cons of not having a leader. They know we will lose out completely in the game. The leadership across the board in Yoruba land, when it comes to that situation like that, when we are seriously looking for a leader like that, you see the Obas will involve. A lot of things will be involved. And I think that the majority will, the business class, some business people too, that doesn't come out openly in business, in politics, they have where they can meet, and they will, say their own mind. And I believe that Obiazo will be the most favored, considering the position he occupies now as number 2 man, who is very intelligent, smart, brilliant. They said he has all the quality that we like to see in who to lead us.
But we're
So that
looking at
will favor him.
Oshibajo based on his merit. You need politicking because Oshibajo have that politicking skills. The way Buhari is bouncing him around like a basketball, I don't think he has that political skills.
No.
I
He
think
doesn't
he
have.
just has merit to him. That's all.
Wait. Àwọn Yorùbá máa ń sọ wípé tọ́wọ́ ọ̀bá tètè kú dà ó lè bẹ̀rẹ̀ ikú tó pa bàbá ẹ̀. So number 2 position cannot stand up against the president. We had the experience. We saw the experience of. We saw what happened to Atiku when he was trying to stand up. The way Obasanjo crushed him, and that Obasanjo crush of Atiku since then never has been the big problem to him in achieving his ambition. That has caused him a very serious setback since then. So Osibajo mellowing down doesn't want to. He occupies a position that, is number 2 to the most dangerous president ever in the history of the country. The president that you can never know his mind. The president that you can never know what he's going to do. Look at what he just did against his proposal. Federal executives are in line with Oshibajo's proposal, but this man jettisoned that proposal and went to adopt a proposal of somebody that the federal executive does not support. So that's to tell you how dangerous this Buhari of a man. So Oshibajo just taking it easy with him, it doesn't mean that he cannot fight. Give that man power. He will know that he can shake ground. With 2 things that he has done, the way he fired that guy and the way he stood up against Tinubu during the contest, that he never backed down and he refused to step down. I saw him as a person that, whatever he's committed to, with its conviction, he will pursue it to the end. And it will damn every consequence, everything that will come out of it.
Everything you just said is their merits. They're not politics. They're just merits of the guy. Yes, we know the merits of the guy. If by merit, he will be the natural successor. But for you to get there, you need the politics. He has not demonstrated the politics sufficiently enough that he will be able to wrestle.
They have a person that is their
guys.
Political leader now. Tinubu is the one that dominates.
Yeah, but we can't see the politics
now. So there's no politics he can play now.
So Ajane Popo.
Yeah.
When you look at all the attempts, the biggest attempt of Oshibajo at politics, he didn't even come number 2. He came number 3. Distant third.
That was terrible for a people of 8 years to be.
That was shameful.
No. Hold on right there. Look, a lot of those people that supported Tinubu, if Tinubu had not been in the race, majority of them would have supported Oshibajo. Do you agree that with me?
I don't know.
No, they would have gone with Amechi.
No. Hold on. They supported Tinubu due to their long-standing relationship with him.
That's it.
You can't say they will go with Oshibajo because
they would have gone with Amechi.
They would have gone with Amechi or anybody else. It would have been split.
Amechi too.
What I'm saying is that if he knows he's going to run as a VP of the country for 7-8 years, you should have leveraged that for at least 2 or 3 years down the road before getting to that point. You have that power. You have the bully pulpit to have made your move known years down the road before your so-called godfather made his own move. You have the power. You are the VP of the country. So for him to have been defeated in that manner is what I'm questioning. His political experience, and that would be the first time he's running for anything in his life, and that showed clearly. That showed that this is the first rodeo he's going through. had it been a season, it's like if you put Atiku in that same position and it was running against Tinubu that brought him there, no way it beats Atiku, right? Because Atiku is seasoned. So that inexperience in the political space showed, is my point, in the primaries. That's why he lost.
Sorry, can I quickly comment? Can I quickly comment, please?
But sorry, but just to what Ajanle Koko was saying, there is no suggestion that if Tinubu had not been in the race, a lot of the votes that went to him would have gone to Oshibanjo, because those votes, they went specifically to Tinubu due to long-standing relationship that spans decades and decades, and a sense of loyalty to him especially. But maybe Fayemi, or even Fayemi, will not yield the floor to Oshibanjo.
Because you can't use the word loyalty in politics. You know how this works.
Well, I suppose
you can't say long standing. You know how it changes day to day. Once again, the VP should have played this card right, and what happened during the primary shows is political inexperience. That's what happened. That's the reason he lost. If he was a seasoned politician, there's no way you lose as a VP anywhere in the world. As a VP for 7-8 years, you usually win the primaries. That shows he has no political experience, and that showed.
Yeah, you look, Babati. That there are two persons that are the most powerful men in that APC, Tinubu and Buhari. So, but Tinubu outsmarted Buhari during that, prior to that primary. Tinubu was able to eat deep into some of even the Buhari's men in the north. He was able to convince them and, won them to his side. And that was what Tinubu did that gave him that political strength in that party and gave him the ticket. But Buhari himself seems to be, not interested at all in the game. He didn't want to, go all out to support one candidate. If he had, supported one person, he would have used all the power within his means, to destroy Tinubu. But the consequences will have been very grievous for the party. Maybe the party will have broken up today and they won't have a strong party. They won't be as united as we still see them today. So Buhari was very smart to lay back, having seen what Tinubu have done, how Tinubu have gone far in, winning most of the northern leaders in the party to his side. So I think he said, okay, if I want to go against him and stop him, this party will not exist beyond his term of office. So he didn't get involved. He let Tinubu have his way. But if he had pulled weight behind Oshibanjo, Tinubu will have told, Buhari will have told Amechi, Oshibanjo is the man. I want you to pull behind him. We have to destroy that man over there.
That is part of lack of politics.
Yes, but
the biggest indictment against Oshibanjo was not coming second. If you say Tinubu is a master strategic, a master politician, yes, we know. Oshibanjo, as a VP, coming number 3, a distant 3, and allowing a minister to beat him. Please, that's unheard of.
Yes, you are
that's
right.
Unheard of.
You are right.
Sorry, Ajanle Koko. Just to add, that is also indicative of if Tinubu had not been in play, there's no suggestion that Oshibanjo could win, because it did not come a respectable second; it came a distant third.
Look, one man, he will have eaten deep into a lot of Tinubu supporters. particularly in the West, they will have given him their support, being number two and being a man that, as due to the position he holds now, they will say, oh, number two, Buhari is leaving. Oh, is the vice president. It should be the person to occupy that number one. So for the reason of that, a lot of supporters of Tinubu in the Southwest will put weight behind him. Even some of these Fayemi and all these people you are talking about, they will have stepped down for him because it's number two. A lot of the Obas will have called them and said, oh, look, it's number two. We don't want this thing we don't want it to slip out of our hand. We don't want to lose this opportunity. Let us support him. And a lot of them will have agreed to pull weight behind it. So the politics is going to play in the North. We don't know how he will have done it. But I believe he will have done well as well, because we will see some of these powers lining behind him in the South here, particularly in the Southwest, will have helped him over there to connect him with some other powers as well. Maybe Tinubu himself would have been involved. He would have won. But Tinubu, particularly, is the one that destroyed him. And this is where you see the difference between politician and no politician when it comes to the real game of politics. Oshibajo, we know, is not a politician, but Tinubu is a politician. And the other guy, too, is a politician as well. That is why you saw them in the first and second position. But now, he coming third, distant third, as somebody described it. He tried, but Tinubu destroyed. Tinubu put the vote of every other person together. They could not even match that of Tinubu. That's to tell you that Tinubu this is what he has been pursuing for a long time, and that is what achieved him that result. And that is why we are saying today that, look, Kwankwaso and Oshibajo, our man from the East, Obi that don't jump in this race now. This is no. You can't be president easily like that. You don't come within 6 months and just want to be president of Nigeria. No. Kwankwaso cannot penetrate the South.
How long will it take? Like, so he's been running for 4 years, but how long will it take them to win? Don't let me cause trouble.
No, the Showore case is different. Showore is not playing the politics, corrupt system.
So how long will it take him to get to the promised land?
Who?
Showore, you said 6 months is not enough. So how long will it take? Showore has been running for 4 years. So
Showore style of politics is different. It's a complete overhauling of the system.
But do you have a timeline to where you?
No, it's a matter of time. We grow. It's a gradual, and it's a matter of time.
I don't think Showore is necessarily competing for the presidency. I think what I've always thought is that Showore is trying to create a political landscape for a different alternative narrative. So whether he succeeds in being president or not is immaterial. But he wants to create a space for a different narrative within the Nigeria, and I think he's succeeding in doing that.
One man. I think, in my own opinion, Showore made a big mistake after the last election. When you create a movement, right, he should have just stick to that lane of creating that AAC and a new dimension of political movement. But after the election, Showore started doing a revolution now. And I think his absence, if you notice, his absence from the scene, being locked up, created what you got from what you see now with Obi. If Showore had not gone into that revolution now and just continued to push hard on a different form of politics through AAC, I think he would have been in a better position in this term. I'm not saying he's going to win, but he would have still gained more ground than where he is today. But for me, I think he has taken a lot of steps backward because he has almost handed all the good work he did last time to the Labour Party this time around.
You know, what I've always thought is that it doesn't have the right set of handlers, you know, because I cannot say that there are too many clever people in the AAC space.
One man
So
can the man listen to anybody?
No, I think he will listen to people if he respects them. I think he will.
I think Nigerians are not ready for Sowore.
Sowore is the presidential candidate and is the national chairman of the party.
Yeah,
Nigerians are not ready for him.
No, Akim, that is wrong. It's not the chairman of the party now.
Who is the chairman? He is the chairman of the party.
No, he's not. He's not the chairman. There's somebody else that can provide that position.
So who is the chairman of the party?
Let's go to that space that Kulata was saying. That the Nigerians are not ready for Sowore. Nigerians are ready for Sowore. Yeah, I think they are. Why would they not be?
I don't think so. When he was in his prime, you guys can say they allocated him whatever.
In his prime,
30,000 votes.
No, what the hell does that mean? In his prime?
In his political prime.
He's trying to pull at you all day.
In his prime. What the hell?
His political prime. Because I don't honestly.
Only when it was in his prime.
It's true now. You see, 2019 was the time. Every WhatsApp group I was Sowore. Like that was, I was like, wow, I was expecting, I knew he wasn't going to win, but I was expecting 1 million votes or something. But when I saw the numbers that came out,
I was as well, yeah.
When I saw the numbers that came out, I was like, Nigerians, we're terrible people. We're not ready. We're not ready for this kind of politics. We're not.
But do you not think it's creating something, though? Do you not think it's creating something?
But it's not like he's creating. He created what Obi is enjoying. So what he created are not ready to follow through with Sowore, but they're ready to just get politically awakened. Because what Sowore does is he awakens the consciousness, but he can't carry them along. He can't follow through. So there's a personality or charisma gap somewhere there. I can't figure that out. But he creates the consciousness, and then someone just comes from somewhere. Peter Obi just comes from somewhere and just sweeps everything. But we have to also be honest. Peter Obi also came with sentiment because Southeast has not done it. Because let me not say almost. A lot of Peter Obi voters, they're sentimental votes. Let's be honest with ourselves. There are many Yoruba people that are voting for Peter Obi because the Southeast has not done it. In fact, I would say majority of the votes are sentimental votes.
You know, I don't think we give Sowore enough credit for his contributions to the Nigerian space. That space that Nnamdi Kanu occupies, Sowore created it. The space that Sunday Igboho occupies, Sowore created it. The ENSA space that occurred, Sowore created that. And this Peter Obi phenomenon, also Sowore's creation. It was Sowore that opened up those possibilities for these people to be able to, to come and...
You are right. Sowore's contribution to Nigeria is huge. Because if you want to look at it back even in the student union days, Abiola and all that, it's huge. Sahara Reporters is a revolutionary approach to media. So that's Sowore's doing. But when he now try to turn it into a political advantage, something is just not translating for Nigerians.
No, that's why I'm saying he doesn't have enough brains around him. If he had brains around him, I think he could well have,
Let me tell you, it's not the matter of brains around him or not. The issue is that Sowore is not playing tribal politics. And that is why you don't see a lot of that strong support base as you see with Obi. You see, every politician in Nigeria, those that are described as front runner, all of them are playing tribal politics. Their strongest base is their tribal it's a tribal support base. Obi is a tribal support base, strong. If you take this support from largely by his people out of him, it become empty. It become no politician. The same with Tinubu, it become no politician, and even Kwakwaso, it become no politician, and Atiku as well. You see Atiku even declaring his own openly, vote for a northerner and not a Yoruba or Igbo candidate. But Showore is not playing that kind of politics. So people does not even know. A lot of tribal people across the country does not even know where he stands. He stands for Nigeria.
Obi's
He's
tribal
the only one
politics.
that stands for Nigeria.
Obi's tribal politics is not like Igbo voting for their tribe. It's also the other tribe saying it is a turn of Igbos. So that's why I call it, rather than call it tribal, I call it sentimental.
Yeah, tribal and sentimental.
But Showore is playing checkers.
Tribal and sentimental. But
Kulata, that is marriage of convenience. Marriage of convenience.
So Showore is not playing that. He's not playing tribal. He's not playing sentimental. He's just playing for good governance for Nigerians. That's it.
But please, can I ask a question? If you want to run for office in an environment, shouldn't you understand the people that you want to represent first? Isn't that very important in politics? The landscape of what you're running for. So if you are playing chess and you're playing checkers, isn't that your fault in kind of way?
Look, let me tell you. So you are saying he should have done sentimental,
I'm saying,
tribal.
No.
What?
It should fight to change the terms of what the game is first before you run.
Give me an example. Give me an example of what it should have done.
So the first thing I think it should do is the very first thing. Fight, you advocate through your movement to change the whatever for running the elections, whatever that is. Fight to change that first. Then it's more balanced for you to run at that point. But as is it right now, it does not favor whatever he believes. Is what I'm saying. So until you can change the game itself, if you run based on the way this game is played right now, you will never win, even though your heart is in the right place. So fight to change that system first, then run. Because if you run in the same system the way it is right now, you will never win. So that should have been his first challenge that he needs to conquer first. You fight to change the political landscape.
That is what he's doing. That is what he's doing. And that is why he called. Hold on. That is why he called for revolution now before he was picked up. The revolution now, the slogan does not warrant the government to pick him up and slam him in jail. He did not carry arms. The Constitution allows him to demonstrate and protest. And he was trying to change the mindset of Nigerian people the way Nigerian people must play the politics by not succumb themselves to rulership, but rather should challenge this corrupt leadership, and then account for their. What else?
No.
Account for good governance from them.
Okay, I get what you're saying. This is what I'm saying. If you remember when it began the Revolution Now movement, it was evolving towards Buhari must go kind of mantra. That was what was kind of starting to. Even Buhari, when he was asked about arresting Showore, he said because they want to remove me from government. That was what they told him, because that's what it came across as being. So, like I'm saying, I said his focus should be on the politicking itself, changing INEC, the system itself. That should have been his fight. Once you can take care of that, where it's actually transparent and fair, then you can run. Because what happens with Showore is that you can't say your vote does not count, and at the same time say vote for me. You see how it kind of goes against each other. So once you can change the system to where people know if I vote for Showore now, my vote will count, then you can run. But if you are running right now, you say, okay, Showore, I'm here now, I'm AACO, vote for me, I'm ready for you. They'll be like, but you said last week that the vote does not count. Why should I vote? You must take away that doubt, that fear. That fear has to be conquered first, that every vote counts in that country. That should have been his fight. Until you can do that, Showore will never win.
He cannot do it alone, man. Everybody is doing
That's
that.
where he has to
He
then
cannot
step
do
up.
that alone. He's been calling for that. He have, he
I
has
know.
delivered lectures several
I'm
times on
saying
that.
that is where the real
He has
fight
even
is.
published, run a lot of publication against INEC and the
I'm
system.
not disagreeing with
So
you.
he has
I
done.
know.
So look,
I agree
Sowore
with
have
you.
done all of that. It's just that Nigerian people being what they are, being what they are, they like tribal politics.
No. Do you know what I
They
think?
like tribal. They don't go for issues. They
Let me
go
respond to you.
for their own son. Who is our son? Oh,
No.
this is it. Let us follow him. We
Let me
want our own.
let me disagree with you, sir. Please. Let me disagree with you. It is easier to galvanize people against the government on my own points. If you tell people, let's go against the government, they'll tell you it's hard, they will kill you, that does not count. But if you say, let's galvanize to change the voting system, it is easier for people to follow you on that one, because that one, almost everybody agrees on that one. That is a point that you can easily get people to form, to ban and support you. So go with something that is very achievable, that will benefit you and everybody in the long run, is what I'm saying. If you say, let's fight the laws, the system with INEC and blah, 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 blah. Yes, everybody agrees that the system is broken. Everybody beyond tribal lines and religious lines, we agree with you on that one. Then galvanize the troops to change
I
the
am telling
system.
you that he has done that. He's not the
He
only one
hasn't
that
done
is
that
doing that.
effectively, my
That
point.
has even that is fight that we must make INEC.
That's like being the fight, is my point. That's the main fight, not the.
He has done that. He has done, but you see a system where you have leadership that doesn't listen to the people, doesn't want to do the right thing to make the country work for the country. He has
So how
done
can
that.
Nigerians, we largely play identity politics, whether it's tribal identity or religious identity. We play that's what
Yeah.
we do, identity politics.
Yes.
So Showore, knowing fully well, Showore wants to play ideological politics. We're
That's right.
not mature our ideological politics.
Lota and Angelico, can I contribute a bit?
Yeah, come in,
Yeah.
Sani.
Yes.
I don't think it's the issue of identity politics. I think the reason, in my view, why it appears that Showore is not resonating to the vast majority of the Nigerian populace. In my view, I think his political disposition is characterized by three kinds of personalities. Number one, he appears to display himself as somebody that is too daring. And when we have such kind of person, he might scare away certain people. Number two, again, he showcases himself as a Puritan, as somebody that is that has the highest moral standard beyond every other person in Nigeria. So it is a case of him and others, whether they are imperfect, they are condemned already. So from that very angle of Puritanism, people might misinterpret him. What is this guy trying to display? Is he the only holy person in Nigeria? To the extent that he doesn't want to associate with anybody that has been part of
He never done so. He never done
No,
so.
no, no,
This is
no, no.
what
I'm coming. I'm coming.
people of opposition says. But
I'm
Showore
talking
never
about
claimed.
perception. No, I'm talking about perception.
No, there's a self-righteousness to him. There's no disputing that.
So I'm talking
Yeah.
about perception. Then number three again, he displays himself as what I may call an omnibus variable.
My God.
Omnibus variable in the
That's what
sense that in the sense that he appears to be someone that is unteachable. So a bastion of knowledge that almost knows it all. So that is the way people perceive him. So I think on that very basis, his message appears not to be overshadowed by the maybe that of Obi, who appears relatable, who appears welcoming, whether you are a sinner or whether you are a sinner or a righteous person. I can give you, if you are a sinner, I can give you second chance to change. But to Showore, he doesn't want to associate with anybody that he conceives as maybe this person is a sinner. He doesn't want to associate with that very person politically. So he doesn't want to give room. Once you have done anything in the past, you are condemned already. You understand what I mean? So people will now begin to say, are you the only self-righteous person in the political space?
So judgmental and
Ne-
self-righteous.
Yeah, something like that.
Exactly.
Something like that.
Zaki, let me tell you this. You see, Nigerians, we spin things, a lot to favor us and then make others look very bad, particularly someone that does not, that we see as a person that is acting contrary against what we favor. When Showore was publishing a lot of things against Nigerian state during the Jonathan time, exposing all their corrupt practices to some part of Nigeria, people in the West, and some others in the North that doesn't like Jonathan administration, they were hailing him. This guy is an hero. Oh, he's trying to help us. He's bringing the name of criminal. Look at all the money that Jonathan and people in Jonathan administration stolen and this and that. They love Showore. And when Showore came out to contest, some of that reason was why they supported him. His name was all over the place. But then, when that publication helped the opposition party to bring Jonathan, to defeat Jonathan, to supporters of Jonathan in the East, in the South, that sees Jonathan as their son and sees Jore as one person that contributed to, due to his publication, contributed to Jonathan administration to be taken out by Buhari's vote, started spreading a lot of things, lying against this guy. Oh, this guy supported Buhari. Hey, he's the one that was responsible for Buhari to take over. He supported him. They started lying. And that lie, Nigerians being what they are, doesn't investigate, doesn't do any research. Once they hear something, they just carry it along. So when Buhari now got into government and he started the same thing against them, publishing and started calling for revolution. This is the worst administration that we ever had. Look at the way the Buhari people that love him back then when he was 40, they now turn against him again. Now you see him in double wahala. The Buhari people that his population favor to win the election now turn against him. The problem, the people with Jonathan that were offended by his population that brought out Jonathan, everybody, they saw him. And this guy have published a lot of things against these people. He's seen them more than a lot of us. And he said, I am voting my own party, different political party, for people that really believe in taking this country out from the hand of this criminal. Let us do it. People, but because he could not bribe, he could not spend money, he could not give money, he could not give any shishi. Nigerian, for what we are used to, we believe in giving shishi, we believe in taking shishi, we believe in tribal politics. He is not playing tribal politics. He said people, anybody that is competent to be able to come out and lead the country, and not rotational arrangement. He doesn't believe in that. He doesn't believe in rotational. So a lot of reason what he stands for that some people does not believe in due to one reason or the other, selfish reason or the other, or tribal reason or the other, or reason for supporting one of their criminals that, one of the criminal that is from their own tribe. They hate, they don't want to play politics with him. So this reason that, you feel too big, you feel too righteous, you feel too holy, it is just all these things that a lot of people are saying against him just to destroy him. But instead of us to see the fight, to see, what is good in the fight,
Okay.
is fighting for us. We don't want to see the advantages in that fight, but we are concentrating on him. He's not, he doesn't want to align with some people. Why must you align?
No. I get you. They don't see what he sees because he knows better. Why do you then blame the victim then? But then they yet want them to vote for you.
What do you mean that it doesn't?
No. You remember you had a back and forth with Kate the other day, and you said,
I said
something is wrong with you.
No.
How do you blame people that you want them to vote for you at the same time? It's not going to work now. You just blame the victim.
What are you saying, Babati? This guy has published a lot of things against this criminal. The way they have stolen your money, the way they said your
publish is what they believe in.
All right, you can never defeat Ajanle Koko when it comes to
No. One man, this is my point, please, before you move on to something else. This is my point. I've said, if you are Showore, you should see Nigerians as victims first. It's like you're going to a slave camp. It's a rescue mission. How do you say someone that has been battered mentally? You have to make them understand where they are and reason. That job is on you. You must do the hard work.
That is what he's doing, but
it's not working. It's not working. Whatever it's doing is not working.
It's not playing city, and it's not playing tribal politics.
All right, let's let Ajanle Koko have the final word. Otherwise, we just look around.
One man, look.
Yeah.
Brother Alessandro have said it here several times, and anytime that he said this thing, it goes into my head all the time. He said we are not patriotic people in Nigeria, and that is the problem with us.
Well, keep
Nigerians, hold on. Nigerians are not patriotic. We don't love that country. We love our own selfish tribal interests, period. It's not peculiar to one side of the country, but
Ajanle Koko, it's not really about patriotism, it's about self-interest. If what Showore is telling the people is the best thing for them, then they will naturally, everybody wants the best for themselves. And if what Showore is selling to people is the best thing for them, then they should naturally gravitate towards it because everybody wants the best for themselves. But what Showore is telling people is the best for them because nobody has a better plan, but for whatever reason, it's not penetrating. So it has to be around his personality.
Just change your approach. No. Change your approach. It's all we are saying. Change your approach. Don't change your belief, but just change how you come across. It's all I'm saying.
All right. Let Ajanle Koko have the final word on that Showore space, and then we just move on from there. So Ajanle Koko, I'll have the final word on Showore.
Not only Showore, even Adewale is saying the same thing. Why are we not seeing his name ringing bell everywhere? These politicians have destroyed the psyche of Nigerian people. That is number one. Then number two, you see Nigerian press, Nigerian media houses are not standing. Usually, the press should stand against corrupt politicians, corrupt rulership in democracy. You don't see them doing that. And that is what they are not helping the situation. They should have been the one to orientate Nigerian people, to inform Nigerian people, use that media house to inform Nigerian people better and let Nigerian people know this is your country. We have to do away with this corrupt shenanigan, but they are not doing it. So Nigerian people is what they see, they follow. And what they have been seeing for the past, before Showore came in 2019, is PDP and APC. APC came in 2014, so, and then become a very big party. So these are the two dominant political party that have, dictate whatever we want to do, anything that we rely on as a people, they are the one.
Don't mind those pesky Nigerians. They don't understand Showore. Don't mind us.
All right.
Just 1 second, please, if you don't mind. Just 1 second.
Okay, yeah, carry on. But then after that, we'll have to move on. Yeah.
Just a question to Baba. Yeah, just one question.
Another question.
No. Just say something, please.
Okay, carry on.
Do you feel like, let's say there was no Obi, and Showore was the third force, do you think it will have garnered enough support the same way Obi has right now if Obi was not there?
If Obi was not there,
and Showore was the third force, do you think that people will have supported him to this moment that they are supporting Obi right now?
Yeah, it might not be.
Actually, answer that question, Ajanle Koko, and then we make that a round-robin question, but we speed through it, and then we'll land back on, because I want Saki and Kulata to tackle a particular story, and then after that story, there's a story I want Baba Kure to tackle. But just give us a short, because that's a very good question by Baba T, and I want everybody to respond to it, but give us your response. We speed through it in a round robin, and then we go to Saki. I want to put a storyline to him. Yes, so that question, yeah.
Yeah, it will have been a phenomenon like Obi today if Nigerian youth are detribalized in their participation in politics. If they are detribalized, if they really want that country to work for them today and work for future generation, it will have been, yes, Showore will have been a phenomenon like what we see in Obi, what Obi has achieved today. But Nigerian youth are not there. They are divided against tribal line. Look at Igbo youth. Every Igbo youth are for Obi. All the Hausa's youth, they don't even talk. They don't say nothing, but we know where they are. You see the Yoruba youth. A lot of them are for Tinubu. Some of them will say, because Igbo have not done it, okay, I'm siding Obi. It's because of that. I want to support Obi because, Igbo have not been president before. I'm supporting. It is not because they really believe in Obi per se. Nigerian youth are divided against that along tribal line, and that is the problem.
All right. I want to run that question through at very rapid rate, but Babati, give us how you phrased it again. Phrase it in that manner because that captures what you were saying. Phrase it in that manner, but I'll go top to bottom this time around just so that everybody's so phrase it for us again.
Okay, so because I've heard many times on this platform that Obi is enjoying the space, like you just said earlier, that Obi is enjoying the space Showore created. And I'm saying that, let's say Obi was not running now, and it was just Atiku, Tinubu, and Showore was the third force. Will Showore gather the same support that Obi is getting right now?
All right, brilliant. We kick that off with Akim. So an excellent question by Babati. But so if Peter Obi was not at all in play, all factors remaining the same. would Sowore being the third first then, Sowore standing in for the third first, would he get anywhere near the momentum that Peter Obi has garnered? The progressives. You kick it off for us.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mama. I've said this before. I don't think he would have got the same traction that Obi is getting now. Let's be honest with ourselves. A majority of the support that is behind Obi, I'm not saying all of them, but a large number of them are tribal. This a space whereby majority of these people be calling for a presidency from the southeastern region, and it doesn't matter if you notice Sowore was on the ticket last time, but this same group of people went with Atiku. So these were the same people that were, if you remember the slogan at the time, it was we are obediently articulated. That was the slogan last time. I don't know if you still remember. So those guys are now with Obi full time, and a lot of them are from that same region. I think I've always said that the problem Sowore has is that he doesn't have a region behind him to start that, to kickstart that is movement for him. So it's almost like you're looking for a handful here, a handful there, a handful there, a handful there. So it's going to take a very, very long time and a very hard graft to be able to create the kind of wave movement that he is kind of hoping to achieve. But the easiest way to have gone through it would have been to have a group of kind of a tribe or a region behind him. But if Obi was not in the race, these guys would have been. I'm not saying all of them. Majority of them would have been with Atiku as we speak right now, Omar.
Yeah, but then that then tells us that what we are seeing with Peter Obi is not necessarily anything to do with a desire for change. What you are suggesting is that it is entirely about tribe.
It's more of what they call fairness and equity. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, Mama. So
okay,
for a lot of them, it's more of fairness and equity. They feel cheated. They feel that. I remember during the early stage of the primaries, when a lot of these brothers from this region was calling for PDP to do what is right and just give it to Obi for fairness sake. I don't know if you remember those times. It seems like a long time ago now, but those were the call within this group of people at the time that Obi should be the person that PDP should give the ticket to so that the Southeast can fly the flag. It was not because they felt at the time that he was the best person to do it. But I think Sowore, for me, if we were to be honest, if Obi was not in the race, they won't go with him because Obi was not in the race as a presidential candidate last time, but they still went with an Obi ticket, which was spearheaded by Atiku. So there's no evidence or anything to show that if Obi was not there, that these guys would have gone with Sowore. In fact, a lot of them they have a lot of negative things to say about Sowore. They will tell you he's not experienced. You should go and run for Senate. You should go and do this. You should go and do that. So
they are still saying it in the comment section, but there it is. Yeah. Okay, if Sowore is not able to garner as much as Peter Obi has garnered, and all of the reasons you've already explained, would he have made significant improvement from 2019? Significant, sufficient enough to keep him encouraged? Would he have made enough of an advancement? If Peter Obi was not in situation, would he have made enough of an advancement enough to keep him encouraged?
Okay, let's put it this way now. If Sowore was, like I said to you, his absence when he was locked up did him a lot of damage. If I'm going to be honest to you, you see, I don't know about any other place, but
remove that locking up, because what we are trying to test is actual value to the political space as a person. his actual
Yes,
value. So
yes,
the
one
move that it
man,
was, if he wasn't
one
locked
man.
up, would he have gotten momentum?
Yes, well, you know what I was gonna, what I'm saying, yes, because
Yes.
a lot of the followership that Obi is getting from, especially Edo, a lot of them would have gone to Showore. Overwhelming majority of them would have gone to Showore. Showore had his highest support last time from Edo State, if you remember. A lot of Edo supported Showore. Even a lot of, there are not a lot of people that were donating to his campaign from Edo at the time. Because, but when he was not around, that took the momentum away. So I'll still say that I'm not saying it would have gone bigger, but at least it would have been it would have made more progress than where it is now. Because I know for sure that in Edo State, Showore would have done a lot better this time around. A lot of these Obi supporters firmly would have been with Showore. Showore was on Niger Watch. Came there for an interview. I was there. I spoke with him. We had just like he came here last time, just before the time.
Don't worry, he was here as well. Don't
Yeah,
show, don't
yeah, I
show
know.
off. And
I'm
he'll be
trying to
back.
say. What I'm trying to say to you is that,
Even Sake has promised us. Don't worry, that we'll discuss
no,
that
I'm just trying
off
to say
here.
that
Yeah, but
from that Edo space,
yeah.
they were already trying to adopt Showore before the Obi went to Labour Party, and then they just took everything away with him. So there was already a kind of a movement, a kind of an anticipation to kind of move towards Showore again from the Edo side. But as soon as the Obi went that way and the Igbos went with him, you just saw, okay, these guys felt like, you know what, this is something that we can reckon with. So they just went with Obi, and that was how Showore lost the whole thing there.
All right. All right. Thank you. So let's go on with that question to Tony. So Tony, just rapidly through it. You've heard how Babate phrased it. Give us your response, Tony.
Yes, good. So good evening, sir. Everybody, Baba Akure. So, yesterday, Thomas was saying something about, about the current situation in Nigeria, where all of us shed tears. That 15 years old, 18 years old, they are lying up the street of Lagos, just for survival, purpose. Man, so
sorry, are you going to pivot what you're saying to the question?
Yes, I'm going there, sir.
All right.
That is why we say that there is no political environment, no human being political environment in Nigeria to produce somebody like Showore. You understand me, sir? So that is why we are just, because there is no social security system, there's no way we can survive. You can see the yesterday's narrative from Thomas, from Baba Kure and all these people, I mean, just look at it.
All right, bear with me one moment. Tony. Sorry, Babati, just do us the favor and re-point the question again, so Tony understands where you want him to go.
Okay, okay, Tony. I'm saying that because most people will say that Obi is enjoying the labor of Showore and what is done in that space, right? And I'm saying that what if there was no Peter Obi? Do you feel like Showore will also enjoy the same support to this level that Obi is enjoying right now if there was no Obi in the race at all?
Okay, so that's where the question is, Tony.
Yes. Never, because Showore is like is one of us, people that meant well for the general masses of the Nigeria, the Nigeria public. That is general, for everybody, for the betterment of everybody. That's what is looking, forward to achieve. Not for it is not about himself. That's one thing we should understand here, sir. That because the hungry, when they keep people for our place right now, you cannot. I mean, no good person will come out now with money politics. Then it was about also passing the question around about who to our successor. Can I go a little bit about that too?
Not Awolowo, Abiola's Tinubu's
I know.
successor.
They said that after Awolowo's city saga, our gross man. I'm using German sometimes. Gross is a great man. Awolowo.
Right. Yeah.
So Awolowo have no comparison, because can anybody who is talking about Tinubu here, or who is talking about me or about you, say that among the people that have been governing us now, that have been ruling us or killing us, since 1999. Has anyone come out to say, okay, I give free education to at primary level?
No, that wasn't the question, Tony. Tony, the question,
I know.
Hold on. The question is, if Tinubu loses the 2023 election, there's a good chance that he will win, but it's in a contest which then presupposes a chance, of course, that he may lose. So if he does lose the 2023 election, that will have to mark the end of his political journey. But who then will be the next champion of Yoruba politics? So that's where the question is.
Okay, sir. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. I think the next champion is going to come from among us that are in the diaspora right now. People that nothing like either you that is thinking of how to just help somebody that day, at random in Lagos, going to sending people to Lagos to empower people with 50,000, etc. I mean, nobody like that. That's what is taking me there again. That all of them, none of the above, like in the WAEC exam, GC, they say none of the above, or all of the none of the above. They have to be locked up in container and dumped somewhere, in the Okun. You know me? So because the thing is just so much. Can anybody just show me that? Like we want to compare, like I hear people were talking about Bola Ije and all those people. They were his disciples. I wish that they were alive. All these are Jasin, Ambrose Ali,
They are not, though, are they? So we have to
see, that's a pity. So that's why we need to generate. We have to generate one of those groups now, so that we can be able to get somebody that we lead the Yoruba people, the Oduduwa people. Yesterday, I was happy that World Peace is coming to to agreement that we are actually one now, because we need somebody like a Awolowo, like a Nahuru, not like a Kintola. You understand me? So that's why we also have problem right now where somebody was suggesting that probably our guy from your state, from Ibadan, not Ibadan, that is going to probably leave the G5 group.
That's a different space. But Tony, hold there. Let me take that Babate question to Kulata. We just wanted to speed through it, but
okay, sir.
Kulata, you heard what
Babati said.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. I mean, if Peter Obi was not in this, there's a candidate that is not going to the people, but is expecting the people to come to him. It's gonna fail. You're a politician. You have to go to people's level. You can't expect a mass change. Let the people follow you, and you stand up in a pedestrian and expect people to follow you. It's not gonna happen. That's not how politics works. You have to go and meet the people where they are, and that's the biggest mistake Showore is making. And that's why many people conflict that with holier than thou. I mean, sometimes they call it arrogance, they call it all sorts of things. But Showore is simply not doing one thing: going to meet the people where they are, and that is politics. So it's not. I don't expect anything better than 2019, which was the peak. That's the thing.
So you don't expect him to get any momentum, not to the level of Peter Obi, but
not even close. Not even close. Maybe something plus or minus 5,000 votes from 2019.
Oh God!
You are saying it doesn't go. You don't.
You
have to know that sometimes Kulata likes to, he likes to fish for you. He likes to fish for you. Now, I don't mind the group all the time.
I want to ask him a question. He said, "Oh, not going out to meet the people." So you did not see him in Kano?
I saw him in Kano. Grandstanding. Grandstanding is solo. And it was waving to an empty crowd. That was ridiculous.
That was sad, man. That was sad.
That was just tragic, wasn't it?
So you don't see him.
I was embarrassed. On his behalf.
You didn't know where to look.
Hold on. So you don't see him at the town hall meeting in Kano?
No, I like Koko. You see,
hold on.
There's one mistake you are making.
Hold on.
Because you feel Jowole is holy and is doing the right thing, and everybody should want to do the right thing. But the world doesn't work that way.
No, who is telling you that Showore is holy? I am asking you a question. Did you see him at the town hall meeting with the Kano people, with the governorship candidate of his party in Kano? Did you see him at all there?
No, I did not. No, honestly, I did not.
You see. Did you see him when he went to pharmaceutical what do you call it? Pharmaceutical association, when he went to ICANN, when he went to
I saw him when he went to ICANN.
I saw him at
But
ICANN, yeah.
I saw him at ICANN, but
hold on, Kulata. He had been to several professional body to deliver speech, even to the ICANN, pharmaceutical, architectural, all of them. He has been to them, and he's traveling from one state to the other in the little way that he can do. He doesn't have the money like those big politicians, and those big politicians, what you don't know and what they are portraying to you is your own money they're stealing to carry all those campaigns that you see around everywhere. So it's our own resources. It's not their own money. So they can bamboozle you the way you like. I mean, they like, and make you feel that they are playing the politics well. But what we are telling you, the way they are playing the politics, we have seen it the way they have been playing it for 23 years. It hasn't earned us anything good, but rather destroy the country and make the country look as a country that is not futuristic. So unfortunate. So Showore is not the issue the way you people are saying it. It is the people and it's the system. We have a system that doesn't want the
you just blame the people. That's the biggest mistake we're talking about. Don't blame the people. You're a politician. You can't blame the people. You have to get to their level.
Look, we are saying the system. We have a system, and that is the system Showore is trying to change. But the system has manipulated the people. The system has conditioned the people to see the politician as if, yes, they are doing it good. And they condition you too. To see them as if they are doing this thing right, whereas they are not doing it right. They are doing it right to your own detriment.
All right, Ajale Koko, let me just take that question round so that we can go away from the Showore space. I think we are nearly 40 minutes into Showore now. But let me take it to Engineer, who hopefully is still there. So the question as put by Babati, if Peter Obi was not in situation, would Showore have been able to garner anywhere near the sort of momentum that we're seeing Peter Obi gather around himself? Engineer.
Yes, woman. First and foremost, Showore will not achieve what Peter Obi achieved based on his own way of doing his political campaign. You see, when Showore started, he started very well. I think he had that. He has people that comes out for him, and all of a sudden, look, among all these politicians, all this campaign they're doing, did you see anyone start using that kind of like hard language on any politician in between themselves? No. But when Showore started, he started well along the line. I don't know how come he just deviate from things that is meant to be doing and end up lambasting the Nigerian government, lambasting the Nigerian leaders. So things like that.
Sorry, Engineer, do you think part of Showore's problem is that he doesn't have the right quality of advisors around him? Do you think that is part of the problem? He doesn't have, because he seems to be the only brain in his structure, and you do need other brains. Yeah.
Exactly. So he didn't have those kind of quality advisors that will guide him and put him through. And if you look at it, when Obi step in, he should follow Obi dictionary and see and learn. I think it's something that he needs to sit back and look at how Obi is having those momentum. People are just after Obi. People are calling his name. You see, those are the things that show what I should call it as a kind of like his plan B.
But do you think he has it in his personality? I don't think he has it in his personality to be personable.
Yeah, that one is gone. It's gone by because I think is it progressive? He said when things are doing well for sure, he's doing well. But since he went to that lockup room, and those are the things that people can't wait for him to come back. They have to make their own choice. So those are the things that made Showore to be where he is. But even though Peter Obi is not in the picture, but he can never have all these kind of people around him that the way Peter Obi is having now. I think I will give him about let's say 3.5 out of 10. That's the people that maybe will support him if Peter Obi is not there. Other people definitely go to PDP or go to APC.
All right, thank you. So let's go on to Saki. Saki.
One man, sir, please, sir.
Yeah.
People that are following Obi, thank you, sir. People that are following Obi right now, they are from this devil, these political parties from PDP, from APC. They are the one going to Obi right now. Let's forget about the whole political system because these people are wicked. You don't expect someone to go and be begging, waiting to get support from the hungry people. Our people are dying. One man. All those train when they say, Babagida, Buhari they build, now Pangolo train and the others ones, sir. Okay, right on, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Can I just, Tony, something you need to understand. Like I said to you, when Showore started, he started very well. So along the line, there is what we call manners of approach, how you speak to your to the rest of politicians in Nigeria, and those are the things that Showore is lacking. And look, the way Obi is championing the area, is moving the way he's moving now because he is very smart.
Engineer, you want him to show respect?
No. Let me greet engineer. Engineer, good evening.
No, Tony. I just wanted to go through that space quickly, but
I want to tell that people are suffering that the so we don't expect.
Sorry, hold on? Do we need you to tell us that people are suffering? Do you think
no,
we
sir?
Don't know?
Okay.
We know now.
I just say hello to engineer. Thank you very much for that.
No, of course, say hello to engineer. Of course, it's pleasantries, isn't it?
Long time. I never hear your voice.
It's just really to manage the time. That's all. But thank you, Tony.
Thank you, sir. Well, I know, sir. So that Showore cannot get anybody because he don't believe in the system. He want to change the system. So, like you rightly said, one man, Nigerians are not ready to embrace good things that will better their life because not be their fault. We not get any social security system, any place where somebody can just live to survive. That is why. So maybe we just take Showore out of it. Only Showore that meant well, like a world meant well for us, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, brilliant. So we take that conversation on to Saki. So Saki, the question as posed by
the question is very the question is very clear. There is nothing to. Yeah. So in my view, if Peter Obi is not in this picture, in my view, Showore will not still get the clouds. What do we call him? Sorry, Tony. In leadership, there are two things you need to consider. You might have the best of plans, but then there is what we call charisma. You might have the best of plans, but if you are not charismatic, if you don't have that charisma, the way people try to perceive you as a person, different from the way you are displaying yourself, the way people understand your display of your personality. You know, it also matters. So even if you have the best of plans, but then in terms of charisma, you don't have it, you might not still get that clout we are talking about. So the issue of Showore, I've always said it here, is not about tribe. What is playing against him is not even tribe. If it were to be tribe, let's start by asking the question: how many votes will he, as a person, get from his hometown as at now? Because charity begins at home. So if let's forget about maybe Igbo are voting for Igbos, Yoruba are voting for Yorubas, then Hausa voting for Hausa. Let's go to his hometown. At least he's coming out from a town. You know, let's know
He's been
the number
winning
of votes.
election in his hometown since
Let's know the number
2019. Hold on,
of
but
votes.
Saki
Okay,
Father,
then from that,
Saki
yeah. Then
Father,
from that, wait, let me finish.
Saki
Then
Father.
from
I'm
that,
answering your question. He's been winning
yeah.
election in his hometown since 2019.
Okay,
So
so
if that's what you want to know.
if we get away from the whole town, let's look at the local government. Is he winning the local government?
I mean, what are you talking
So
about?
these
You
are
are talking from town now. Now you are jumping from local government.
no,
If I
no,
said the one is local government, you will say, what of the state?
no,
What
no,
is all
no,
these excuses
no,
for?
no. It's just that
I
you've been
mean,
No,
emphasizing.
the man won his own word, not local government. He won his word, not local government, please.
Okay. So the issue is that he has been emphasizing. Ajanlego has been talking about tribe is playing against him. I don't think so. And then Hakim, I also want to correct something you said. You know, yes, Igbos are supporting Obi, of course. But what you said, I might not agree with when you said the majority of them that are supporting Obi because they want power to come to the southeast. I think the issue of power coming to the southeast is not the measured drive of the Igbos to Peter Obi. If it were to be the measured drive, somebody like Pius Anim would have Ohaneze would have pushed Pius Anim to get that very ticket in PDP. Because Pius Anim appears to be the person that has served in the national level as a former Senate president. Maybe people might think that he will have more national spread, to Ausala, to the northern part of Nigeria. So I don't think the support he's getting from the southeast. I don't think it's 100%. I don't think it's maybe to a larger degree dictated by the fact that southeast wants power to shift to southeast. I don't think that is the reason. So that's my view. So on Showore, he has the plan, the best plan. He wants things that are good for Nigeria. But on the issue of charisma, I don't think he has that charisma that will capture this very space, even if Obi is not there. That's my point there.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So we go on next to Baba Kure. So Baba Kure, the same question, your response. Baba Kure, are you still with us? All right. So let's go to His Grace. So who joins us? So His Grace. Hopefully you've been following the conversation. You heard the question, quite pungent, put by Baba T. So respond.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Think it will make any difference for sure. See, no one plays the kind of politics that Shore is playing and goes anywhere. To me, Shore seems to be like a totalitarian kind of guy. You don't want to dwell with people. You believe you are right all the time, and nobody is right. If you look at his campaign in 2019, and you look at the campaign now, you see some level of maturity. He's saying that way of doing things cannot work. If Obi has not been there, Showell will not make any difference. 33 or 34,000 votes. People will still vote for Tinubu or vote for Atiku. Now, if Showell had probably gone to an existing party or for but allow to work in that party with him,
maybe it would have made a difference. But thinking that, oh, AAC is the new sheriff in town, this is the way we want to do things. My people say, Baba Jale Koko, Tomode, Bale Maska, Afepo Wenwaju Agbalagba, wọ́n ní ọwọ́ ò tí tè kúdà, ò fẹ́ bèrè kú tó pa bàbá ẹ̀. Is that the way I see Sowore? You see, you cannot stand like you are the holiest person and think that you can fight these guys. No. Peter Obi had to go to what's his name? Doyo Kukwe. He has to move people from PDP to people like, no matter how little we think Patutomi does not have any contribution, Patutomi has his friendship in the north.
No, hold on. I'm not quite sure that Peter Obi's momentum has anything to do with either Patutomi or Donyo Okokwe. It's entirely about a tribal narrative. What embeds it, what shows it up is a tribal narrative, which Sowore doesn't have.
Woman, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you that it's tribal based.
Yes.
However, we cannot rule out the fact that people who have been in
hold on, His Grace. Let's remove the Igbo race from Peter Obi and still have Donyo Okokwe and Patutomi. Would you have gotten any momentum if they doesn't have Igbo support, but it has Okokwe and Patutomi?
Now, he would have gotten, but not as much as they have it now.
From where? It would have been at Sowore's level without the Igbos.
Not like 33,000 votes.
Well, roundabout there, just some low, some non-existent, just experimental something.
Okay, fine. These are why did I say so? Don't forget that Peter Obi chose a strategy of talking to the media. Is Sowore doing the same thing? Yes.
No, they're not letting him in. No, but a lot of what propels Peter Obi is the ethnic base. If you remove the ethnic base, okay, well, he was a two-term governor, so maybe he'll get a little bit more. Yeah, a little bit more.
That's where I'm going to.
Yes,
that's where I'm going to.
A little bit more traction than Sowore, but because Sowore's personality is bigger than Peter Obi, who doesn't really have that much of is not an enigmatic sort of a person, but Sowore is. But anyway, I don't know. Sorry, it's your opinion. So, carry on. Yeah.
I agree with you. But you see, the way Sowore say things, I do not have anything against Sowore, but the way Sowore see things, Sowore is looking at Nigeria like somebody who wants to govern a business, like somebody who wants to govern a company. No. See, you must be able to stretch your hands across. Sowore is not ready to do that. Everybody to Sowore is a thief. Everybody to Sowore is a thief. Now he's not ready to.
Are they not?
Yes, Baba Jale, we agree.
Are they not?
We agree.
Oh, okay.
But you see,
so why are you saying Sowore is not doing it right? You didn't say it right.
Okay, Baba Jale, it is you, the Ezra, that say that see the way Nigerian
politics Nigeria Nigeria be àwọn tó wà nídìí àwọn tó ń jalè Nigeria ò lè mú wọn lọ́bọ.
Ìnàkí làwọn yẹn
wọ́n mọra wọn wá ṣeré bàbá tí ìnàkí burúkú wọn pa ọ̀yẹn ní sá.
Yes, so now Peter Obi chose to be the kind of Inoki táwọn people ìfẹ́. I don't know whether you get me. Now, if the guy there will you perform? I don't know. But let us look at it from this angle. If Peter Obi eventually becomes president, 2023, and all the things this guy is saying, let us assume that it functions that way. He's cutting this, he's doing that, he's doing this. What he has only succeeded in doing is to be that Inoki to actualize the dream that every Nigerian wants. Showa is not seeing things that way. If you don't do it my way, then there's no way. That's where I see Showa. My opinion, anyway. If you don't do it my way, then it's no way. So even if Peter Obi has not been in the picture, people will still have gone for. It will not have made any difference for Showa. Maybe from 35,000 to 39,000. Highest. That's my opinion.
All right, brilliant. So thank you. So let's move completely away from the show space, because I'm rather keen to have a conversation around this space. Saki Fada still has the floor. If Kulata is listening, it looks as though he's busy somewhere. But if he's listening, he can chime in as well, as can everybody else. Buhari government moved to concession Ajaokuta Steel Company. So if we're looking at Buhari leaving on the 29th of May, which is to say January, February, March, April, May, so in 6 months, but they are looking to sell Ajaokuta within that time span. So, but why? Olamilekan Adegbite, Minister of Mines and Steel Development, has disclosed that no less than 11 companies are vying for control of the Ajaokuta Steel Company. The Minister of Information and Culture's PMB Scorecard Series 9th edition featured a presentation by Mr. Adegbite on the accomplishments of his ministry in Abuja on Thursday. He said that the Buhari administration had successfully settled all legal disputes it had with the steel company and was now in the process of selling it to an appropriate bidder. When then President Olusegun Obasanjo granted Global Steel a concession for Ajaokuta in 2005, it sparked legal action and a $7 billion demand from Global Steel. Things went sour and they took us to court. The court went on for about 12 years, but thanks to a patriotic Nigerian lawyer in the United Kingdom who handled the case very effectively, Mr. Adegbite explained. Global Steel came with a demand of $7 billion, but our lawyer was able to puncture holes in their case, and at the end, they had to settle for $496 million. He said that Nigeria benefited from the ruling. The minister said that except for the C-19 pandemic breakout, the Buhari administration had planned to have the Ajaokuta Steel Company operational by the end of 2022. But he added that the government was committed to making sure that the company was given to a qualified bidder who had the technical and financial resources to maximize its potential. We are supposed to make the plant work in 2022. One of the presidential mandates was to resolve all contending issues on Ajaokuta. In 2019, at the Russia-Africa Summit in Moscow, President Buhari discussed the idea of resuscitating Ajaokuta with President Vladimir Putin. An agreement was reached for Russian engineers to come in for a technical audit by March 2020. But the emergence of the first and second waves of C-19 stalled the plan. We hope that we can give Ajaokuta to a company, not just on concession basis, but on equity participation. He said that out of the 11 companies bidding, 3 were Russians. We're talking of companies who intend to bring in their money into Ajaokuta to make sure it works. The plant is still good. If we put in the right amount of capital, it will start producing in less than 2 years. The government has employed a transaction advisor to guide us through the process. So somewhat of a stilted read there. I can't speak today, but I think you get the gist of it. They are trying to sell Ajaokuta just at the very last moment of leaving government. What are you making of that, Saki?
My problem is that how much are they going to sell it, and who is going to buy it at the end of the day? Is it going to be the usual kind of selling to friends or selling to or making transactions that have nepotistic tendencies, you know. So it's really important to know who they are selling it to and how much they are selling it. But if I were to argue, the time they are already leaving, they should have just left it for the new administration to better decide on how to go about either managing it optimally, reviving it as government assets, then trying to manage it optimally, or whether to sell it, you know, to proper bidders, you know. So in this case, I don't know what they are trying to achieve. I don't know whether they want to sell it off the way they sold one bank. There was one bank, I don't know the bank in Nigeria, that federal government pumped in a lot of money as bailout, you know, and they say that federal government pumped in so much money in that very bank as bailout. And recently we heard that that very bank has been sold to, I don't know whether it is a northerner that bought that bank, you know, at a paltry amount that is inconsequential, you know. If you
Well,
consider how much,
Polaris Bank. It's Polaris
oh, okay,
Bank.
yeah, Polaris
And
Bank.
they sold it for 40 billion.
Yeah. So
But
you can,
the people that bought it, though, the speculation is that they are fronts for Emefiele, so he sold it to himself, is what people think.
no, you can imagine.
Yeah.
So that is the problem with all these trying to sell off certain national assets, because this administration, a lot of illicit transactions are really have really gone on. So this one that it is almost at their terminal period, and they are quick to sell off.
Is it acceptable that they should sell Ajaokuta? No matter how far advanced that deal is, it must not be completed until the next administration comes in, because it is the next administration that has to carry that process.
Yes. Yeah, that's my. I will feel that they should just let it for the next administration, you know, to drive that very process, you know, because the steel industry is a very important asset to the nation. And I think if you study some countries that have this steel very well, I think it's they allow their government to actually manage it. You know, it's a very important asset to the nation. So I don't think, my view is that even if they are going to sell it off, you know, it depends on who is going to buy. Is it going to be the usual kind of transactions, you know, the way it has been in the past, you know, or and how much are they going to sell it? It's is the amount they are going to sell it, you know, enough to reasonable enough to
Saki, do you think the Nigerian space, do you think they've taken the learning from the way they sold the power sector and it just led to darkness? Do you think they've taken the learning sufficiently not to repeat it again?
I don't think they have taken the learning. I don't really think, you know, they have taken the learning. I think they are still making the mistake up to today, you know. I think they are still making that very mistakes. So I don't think, to me, I don't think it's a good idea to do it. I would just suggest that they just allow the next administration to drive that process of either revamping that sector or making a better informed decision, you know, regarding how to go about the whole thing. So this one, I will think that this thing they want to do now. There is going to be a huge corruption that is embedded in it, sort of. That's what I think, you know.
All right. Kulata, any thoughts on that space? It looks as though Kulata may be in the middle of so many things.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening. For the concession, I mean, look, this has been one of our major disasters. It's passed from Russians to Indians. I mean, people, technical partners that have no skill. And ultimately, we had to pay close to $500 million to get ourselves off the latest misdeal, if I may call it that way, the Indians. So at this point, it doesn't make sense for Nigeria to try and run Ajakuta still, because we spent a lot of billions in it. I can't remember the exact amount of billions, and we can't make it work. So if they're going to concession it, please let us not make the kind of mistake we've made in the past. When we concession it to Indians, they have no idea what to do with it. We had to pay them $500 million to get out of that contract. So the technical partners, hopefully the technical partners they select this time around, have a good grasp of how that plant was built. It was built by Russians using Russian technology from the 70s, I think. So I don't mind if the concession is. I just need to make sure, I just want us to make sure they're competent technical partners, because we need sheets of steel. There's no country that will be industrialized that doesn't have steel production capacity. We need the steel. We have iron in that area. We need the steel. That will, if it's done right, that will be the bedrock of our industrialization. But we just need to sell it to the appropriate technical partners. And I can't judge Buhari's government in the area of privatization because I don't know. I mean, maybe, I don't know if I've not paid attention enough, or I don't know if Buhari has successfully handed over any enterprise of the government into private hands. So I can't tell if their record is going to be as terrible as Atiku's during Obasanjo's government, or they will actually try and do it right. Because if we're going to base it on PDP, they're notorious for selling things to non-competent actors that all they want to do is to wait for our government to bail themselves out and pay them out of this contract. So I want to hope that APC will not do what PDP used to do and actually bring expertise that will be able to run this company. I don't care. I mean, not so much. I mean, we should be able to try and recoup how much we spent. But with that particular steel plant has been a cesspit of corruption. So we can never recoup how much we've spent on it. So let's just try and forget about that. But they should at least concession it at a fair value. And the most important thing is it needs to work. We need forgery. We need something that generates steel. And then we need all sorts of things that we can create molds and we can become industrialized on the long run. But please, God, let APC concession it to competent technical partners. I think that's the least we can pray for in this circumstance.
Do you remember that there was a move by the state governor of that state to try to take it over a while back? They were interested in it as well because they thought they could better manage it at the state level. And they were trying to partner with the Russians, of course, because that's their design. Do you think that they should be involved in where it's not nationalized, it's kind of like local, like a state kind of run operation, yet using foreign partners, but this time around, state instead of federal government?
I think that was even under this Yahaya Bello, but yes.
Yeah, was it? Yeah, that was.
It was under Yahaya Bello, but it's Yahaya Bello. I mean, I don't know. Can the states run it? Like, it would be nice for the state to be able to run it because that will set a new precedent where, I mean, resource control, resources going out back to the state. But I would like that idea, but something like a steel plant. If the states can successfully partner with the correct technical partners, why not? Because isn't that what we want from a resource control perspective? I believe
that Lagos PPP kind of thing, where it's kind of state and federal, state and private, where it's not entirely privately owned. That's what.
Okay. Yeah, but how will that work out really? Because it's always been a federal project. It's always been federal money that's been sunk into it. I'm not sure if that will have worked.
The other thing is if they concession it to Kogi State, that will open up somewhat of a Pandora box. So because that's a natural resource that's been then of course the Niger Delta will come will say, can we have our oil back, please?
That came during the debate of the Zamfara gold. That's where that came from. When Zamfara was having the argument of who owns this gold in Zamfara, that's where that came from. If they can own their gold, we can own our own
still.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, Kulota, 1 minute, sir. Because one man say we can interject a bit. You know that that Yaya Bello's option would have been the best because most of the people that are trained by the Russians are still living there today in Kogi State. I have three senior relatives. But now they are growing old. They are growing older. Let us just start to do the right things as black people because we are acting so stupid. People that have been trained for that project are now getting old, and then they'll be useless later. So that's what I'm saying. They should let Kogi State take over that space and let them make like a MOU. Sorry, is it a MOU with the Russians who built it? We don't need Indians. We don't need anybody.
But Tony, if they let Kogi State take over Ajaokuta still, how can they then hold on to the Niger Delta oil? Because it's the same thing, isn't it? It's the same principle.
No, I get you, sir. But at least make it work for us because people that are there, they are from Yoruba, they are from Benin, they are from Isha.
No. That's not where we are. No, that's not where we are. The state controls all of these resources, especially the ones found under the ground. Although they are letting Zamfara hold on to their gold, which is a different space entirely. But the same minerals that they have in Ajaokuta is the same sort of mineral they have in the Niger Delta, which they call oil. So if Kogi State holds on to its iron ore, then surely the Niger Delta then holds on to their oil.
Yes, I get you. But no, that wouldn't apply immediately because right now, if that guy can be able to manage it, we say, okay, still belong to Nigeria government, but at least somebody have to be there instead of selling it out. We don't have to sell all these things out. We have to copy from Russia, from Brazil, other countries. These are strategic, industries that look. Now they will feed they produce our rail tracks. They not do CKDs, completely knocked down very things. See what they use in in assembly cars. I mean, my brothers and sisters on the platform, we are not just look, we are acting so stupidly, and we are waiting for 2 years, 3 years. This is a thing. Just call the Russians. Partner with Russia. If you partner with Russia now, for example.
Hold on. But they are already partnering. From the readout, they've already had conversations with the Russians during the Africa-Russia summit, and they are saying that there's a good chance that they can have it operational within 2 years. So that's already happening.
Yes. But the problem is that that this government that is currently in Nigeria right now is not Russia friendly. Because remember that back in the days, no, hold on, sir, little bit. That if you kill Boko Haram, you kill our people. So you know that if Russia come into that space, they wouldn't allow any terrorists to exist in that area, like they did in Syria right now. If they come there, they will wipe out Boko Haram and they create enabling environment. They will regulate that industry. That industry will serve us. But these people they are more teaching towards Saudi Arabia and all those they are useless. Thank you.
Let's hear from Babati. You wanted to come in, Babati.
Okay, I was just trying to figure out that if within 2 years we can fully run that, regardless of what we come up, state run or privately run, how much impact in terms of GDP growth do you think we can have every quarter? If you have to do an estimate of the cost, because the nerve for any growth in any country is your chemical industry and your steel industry. Now, if we get the steel industry right, hopefully we are working on the chemical part of it. How much do you think that at a very efficient rate, of course, how much do you think per quarter we can grow as a society with steel being very available in the country per quarter and within 4 years?
Oh, well, I mean, the best this will do is to replace our steel imports. It's still going to have to do with how many foundries do we have in the country to produce all sorts of metal casting and all.
Right.
And
Let's say within that 2 years where they are preparing to have that guarantee that they already have this in place, also growing and also developing that chemical stuff as well. If we can have that within 2 years, how much do you think you can grow having those two things? Because they're the bedrock of any manufacturing in any site.
it is the bedrock, but is it now on its own without power? It's still going to be limited without power.
That's the thing, yeah.
Because that power is still going to stifle. Is it going to stifle?
No, power is not going to be pro. They can generate their own.
No, because
that's just for that factory, but for secondary industries that will have steel forging where they can create all sorts of design, all sorts of cast, like 3D. I mean, if we can do some 3D printing with steel.
Let me push it. Let's say somehow we have that steel thing running, the chemical thing in that efficient, and somehow we can guarantee supply, because we still also have to work on the cost that we give to manufacturing. They cannot be paying the same rate as you and I. They have to get like a discount rate, some like. So we have those things for them. How much do you think we can grow within 4 years if we have all those things together per quarter, GDP wise?
Yeah. So if we have this just without power and all, GDP wise, I feel is not going to be too significant, because I think it's going to take us close to 10 years to be able to fully maximize our steel producing capacity. That means we need to get to the point where it's cheaper for us to build stuff in Nigeria than to import them. So if we still need to import finished product and it's still cheaper than manufacturing it in Nigeria, then it's not going to be cost efficient. At the very minimum, we'll just be maybe exporting steel.
Yeah, I'm asking that because you said chemical and steel, right? Is the bedrock. That means you still have to do more.
Yeah, it's the bedrock of industrialization.
Right. So let's say we get those two things right, and we fix our power with the CMS thing coming.
Oh, if we fix our power with everything.
That's our point. Like we have CMS working, we have the chemicals.
We have CMS, we have everything. Oh yeah. We can push.
And we have tax break for you using like if you have a plant now, you don't pay.
If we have tax breaks, manufacturers starts coming in. We're generating our own steel. We're doing everything. Oh boy, that's going to be significant.
Per quarter, though, do you see like a China, the kind of stuff they had in the early 2000s, like that kind of 15%?
Well, not like a China, because what about the brains? The Nigerian brain is not the Chinese brain. Let's not keep ourselves.
Wait, okay. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say on this platform that we're not smart enough?
It's funny that you should say the Nigerian brain is not like the Chinese brain, because people say that the Chinese and the Jewish people are the smartest people, but a lot of people actually add the Nigerians as a third element in that.
The Asians and the Jews are the smartest. The Jews are the smartest ultimately, but it's a cultural thing too. Like, I mean, Nigeria is not just one monolith that everybody behaves the same. I mean, if anything, maybe the Southeasterners are the most hardworking.
I disagree that those people, the Jew and the Chinese.
The Jews are the smartest too. It's documented.
They are not smartest.
The Jews are.
They are not.
IQ. They have the highest IQ in the world.
No, they are not. It's because we don't manage ourselves well. That is the problem. They manage their human. Look, in the school here, Nigerians come on top of the classes in the school here.
But do you know there's a natural selection? There's a natural selection for those that emigrate versus those that stay. There's a natural selection. You weed out a lot of dumb people from people that emigrate. You know that, right?
Well, what we have here is that in the school here, our children comes on top of the class.
Yeah, because the smart people are the ones that leave the country.
No, I'm talking about our own children that were born here.
Yeah, because they're part of your pedigree, and you are one of the people that left the country.
What are you talking about? We are smarter
what I'm talking
them.
about. There's a process of.
Sorry, I beg. Apologies, Kulanta, but there's an element that you are missing. These are our children that are doing well in that space. They are still doing well within a space that was essentially created by Jewish people, because there's a lot of Jewish influence in American intellectualism. In fact, a lot of it is based on their, science base. Everybody acknowledges that they are.
Jews are
from the German, immigrants that migrated after the Second World War.
Yes. But those German immigrants were mainly Jewish people. Einstein, all of these people.
Yes, sir. But we see how the Jews. Let me ask Kulata. Kulata, is that Kulata speaking?
Okay, yes, sir.
So Kulata, are you not doing, your best, amongst your co-workers, with the white people? As far as I'm concerned, I'm the best, professional. I'm the best here in Germany. In terms of my company, wherever I'm working here, I'm the best. So that's what one man is telling that we have good praise.
I'm not the best. I work in a company.
Do they bother people with double head? The Chinese and the Jews?
Tony, you're missing the point here.
Yes.
Individually, we can compete with anybody from around the world. What they have is collective. That means they have
collective, exactly.
They have racial loyalty to their people. We don't have that. So you can be brilliant as a Nigerian individually, but when it comes to collective effort, we don't have that. So that is why.
That's why Johnny Coco told that if you put that people in place.
That is what I'm saying. We don't have a central body like the government that can manage us well and then use us, as
Ajale Koko, they are a people, not a country. So they are a people, not a country. The Jewish, they are a people, not a country.
So let's look at this. The Jewish are they are overrepresented in Nobel laureates. They're a tiny population, but they're excessively represented in Nobel laureates.
Don't move the issue. You're moving away from the initial point because we are going to this. I'm
even talking on an individual basis. The Jews are the Access Jenny. What's the name? How do I even pronounce this? Is it Access Jenny? Whatever. I can't even pronounce it. Right. One particular set of Jews. They are super smart.
Oh yeah, I know those ones. Yeah, I cannot recall. Yeah.
We know, but please, because he said the brains, and he laughed when I asked him. He said we don't have the brains. That's why I had issues with what he was saying. That if we get everything together, I'm like, we have the brains as well, but there's no collective will. Once you have the collective will, we will also shine the same way.
That is it.
It's nothing special.
No, but you cannot say that though. That there's no collective will because you are looking at it from a Nigerian point of view. But that's why I was trying to make the point that they are a people, not a country. So we are Yoruba peoples outside of Nigerians, just like the Jewish people are Jewish people outside of even Israel and whatever. So they're sufficient enough of us to be able to form some sort of narrative, which they successfully do more than anybody else, and nobody else has been able. So it has to be a.
No, woman, that's my point. I'm saying that we don't do that. Is my point, but we have the brains to do it. Individually, we are brilliant people as well. We just
Babati, I disagree. Stop comparing the diaspora Nigerian population with the local population. There's a selection bias for those that get out of the country. Those that get out of the country tends to be one of the better or the best brains out of the country. The ones that remain in the country are not always the sharpest tool in the box.
Okay, wait. Let me ask you. The people that were Jewish that made the move to return back to Israel, were they diasporans or not?
They were diasporans, Ashkenazi Jews.
So what are you saying? Okay, people here too as Nigerians, can't we do the same thing?
But there's a special one thing you also need to take. There's a special IQ for Ashkenazi Jews. Google it. They have the average highest IQ in the world.
Okay, who determines how are they able? How are they able to determine that?
It is measured. It is measured.
Wait. This is very important. I'm saying that you don't need that level of intelligence to do what I'm talking about. Even if you are intelligent, what I'm discussing does not need that level of intelligence. Just average enough collectively will do the job. You don't need to be.
Yeah, but Babati, I've argued this thing before. Your collective IQ determines how productive of a society you are. It determines your priorities. It determines your culture. It actually makes your culture more mature. It makes your culture more geared towards what's that thing called? Or group interest, whatever that thing is called again. Like if you have collective interest. But if your average IQ is not that high, you tend to see a lot of self-destructive behavior in that population. And we have that in Nigeria.
So basically, we are done.
Kulata, let me ask you a question. Babati, please. Let me ask a question. So between the Chinese and the Jews, who do you think first reached technological advancement, and how did you arrive?
It will be the Chinese because they've been
exactly.
Right.
The Jews, if they deal with technology, they deal with it excellently. Because look at the number. Have you read the book called Startup Capital? Go read that book. As small as Israel is, look at the number of startups that Israel is churning out. As tiny as that population is, you'll be amazed. Go and read that book. You'll be shocked.
Kulata, that's not just the basic, because I'm just curious about how you arrive as Jews being the smartest people in the world.
Google. You see, You see, this thing is measured. This is not my opinion.
Okay. I know what you mean by Ashkenazi Jews having the highest IQ, but per average, I've studied that.
Per average, they have the highest IQ.
I'm not arguing with you, but
you mean in the human race?
Yes.
In the human race, I swear to God, in the human race.
How can you say something? Oh my God.
They measure this now.
It's a fact. It's a fact.
It's a fact, Ajale Gogo. It's a fact.
For God's sake.
No, guys, wait.
When you have not even explored every human race on earth.
Ajale Gogo, do you know what is called the bell curve, right? The bell curve. Have you heard of the bell curve? You know the average IQ of Nigeria in the bell curve is less than 100.
It's about 79 or something.
It's less than 100.
Yeah, it's very low. Very low.
I'm still wondering, how did they arrive?
It's science, this research.
The science now, they measure these things. I'm not kidding. The Jews are super smart.
All this measurement can be biased too.
Make we know they fool each other.
Let's calm down, guys. This is my point. Even if they have the highest, which I support based on research and everything, I'm saying that you don't need that high of an IQ collectively to do what I'm talking about. No, you don't need that to get to where you need to go. It's my point. So let's not make it like, because they have the highest.
But you see, I get what you're going, Papa T. I've thought about it. There was one time in my life, I was still a very, very young guy, that I used to go on Stormfront and go and argue with racists and all those things. My eyes opened a little bit on some of the things I discovered. It was actually, I was ashamed of some of the things I discovered. You see, I think IQ determines your society, determines how you can develop. When you look at some of the things that were going on in ancient Rome, I was marveled at some of the things that they were doing back in ancient Rome. I'm like, we didn't even get there in 1920 in Nigeria.
You didn't know our history. You didn't know what we did in the past.
Oh Lord,
because it's not been reported.
I know
because it's not been reported doesn't mean that
I have interest. I have interest in a lot of technological advancements that happens in Nigeria. Like not culture and if a sculpture. I've read a lot about those
what
things.
Is helping the Jew today is unity among them and collective will.
Yeah, but it also has to do with IQ for you to be able to think that unity of purpose is the right thing to do.
IQ does not come from heaven. It doesn't come from heaven.
I won't even argue.
It's not peculiar to some people in this world. But we have a situation in our country where we as people has not been well managed by
but there's a reason for that, Ajale Koko.
That has to do with your level
if we have good leadership that can manage us well, that can support, give that support that is necessary to us when we are growing up. Give us the best of the best education.
Ajane Koko, how come they have good leadership and we don't?
It's not by chance that they have good leadership.
Colonization,
Exactly.
long-time colonization, destroy us as people.
No.
The same colonization happened to South Korea. Japan colonized South Korea. Look at South Korea today.
Okay, hold
Japan
on,
colonized
right
China.
there.
Look at China today.
Hold on.
Europe colonized parts of China. Look at where they are today.
What we are saying is that we find ourselves in a country that is not well structured. If we had continued the way we were in the First Republic, where everybody control their resources and develop at their own pace,
how come we could not manage what came out of the first resources? It's not by accident.
No, that is not the issue.
Okay.
That is not the issue. If you are bringing that, then you don't want to consider why I don't have super brain. You don't want to consider the reason why I don't have that super brain that you are mentioning that the Jew had. The Jews have the best of the best support.
The Jews are one of the most colonized people on earth.
They are not. That is not true. That is not true.
Since Pharaoh.
That is not true.
Pharaoh, Iran,
that is not
Iraq,
true. Forget about
Pharaoh,
those
Iran,
Pharaoh.
Iraq,
Even most
Germans,
of those Pharaoh. Even those most of that
one
Pharaoh.
Of the most colonized people on earth.
Hold on. The Pharaoh
and you can see they're still smart.
No, that is not even the Pharaoh history.
Oh my
there
God.
is nothing to show for it. They said it's all lie. Historians came out and said it's a lie.
Let's calm down, please.
Historian has debunked a lot of things that they reported in that period.
Let's wait. K, please let me put you on the spot here for a second, and this is very important because there was a reason I kept pushing about the variables, right, in regards to us getting our shit together. And I asked you about the steel and the chemicals and the light. And you said, basically, what you're saying right now on this platform is that even if we get everything right, sadly enough for us, we don't have the brains to implement everything. So there's no hope, pretty much, is what you're saying. Because we don't have the brains, according to you.
Yes.
Just say it, please.
It's hard to say. It's hard to say it.
It's not hard. No, it's not hard.
It's not hard. Look, I've come to the realization about the black race.
We are done.
Sorry. Before you land that realization, add this onto that thought process. Kulata, do you think that black people do you think they are able to self-govern, or do they have to be governed?
It's not by accident that you'll see. There's no single pure black race. It's just now that we're starting to see some trinkles, some sprinkles here and there. But on the average, black people have not been able to self-govern. I'm ashamed to say it. You can see I lowered my voice. But it's something. It's a realization.
Can I say something, Kulata? That thing is not true.
Why? Tell me an example.
Do you know what they call Alafin? Do you know about your empire very well?
I've read a lot about Oyo Empire.
So how will you raise civilization during Oyo Empire before all this incursion?
That's exactly. Look at what was happening in Pompeo when the volcano happened in Pompeo. Go and look at restaurants and toilet and sewage system and dams. And all those things they were building in Pompeo, BC. This was before Christ. You are now telling me about Oyo Empire that did not create a will. They did not create a will. They did not create a writing system.
Empire, they manufacture local street lights using Ogusho.
They did not create street lights. Is that
wait? Babati, let me just land this point. Just 2 minutes, please. You see, one thing is this. The problem we have within the black race is because we've not been documenting our history. Even in Nigeria, for example, look at what happened recently.
We have griots. Don't we have griots that tell our stories from generation to generation?
This thing is all about narratives. See, the China you are talking about, you understand? The biggest ship that even the Great Britain, when they during their revolution manufacture, you understand? Chinese, they've done like almost more than 20 times the capacity of the same ship in almost 1,000 years before even Great Britain will even do their own. But today, until recently, when you look at the narratives, Chinese, you would think that Chinese people, they are inferior technologically. But historically, these things are pure lies. The Western world actually showed
No. I used to be all that stuff. Like, I started looking at what these guys have been creating in BCs, not even AD, BCs. Some of them are still standing. We did not have that level of innovation or creation. No, we did not. And there are many reasons for it.
They are not documented. That's the difference.
Oh my God.
No,
The ones they've discovered.
What Ola is saying is true.
I'm telling
They
you,
are not
like, look,
documented, and
I know the
a lot
innovation
of
we
have been
did.
destroyed.
Some of the innovation.
How did Nigeria come about being bros? What technology?
We independently got the Iron Age by ourselves, and you could see that in the evidence of some of the carving. I mean, some of the Ife masks, some of the Benin bronze, some of the Nok culture. But beside, and we only have one documented proof of written language, the Insibidi, which is closer to the current the current Cross River that area, that section, including some mostly Igbo area. But those were sparse things. I sat down and went to look at the Roman Empire early days. These guys had a lot of innovations that they actually lost after they fought with the Germanic tribe. They were far advanced. Far advanced.
Wait. I'm not actually.
I'm ashamed to say it.
Wait. Now, I've also read too, and some of the things I won't say yet because they are shameful. We have a shameful past. It's terrible. What I'm saying is now, looking forward now, are you suggesting that perhaps we should be colonized all over again, because that's the only way we can be successful?
Look, there's some things I'm sorry that I have
maybe
to say.
Hold on. Maybe not colonized, but supervised. Do you think we should be supervised?
Okay, let me put it this way. You guys try and be objective about this. Under the British, we had a functioning rail system that traversed the entire country, even though it was for export of our goods. But we did have one. Assuming there was continuity, even though they were ripping us off, they used us just to export goods. If there was continuity and the British were still supervising this thing, do you think our infrastructure will be where it is right now? Just honest answer.
No.
Can I answer that?
Nobody's arguing. Okay, nobody's arguing that we've been irresponsible. What I'm trying to get at is that you are talking about our inefficiencies being some kind of genetic malformation or deficiency in some way or shape or form. That's the reason why I asked the question that we are being realistic. That do we need to be supervised the way one?
I think we need to be supervised. You see, here's the thing. I'm going to bring up the bell curve again. I'm sorry. These are common, like some of the.
No, don't apologize. Don't apologize, please. Go ahead.
I have to apologize because I always feel ashamed when I talk about this. These are some of like the deepest racist shit you're going to see online. But there's something called the bell curve. Bell curve just shows like, okay, this is the IQ curve, where smarter people lean on the curve. You see, in Nigeria, you'll see a lot of geniuses in Nigeria, but the average IQ is not genius level. But you're going to see towards the right, a ton of brilliant people, a shitload of brilliant people. They're the best of the best in the world. But the majority don't fall there. We have a ton of people that are super dumb. So it's no.
Can I have a minute?
Let me just finish this point. Let me just quickly finish this point. And it is no coincidence that when you look at the leanings of the bell curve, where you have more leanings towards people that have over 100 and above, those society can self-govern. But when you see a lot of the bell curve moving towards the left, less than 100, they are disaster societies. So there's something to do with if we can allow the smart people in our society to govern us, we'll be better off. But because we have maybe way higher population of dumb people, that's why we can't seem to self-govern. But is it by coincidence that you extract Africa and you plug it into 80? And if I go into 80, it's like I'm in Ondo town. It's no coincidence. It's like I'm in some village in Akwa Ibom.
No. Okay. You are no. Wait. You are also ignoring the impact of slavery to the black side.
Yeah, but chattel
you have to mix slavery. Sorry,
chattel slavery is not unique. Chattel slavery is not unique to Black Africa. If I tell you that,
okay, let me tell you this.
If I tell you the fact that, let me give you one shocker. North Africa enslaved a lot of Europe, including Ireland. Go and read about it.
Especially those Slavic countries. In fact, the Slavic countries, that Slavic,
they enslaved them in mass numbers. North Africa enslaved all those coastal Europe. They enslaved all of them. But look at where they are today. It's not just slavery. Every history of mankind had slavery. Somehow we can get over our own slavery.
Okay, let me tell you this. Why you're saying we cannot?
I'm so ashamed to be talking like this. This is a part of me that I don't want to reveal, but shit has dropped. Too much wine. I drank too much wine tonight. I'm saying shit now.
Hold on. Before you come in, you say you are talking. Look, they are killing you in the comment section. By the way,
I don't care who they're killing me.
I only just speak.
I'm enjoying this. Actually, I'm really enjoying this.
I'm enjoying it too. But
if anybody goes to read what I'm saying, you will see the truth.
No, we know. But listen
to Femi.
Let me say.
Let me just read this. Listen to Femi. This is Femi from the comment section. It says, now I understand Kulata's fascination and support of Tinubu. You can have self-loathing and an inferiority
complex.
Stockholm syndrome. And that's just one of the nicer ones. The rest they are too blue for me to read. But sorry,
honestly, everybody will self-discover these things at some point in their life. They'll realize.
Okay, let me say this. Kulata, you are overrating these Jew people you are saying, you are talking about. You don't consider a lot of things that work in their favor, a lot of things that were given to them that make them excel that we are denied of. Look, most of these, their experience and the ingenuity you're talking about in science and all these things, they got all these things from from Germany when they were in Europe. Even the sense of having media houses where you have in United States today, they got that idea in Germany because during the Second World War, Germany was using the media to carry out propaganda to energize the German in support of Hitler while he was carrying out that war against the world. So they learned a lot of things from the German. Then after the Second World War, for the way they were treated, they were given reparation. Or what do you call it? They were given what is this monetary this thing?
They got what's it called? I know what you're talking about.
Hold on. Hey, what is it?
Reparations. They got reparations. And there's Aliyah. There's Aliyah.
And the tax exemption.
There's reparation. And there's support from the British government, and then there's Aliyah. I've read, Ajanle Koko. I've read all these things.
Hold on.
Okay.
Ajanle Koko, let me just add this. Yes. You know that German space that you are talking about that day. A lot of those the science in Germany was even from the Jewish
controlled
people,
by Jews,
like Einstein and all of those ones that they took after the Second World War II. You know, it was the Jews that
brought all those things.
It was the German Jews that started NASA, which you have in America. These German Jews.
And not just that. Even before all these things, the Jews devised an idea to control the central banking system in Germany and much of Europe. Those are what's the name of that family again?
Is it
that Jewish
Rockefeller?
family.
Is it
No,
Rockefeller?
not Rockefeller. The
Oh, I know the one you
Rothschild.
mean. Rothschild. The Rothschild.
Rothschild.
Yes, one of them
Look,
is a lord here.
the Rothschild,
Yeah,
like, is anyway. You
yeah,
guys will learn this thing
yeah,
independently, and you will
yeah.
sober.
Let me
Can I say
finish.
something to you? Can
Ola,
I say
Jem, finish.
something? Okay.
Jem, Parijo, please. So they were giving this reparation. They were giving all the support for them to excel by America, by all the Western world, and that brought them to where they are today. Were we giving all this support of African people after long, centuries of colonization? Even after this independence that said they gave to African country, were we left alone to operate, to develop on our own?
Can we compare? Okay.
France, they control all the
the
French-speaking West
central
African
banks of
countries.
all the francophone. I know all
Yes.
those. I mean, I'm not a
British
dumb
still
guy.
control. Hold on, British still control Nigeria.
Okay, now
How do you want to
wait now, Ajanle
develop?
Koko.
Hold
After
on.
all that
How would
sub
you develop
story,
to compete
wait,
with
after
others
all
around the
that,
world?
after all that sub story, you now have to call out India. You now have to call out Bangladesh. You now have to call Pakistan. Why is India developed? They went through similar circumstances that we did go through. The economy is now bigger than the people that colonized them. Why did Peter Obi that loves to talk about Bangladesh? How come Bangladesh tripled their GDP from 2010 till today? How come South
Can I
Korea
respond to you?
had a
Can I
similar
respond to you?
economy as
Wait, Kulata.
Ghana? Had a similar economy as Ghana. Now they're the top tech country in the world. You see, at some point in time, you have to think. We've been so wait.
Please let me
Wait,
respond to Kulata.
we've been exposed to all sorts of high technology. We've been colonized. We've been exposed.
Babati, please let me respond to Kulata.
Yeah.
See, Kulata, you've used Berkov very often today, and you are missing. I think you are missing a point there. You see, the narrative that the world wants you to know is what they will push to you. Forget about the evidences you are seeing within your society. You mentioned India now. You mentioned India. Did you know that the combination of India alone and China were responsible for about 70% of the global trade before the First World War? Now, who went to that place?
So for being responsible for global trade, is it by being dumb or is it by being smart? Answer that question. Answer that question first before you move forward.
Wait.
To have the capacity.
So you are making a self-defeating argument. Ola is what
No,
is telling you.
I'm not, because it never allowed me to land. It never allowed me to land. You never even know where I'm going. So now look at this thing now. India, they were able to come back because when Britain tried to deindustrialize them, because they were unable to penetrate them fully by changing their entire culture.
So we were dumb enough to allow our culture
we are
to
not
be changed.
Dumb. We still have Ethiopia there that didn't embrace all those.
You guys will stop making excuses.
Guys, wait. Kulata, please. Maybe you were not here yesterday, and I brought this.
I wasn't here yesterday. I was traveling.
Okay, so because you brought up India and Singapore, wonderful. But what you failed to say, which is kind of unfair to our culture, is that they have tried what we're trying. They copy and paste, but they learned quickly to tailor whatever they are getting from other countries into their own culture. Like yesterday,
what governs your what governs your ability to learn quickly?
Let me explain.
No, just answer that question. What governs your ability to learn quickly?
Well, I know where you're going with that, but give me
quick. Just answer that question. Answer that question. Just answer that question first.
Because
what governs your ability to learn quickly?
Because IQ itself.
Thank you.
Wait. IQ itself has different forms. I hope you know that.
I know now. I know. We can go into all those places.
That's the reason why I said peculiarity matters. So yesterday, I asked one man, because he's from Oyo. I asked him the question, one man, if you remember. I said, should we bring back the House of Chiefs? in terms of, because we were asking about Korea, some kind of stuff yesterday, if you remember, right? And I said, right, that perhaps whatever we have learned from these countries, like India, like Singapore have done, they have tailored those things to their own culture, to their own needs. What we do is we do a copy and paste, and perhaps we should start looking at how to assimilate those things into our own culture. But to not just because that's the reason why I gave you all the variables being perfect, and you said we don't have the brains to do those things. But if you don't have the brains to do it, then what next? Then just give up on Nigeria.
Please, one man, can I interject? Please, sir.
Yeah, come in, Tony. Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. You know, I think all of us are very right here.
But be in the topic though. Don't take us to don't take us to Ajash. Don't take us to Ajash or
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Yeah. You know, all of us are somehow right. You know that we are just killing time, because what Kulata says that is how I came into this platform before, when a woman have to be so angry, sometimes was so crazy, and then he said, okay, I will stop Tony. Then later he let me in again, because he said, how can I, how do I say that we should allow the white man to come and survive? But right now, due to racism that is going on around the world, I'm not against white people coming to take over our country. But what Kulata is trying to point out is that why is it that that all the other people were colonized and maltreated? Even the Indians were more maltreated than the black people. But how come that we couldn't continue from where they came to stop us that time? That's what Kulata is saying. That if you go to Haiti, the same narrative. Anywhere you go to South Africa, not only black people, not suffer. You go to anywhere, and then in the midst of plenty. That's why we say.
Because now, the Indians are brighter than the black people.
No, woman. That is what is bringing us now to where you may say don't touch. Like what Ajani said that we are okay. You said that the country, that those people, they are one people. But if it's that in that case, let us just go to this. Let us negotiate.
Sorry, Tony, are you using a laptop?
No, sir. I'm using a cell phone, sir.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask you to Google something. If you Google something like where did the numbers 1 to 10 come from, then that will open up another space of understanding for you. Look, these people, they just.
I get you.
One man.
I get you, sir.
Can you also?
No, hold on, Babati. Let me finish. Babati, please, sir. Thank you. So we are putting round objects in square holes in Nigeria. Is it like the Tanzanian president last week? He said that instead of celebrating,
do you know that veranda, which is called balcony? Do you know it's a German? It's an Indian word. Veranda.
Yeah, yes, sir. I know, sir. But what we're saying is that.
Do you know that? Hold on. Do you know that camera, the one you have in your phone? Do you know that it's a Persian word, an Iranian word?
Yes, sir. I know, sir. We also have some.
Do you know that optics came from Iran?
I know, sir. I know, sir.
Do you know that the numbers 1 to 9 came from India?
Yeah, but that's why we say that. That's why we say that.
So what came out of Africa?
The Africans has. But the black people has got a place to learn, sir. Hold on. So we have got a more opportunity to learn, not just.
What do you mean you are the oldest people on the planet? What opportunity do you need?
Yeah, I know, but you know that the white man came to destroy the white man came to destroy the white man came to destroy it, and then but after the destruction, like they destroyed the other people. Why is it that we cannot start, continue from where the white men stopped us back in the days? If we say that the Benin and the Oyo Empire, they were making it, and then etc.
Actually, sorry, let me correct myself. The numbers 1 to 9 actually came from Persia, but the number 0 came from India.
0 came from India. The concept of 0 came from India.
Okay, so that's why we're not saying that. Okay, how do we reboot? The only way we can reboot now is to peacefully negotiate that. Okay, these people that are beneath the Yorubas, let them be on their own. The other people we can be able to have the best, like, round objects in round holes, and then we are going to make it, because we're already making it abroad.
The only way we can make it is if we allow the smart people in our population.
That's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. Instead of a state of origin, hold on, Kolata. Instead of a state of origin, that's where you guys you try to be civil in your approach. All the state of origin, federal character, that is what is killing us. So let's wonder, we are suffering because people that are running the country, they are not running it well. And they wouldn't allow people that knows how to run it. That's why Ajanigo said that if the country allow the best people to run the things for the generality of everybody, that's what we are crying for, one man. If you can be able to use your platform to deliver this message to these your northern friends. Thank you.
I just want to say one thing.
Let's not talk about
Kulata,
North or whatever.
wait.
It's not fair.
Go and make research on methodology and tools. Go and look at where those advancements
I have read about them before. Which
so
one do you want to bring
where
up?
did methodology?
This is just a
and
part
tools,
of me that I don't like exposing. Which part do you want to bring
where
up?
did they come from, Kulata? Where about it? Let me take you up.
Ola, we had iron. We created the Iron Age independently of any region in the
Who
world.
had that
We
innovation?
but
Who
how
is
far?
credited? Who has the
Listen,
credit of that
Ola,
innovation?
calm down. Many civilizations.
Tanzania and all those things. We are still
Calm
seeing
down now, Ola. Let me explain.
Man.
Many civilizations were able to use fire and use iron independently, but how far did we get beyond the basic the basic use of iron? Where did we push it to? We were using it to create masks. We used it to create many things like that, basic tools, but it did not pass basic tools. We did not create a wheel. Let that sink in.
Kulata, see, let me just quickly conclude.
I think you need to go and look at what was being done somewhere in the Middle East in 3,000, 4,000, 2,000 BC, and look at what we were creating in 1920.
Okay, let me reply you, please. This is very important, please. I'm on Clubhouse on a group called Medical Herbalism. Okay, so we have a group of doctors. Then we have a pharmacy from the University of Ibadan. We get together once a week. And
University of where?
Of Ibadan, UI.
Look at that, Ibadan.
No, let me finish now.
Okay, sorry.
The pharmacist brings us all this baba from the villages to discuss herbal medicine and what they've done with it. And your mind will be blown. They were doing lobotomy in the 1800s in Nigeria.
My grandfather is a herbalist, so I'm not going to be blown away. We have a family book of
let me finish. They have nerve regeneration, which we find impossible to do in the West. So in terms of medicine, I can only speak to my own field when it comes to this issue now, just narrowing it down. There are amazing stuff that were achieved in that. The problem is that they did not evolve faster enough to document, number one, to also progress and market it, number two, and to also teach the younger generation coming up. That was the mistake that they made.
Okay, let me compare and contrast with something.
Right.
The Roman aqueduct. The Roman aqueduct were built for public water supply, just to show how advanced that was. Public water supply. It supplied public baths. They had public baths. They have public latrines. They have fountains. They have everything.
We know that.
The aqueduct system was built with brick and everything. Right. They had paved roads. They had They had story buildings. And we're talking about before Jesus Christ was born.
Yeah, we know that. So, but how does that make you like have high?
Because it's a reason to be in an environment to think out. There are many factors that could explain why we are where we are. Maybe because we don't have harsh weather, so we don't really have to think beyond. The weather was pleasant throughout the year
for a reason. They use armor.
And again, we weren't too exposed to other cultures, so we could learn by osmosis. We were pretty isolated. In an isolation, we had some creation, we had some invention. But look at it this way. Look at it this way, Babati. Let's even forget about the past. Babati, let's forget about the past. Let's just forget about the past.
Okay.
Since we've been exposed to the modern world, have we been able to independently create nuclear power, for example, on our own, even though we have the money and the resources to create it?
Let me reply you on that. We've not done it right, but can we do it if we really want to? Do we have the brains to do it? Yes or no?
We have, I said.
Sorry. Answer that question, Babati. You answer it.
Why haven't we done it? Because of politics, number one.
There's a reason our politics is negative.
Do we have the brains to?
Yes, we do. They're Nigerians are political scientists now. We have the brains.
Babati,
That's a one in a million.
Go back to the bell curve. We have geniuses. It's not like we don't have geniuses, but our average population is what I'm talking about.
Okay. You mean in terms of the society seeing the need for it, right?
The societal IQ is low. We do have geniuses. We have a lot of smart people. Everybody talking on this platform will beat any white guy. But when you talk about the general population, the IQ is low.
Okay. Let me agree with you on one thing, because there was a book I read a while back, like about 5 years ago. It's called Killing Geniuses: How Africans Destroy Childhood Dreams at birth, whatever. Where it talks about we don't nurture geniuses at birth. We kind of destroy them because we say they are too sharp matter. And what to move you?
Isn't that IQ to detect that? Isn't it IQ to sustain a negative culture that does not promote smart people, because you could see the benefit of smart people, and the more smart people you have, the better your society. Isn't that culture? Isn't that cultural?
Kulata, these your narratives were the same thing exactly against the Chinese.
I know you say the racist now, and all those things. I know you say all that stuff.
Chinese fought back. They fought their way back into the Western culture to start.
China independently created the gunpowder. China has been using paper. China has been writing. China has been drawing.
We have a two now.
The talking about
Griot Lenny. I want your to story from one generation to the other. It's in CBD that writing that we had in Nigeria. That was in Cross River area.
Guys, wait. Let me ask you, Kulata. Do you agree with me that whoever designs a system tends to benefit more from that system? Do you agree?
I would have agreed with you if I did not see what. Let me just make that point now. I would have agreed with you if I did not see what Asians did with white inventions. They beat them at their game.
No, they tailored that to their culture. Is my point that I'm making, that we are.
Yeah, but the ability for you not to tailor it to your culture speaks of your limitation.
That's why I said racial unity and racial law. What it comes in, but we can achieve that if we have the right person leading us. But But
you are not thinking right to be able to get towards your culture. You're even abandoning your culture. You're running fast away from your culture as fast as possible as you can.
Collectively,
isn't that speaks of not being able to sit down and think as a group?
Or collective intelligence, that one I will say yes. We don't have collective where we get together. But now, one man, I know this might be very uncomfortable for people in this room right now. But
it's an uncomfortable conversation.
Okay, so let's just go there. One man, if you don't mind, please.
Yeah, carry on.
Please.
You know the rules, no foul language.
Right.
Yeah.
Because now, no holds barred, everything perfect. We don't have the brain to manage anything. One man has brought up the idea of bringing back some kind of super monitoring. But what kind of system would there work for low IQ people in Nigeria? What is the best way forward then? Since we are where we are now and we are who we are, what can work for low IQ people, Kulata?
No, but we're not low IQ people, though.
No.
We've not been cultured enough to unearth our capacity.
No.
So we just need to be cultured.
You said that we have amazing people amongst us that we will not allow them to do because it's our culture. And I'm saying, okay, I have come to accept that. That is our reality. I haven't said that, however. What would then be, apart from what one man said, where we have somebody supervise us, what will be the black experience that we can do that will just manage that part of us that is not too pleasing? What can we do to fix that problem? Because we are here now, we have said everything else, because that is where we are now. What can we do as black people that we can move forward from where we are now as not too smart people?
Maybe our culture needs to value intelligence. Maybe that's a start.
So, are you saying our culture doesn't value intelligence?
No. Okay, sorry. But what if I may also, Babati, I think we need reformation a little bit. Like, I think we're still stuck in the past, and tradition holds us back somewhat. So I think we need to take a leap out of where we were to where the world is. That's what I think. Because I think culture and tradition holds us back.
Because on that part, on one hand, we tend to self-select what we find comfortable with culture. So if you're older, you say, respect me, and at the same time, if I need something, we are equal sharing. So we tend to pick and choose what we want from the culture. So I don't know how much of reformation we want. Is it halfway, or what benefits the society at a particular time? So we need to sit down and decide how much of our culture we really want left, what benefits us collectively, and what we think we need to do away with. That's what we need to do. I think that would be the best, but like Kay was saying.
Yes, but I think our culture should be a backdrop to our being, rather than at the center, at the forefront of our being.
But guys, what about 80? Because that 80 trips me up all the time.
That one is terrible experience. Don't even go there. Don't even use
because if you Google 80, you are stuck in Africa. It looks exactly the same like Nigeria. Exactly.
It's worse even.
It's worse.
Hello. If you have read the history of Haiti,
I know the history. France.
Okay, so why are you saying
and all that stuff?
Why are you saying?
But we should be able to innovate ourselves.
No. Hold on. Look. If you are talking about a particular problem confronting a nation or particular people in a country, you should be able to consider or consider the factors that are responsible to their situation. If you just want to talk about the problem alone, and you don't want to consider the factors that are responsible to that problem, then you are just one-sided. You are not.
It's not unique. This problem you're talking about is not unique to black nations. Each nation has had a period where one other nation subjugates them. They grow out of it. They innovate out of it.
The one for the Jew, you are saying they have super brain, and we are telling you.
The Jews have super brain now. Americans give them equipment. Look at what they do to those equipment. Look at the Iron Dome. Look at so many things they do with their brain.
Hold on. You said they have super brain. With their super brain, were they not almost exterminated by what do you call this thing? By
the Germans.
By the Germans.
What's their population?
Oh, hold on now.
What's their population now?
You said population. They kill about 6 million of them. You said what is their population?
They have a tiny population.
Hold on. Within Germany, though, within Germany
alone, 6 million. Do you know some other population they have around Europe? Another part of the world.
But the thing is, Ajanle Koko, Germany did not actually go and invade a country called Jew land and defeat them. No, they went after the people who were a minority tribe within their own structure and savaged them. So that's a different. But
what I'm saying, after that incident in Second World War, or how do I describe it? After that incident, the whole world came up and give these people support to excel, and they pay them reparation, and they stand with them today.
What reparations was given to India or Bangladesh?
We don't enjoy that kind of.
What reparation was given to India or Bangladesh?
Forget about that. When you are going outside the Jew, then you want us to deviate from the real subject. The real subject is that
we'll stop giving excuses for ourselves.
These people have super brain today, because the world give them all the support for them to succeed, and they were not giving that same support. We are still being controlled today by this world power.
The Jews got persecuted for a reason. They got persecuted for their success.
Kolata, hold on 1 second. Before you make that response, let me just do a bit of auditing. Sorry, engineer, are you still there? Saki Father, are you still there? All right, gentlemen. I want to make room to because I think Geraldo and Victoria, they want to come in to contribute to this conversation. So I think engineer may have gone to bed, and we don't seem to have Saki Fada. So thank you for your company, gentlemen. Let me let Victoria and Geraldo in. So thank you, engineer, and thank you, Saki Fada. So thank you, engineer. And Saki Fada. So let's let Victoria and Geraldo in. So carry on, Kulata.
Can I ask the great Kate question, please? How much do you think?
I'm not great, too.
No, please. This is very serious. Can you please tell us how much do you think that slavery and the continued enslavement of Africa economically has impacted negatively to the point where we cannot get to where you think perhaps we could have gotten to?
A lot, but when I now read,
no, you say a lot. Give me a percentage, please. It's very important.
How much? I mean, in as much as close to 10 million people, I mean, them taking out 10 million people of your population will have done. But chattel slavery, like I said,
no. I said the continued economic slavery, even as of now, we are still in.
Yeah, so continued economic slavery
right
only happens. The dominance only happens by a stronger party lording over you, and you are not able to wrestle yourself out of that mess. For example, during Jonathan's government, we were literally importing steel in a can, something Jobitex used to do back in Lagos. We were importing it from India. Up till now, we can hardly manufacture a matchstick and a matchbox.
So we are powerless by not our force. No. You see where I'm going with this? Some things we don't have control over, not because we don't have the IQ. We just don't have.
No, but what I'm trying to get
I'm making some, like for instance now Benin or so those French speaking countries, they have their CBN in France, for instance.
Yeah.
Automatically that cripples their country because they behave to France.
It does, but we don't have our own CBN in it. We don't have our CBN in England. At the same time, how much innovation have we independently come up? See,
Babati, give me a minute.
Babati, okay, look at how terrible things are. We sit on oil and gas, and we don't have working refineries. Is that bad?
That is by design. They have foreign influence, for God's sake. You are absorbing foreigners in that country. You are absorbing, because if I ask you now, who's responsible for slavery now, you tell me blame black people as well.
No, you want to point everything to slavery, but I'm saying, okay, you've been enslaved, you've been free for a long time, and you've been exposed to technology, you've been exposed to education. You now have capacity. You now have capacity to create things by yourself, right? If you're smart, don't you?
One more, may I interject?
Yeah, come in. Who are you? So we have is Ahmad Jerry.
Ahmad Jerry, representer. Yes. I represent the poor little boys that have been ignored by the whole of Africa.
All right. Okay, good. Let's hear from you then. Let's hear from you.
I'm just, I mean, I have had this
conversation. You are aghast. You are aghast by what you are hearing. This self-loathing by black people, self-hating.
1,000 times, because even Kulata knows that here in Yankee, people have these conversations intensively. People get into fights and arguments. So when you label black people as not as smart as anybody else, you are scientifically wrong. Immediately, you're wrong. All human beings have the same potential. The same.
Yeah, but if
why is yours unfulfilled?
If your culture doesn't have your potential and
ours is unfulfilled, ours is unfulfilled because it was done purposefully, on purpose, for just one reason.
You're not smart enough.
Just one reason. It's not about intelligence, it's about technology. They had the gunpowder first. They took the gunpowder from China. They had it first, and they used the gunpowder to then move over the world and conquer the world, the Europeans. And they only did it because Kulata, they only did it simply because they devastated their own continent with disease and war. They were warring each other in Europe in 13th century, in the Middle Ages. From then, out of fear of war and persecution, they went into the Atlantic Ocean. They wanted to find better land. They went through
So you
west coast of Africa. They ended up in South Africa.
You even think about that. Think about that statement you just made. They were warring over
Which
each other.
statement?
They were warring over each other. Means they destroyed each other. But yet they were able to pick up from their bootstraps. And they were able to pick up from their bootstraps and grow. How come we've not been able to pick up from our own
they had again technology. Technology. When you are technologically sophisticated,
isn't technology ability to apply yourself, right? Technology comes with the ability to apply yourself and create inventions and create things,
listen,
right?
listen, Kulata, Egypt ruled the world for a long time because they were the first to develop bronze metal, the Bronze Age. They conquered everybody. You understand? It's all about technology. I remember those Egyptians were what? Black.
Egypt had their own civilization. Yeah, you can tie it down to Sudan. Yeah.
It's about all human beings. But my brother, let me finish. All human beings have the same potential.
What begets technology?
All human, you have to just first accept that. Stop calling black people dumb.
Yeah,
one man is not dumb. One man is a genius.
No,
one man is a genius. You yourself, as you're speaking.
What is holding us back? What is holding us back?
What is holding us back is the collective effort of Europe. Collective effort of Europe to keep us where we are, so they can continue to extract our wealth.
So sorry, no. That's victim mindset, though. So sorry, let me just say this. I beg your pardon.
I wish it was.
Let me say this, because people are citing examples of genius black people, which they're then saying proves the point that black people have capacity. But no, it doesn't really. No, it does not. If you have like 1 million people and you have one genius, and then you have a different set of people, and out of them, you have about 10 geniuses of equal measure of your genius, and then about 100,000 near geniuses, and then the gradient goes down, but they are cleverer than you on average, then they are cleverer than you. Just
I disagree.
Of course, but that's factually the case.
That's exactly
that's not factually the case. Let me give you an example. Example. Our population is still increasing. If we were suffering, we will not be having sex and enjoying ourselves and having children. Do you understand? Suffering people do not reproduce.
No, that's
animalistic. Ask any zoologist. No. I grew up in a home of a zoologist. When animals are put in a cage and they're not okay, they don't reproduce. We are reproducing drastically.
So because you are breeding like rabbits, that makes it. What are you?
That means you're okay with your condition. God, listen. I don't believe in God, but I believe I believe our environment plays a big role. Our environment plays a big role.
Wait. If you're smart enough, if you're smart enough, you'll impact your culture, and you will know is a foolish behavior.
I disagree, Kolata. There is nothing you will tell me about black people not being smart I will agree with. Nothing. From now to like the next 1,000 years.
That's what I talk about.
1,000 years.
Hold on. Sorry, Babati. Let's establish the parameters of this conversation. Nobody is saying that black people are not clever, and hopefully that's not what we're talking about, because nobody can say that. They are certainly clever, but they are not as clever as others, is the point.
I disagree.
Yeah. Let's bring Victoria into the conversation. She's a clever young lady. So, Victoria, what are you making of this? Kulata and his usual psychedelic theories. What are you making of Kulata's psychedelic theories, Victoria?
Good evening, everyone, or good morning.
Just say good day. Oh, that's good. Yes,
day.
Good day. Yeah. Carry on.
Okay. I would say one thing. Nigerians are definitely smart. I recently heard something that I'm not sure if it's the IGCSE, but something exam in the UK, one of the people who always finish first are Nigerians, specifically like Igbo people. So, and if you look around, most discovery being made in like in America or other European countries, they're mostly Nigerians. Like you will at least see one Nigerian name in there. So it's sure that we're smart. Like we have the
Yeah, but
IQ.
that's a
But
two-third. No. So that's a two-third cleverness, though. That's a two-third. That means you can study hard. Is that study hard clever now? It's not clever.
yes, it is. Even in that same Nigeria you're talking about, I recently saw a documentary of a man who recently made a moving car with like spare parts that he saw in just the streets of whatever
Do you
state
know
he
the
saw.
time they created moving car in the other
No,
place in the
no, no.
world? You
I
know
get
T
what you.
Ford, 1905 or 6 or something. And you're now
I
talking
totally
about with access to internet, you're talking about someone that created the car. Really? Something
no.
you can go on YouTube and create yourself.
I'm not saying that's mind blowing. I'm just talking about with the present
I
resources
think
that
it's
we
mind
have.
blowing. Sorry, it's quite mind blowing. Personally,
It, yeah, I mean, with the present resources that you have and like present situation, for you to just sit down and make something like that for your own self. Yes, I know there's YouTube you can easily learn, but I think we're smart. But the only thing we're recently really lacking, and also I also wanted to add, slavery has played a huge role in the mindset of the people. I feel like one thing that we do lack in Nigeria and most African country is the ability to actually think about creating something that can benefit all of us, not just my community, not just my tribe, but like creating something that can benefit the whole the whole population. And also, if you don't have a a mother figure, or a father figure, or a community that actually motivates you to be innovative, you aren't going to be innovative. So I think we also lack that in Nigeria. If we have parents that when you say, "Oh, I want to become a musician," and they actually back you up, you can stack. I don't know if you guys know about Hans Zimmer. He's probably one of my favorite composer, and he creates like music for movies and all that. And if you have parents that actually back their children up, regardless of whatever it is, you will see that we will start creating things that actually impact the global
So
market.
wait, so you're admitting
Is
that
that
our
not part of the collective
that's
malaise? Yeah,
yeah, the
yeah.
collective, exactly what I was going to say. You're admitting that our collective IQ is the problem, not individual brilliance. We do exhibit individual brilliance like any race in the world. Any race, you pick one individual Nigerian, it will outperform anybody in an exam. But when you talk about the collective IQ, which actually in essence the culture is retrogressive when it comes to technological prowess and especially practical application. The ability to memorize a book, lift and shift, we're probably one of the best in the world. The ability to apply that content to now do practical development, whereby in Nigeria, we've not been able to independently create a lot of technologies in the world, even though the text of those technologies have existed since 18th century.
let me
How about
interject
that?
about that. Let me answer that, please. Please, let me answer that.
All we're good at is singing and dancing.
Let me say something about that. There was a young man in Massachusetts that I know. Baba T might have heard about him.
That is one
Wait.
man.
No. It's a white guy.
It's still one man. We're talking about
He
a
hacked in,
culture here.
let me finish what I'm saying, Kolata. You never let people finish, please.
No,
I beg.
go on. Just carry on. Yeah, carry on.
He hacked into MIT computers and hacked into Harvard. A white kid. He took all the information and made it available to Africans, Asians, and South Americans. The government arrested him. Our current attorney general right now, Garland, actually tried to give him 30 years in prison. 30 years. And eventually he committed suicide because he said there is no way he's going to plead guilty by allowing people to have access to information that is necessary for them to develop. And the Americans and the universities made those information unavailable. So there's a lot of things I have access to in this country that you guys don't have access to in Nigeria. I don't think you guys get that. So these things are done purposefully to keep the population dull so that they will never come together and make any decisions that Kolata will like, say, oh, they're geniuses, or they'll build nuclear bomb, or they'll build submarine, or they'll build drones. The technology is not available. The information for that technology is hidden. It's hidden in Area 51, it's hidden in computers that Africans have no access to. So there's a lot of things that happens behind the scenes when it comes to knowledge, because knowledge is power. If you want to hide something from a black man or anybody else, you put inside the book. We know these things, my guy. We are not the way we are. Sure.
The name of the student is Aaron Swartz.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
That's cool. That's Babati that got that. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, I actually know the kid. I know him. I know him. So, like, when you guys talk about Africa or black people, even Haiti, talking about Haiti is being punished because they killed French people. They cut off. They were the first black nation to rise up and defeat.
Sorry, be mindful of there are certain trigger words. Don't use that.
Oh, sorry.
It's not from you. It's for YouTube. They'll start sending us warnings. But
sorry. So basically, the things that happened in Haiti, it was done purposefully. Until today, they're still suffering it. Because the question is, how dare you? How dare you? The same tribalism that goes on in Nigeria goes on all over the world. Oyibo people feel like they are one tribe, and the rest are the others, whether you like it or not.
All of them gang up against Haiti for standing up against all of them.
So all of them,
economically, they did.
Kulata will say, "Oh, look at where you
so why can't Africa? Why can't Black Africa liberalize it? Okay, let's answer a simple question.
Most of the invention that we've seen here, even this car we are riding today, go and look at it.
The car came from
black
Africa.
Man, the one it was stolen by Ford. It's a black man that invented it.
Okay.
Go and look at the history.
If a black
there's a lot of things that black men invented.
You guys are confusing one thing.
Now. Why
nobody doubts the individual. Nobody doubts the individual brilliance of black people. We're talking about the collective. We're talking about the collective.
All of these things from us, but
the
you
collective
don't want to look at
IQ.
all the factors responsible.
We're talking about the collective IQ. You're picking one example. One person did this. One person did that. We're talking about the collective IQ of Black African.
We are telling you that they did not allow us to achieve this collective, collective power,
collective development.
Oh, God. Thank you. IQ is even wrong. That's a wrong premise. It is narrative they are pushing to you. That's where you have to.
It is not narrative. This is visible. Christ.
It's not visible, Akolata. It's not visible.
Hold on.
How do you have 133 million people, poverty people in Nigeria alone?
Hold on, Kolata as well. Hold on, everybody. Ola. Sorry, what do you mean by the collective IQ is a wrong term? What do you mean by that?
See, I said, when it's using Becker, you see, there is a concept in data science, we say how to lie with data. You see, you use data to push the narrative where you want to.
No. Just give us the concept. Just from my layer.
Now, while I say that collective, now, Kulata easily moved to how people behave in Nigeria because of poverty. How many warehouse workers that are that are people of this Western country you work with, how many street guys you work with, and you see the way they speak, and now tell me how those people reason, and you are now saying they reason better than our country. So
no. I think you are missing what he was saying.
I'm not
because the example you are giving is not indicative of at least what.
See, one man. This is it. You see, when people want to push a narrative, it depends on who is narrating that thing. I was saying something the other time that until the early 80s, that China pushed back. This type of narrative against Black people were grossly against them. But these days they came to this Western thing. They started changing their journal, all those lies they told about their development. They started engaging. See, it was even from these Western people now. They were now saying it is wrong to call China, for example, an emerging economy, that they are actually reimagining the economy. Meanwhile, in like 20 years ago, they will tell you that China were the ones stealing the technology. Reverse was the case. So these Chinese people, they stood against the wrong narrative. Like Kulata is accepting now.
Wait,
Chinese people will never accept.
I'm so
Kulata is black too. You know he's black.
Just give me a minute. I will put this thing.
Oh my God.
He's not black. He's not black.
We're not sure if it's black or one man. We're not sure if it's black or.
Hold on.
We're not sure.
Hold on. Let's establish. Hold on. Hold on. It doesn't serve Kulata self. We all know that Kulata prides himself. It doesn't serve his self-interest for what he's saying to be the case. It doesn't. So
he's half Mexican. He's half Mexican.
Let me tell you something about the India you so publicized, you so raised today. See, I was saying something here the other time. You think Indians are smarter than Nigerians? No. Indians happened during their independence, they separated religion from their country. I don't want to talk too much, you understand what I'm saying. So
that's true.
And Oyibo, the Western world, in attempt to maximize their looting or maximize their profitability, they kept pushing their investment to that place. And over time, when the place grew and this guy benefited, what we are seeing from media today is the unintended.
No. Hold on. Hold on. There are technologies and advancements in India that predates colonial or European interaction.
Thank you.
Hold on.
I'm talking of what we are referring to today now. They will tell you that, the CEO of a particular the CEO of particular big.
You are picking one by one example. Think about the group.
All right.
We are talking about textile technology.
No. I think you are narrowing it. We are talking in a more expansive. We are talking more expansively than where you're going.
See, what the Western world did to Africa, for example, they give to us is that they were carrying their resources away. Now, but what they were doing to India is
hold on. No. Do you know that the biggest crown in the monarchy that sits at the, when you see the British crown, that thing that sits at its head, that jewel.
They stole it from India now.
They call it the Star of India. What do you mean? They looted India now.
They looted it.
The Star of India, and that is the pride of place in the British monarchical structure, the Star of India.
Let me say something about the collective.
Before you go on, I want to go, because Victoria was landing a thought, but I think she
got
drowned.
Please, let me talk to you.
Huh?
I want to talk to.
No, come in after Victoria, because I think she was subsumed by the Victoria. But you know how we do it here now. We just talk over each other. But I know you can. Sorry, carry on from where you were. But I suspect you disagree with Kulata and his inferiority complex.
To an extent, I don't want to say I disagree. I just only disagree with the idea of trying to make them inferior to us. I would say one thing, that let's not ignore the fact that the West are constantly making sure that Africa as a continent, or Nigeria as a whole, does not get their self together. Because if they do, they are not going to profit. Because the things we enjoy here in Europe or in America is solely based off someone in Africa or any other Asian country or any country that isn't in the West, from them suffering.
It's disadvantage. Yes, I agree with that. Yeah.
So, for example, you see the things. Is it I can't remember the natural resource, but it's somewhere either in Congo or somewhere.
Yes, they use it for mobile phones. Yeah.
Our iPhones, for example, are made from it. So if they should get their stuff together and start actually marketing it in a reasonable way that profits them, all these things that we enjoy, we don't get it. So they also are using this divide and conquer to make sure we don't get ourselves together. So let's not just ignore that. That's one. Two, I also think that slavery thing has really dealt to a lot of people in this African country. And if you also look at Nigeria, to be specific, if you look at the Yoruba culture, we work with respect. Like, we do everything with, like, this person's older than you listen to them and that. So if you have someone who's saying nonsense and is older than you and you cannot question that person, you just have to agree with their mindset and ideology. So you grow up with that same idea, and we don't tend to change. And I also realized that most people in my generation, I recently was watching a TikTok, and this girl explained it so well. The anger whereby they're not more doing all this yes sir, or disrespect. And I think a revolution will happen after the older generation are going, and the new ones who are starting to realize that we need to actually stand up and work together. I do think we are actually going to start getting better and start actually participating and becoming a threat to them. But let's not ignore it. I'm not going to say they're inferior to us. They just only profit, and they constantly make sure, for example, the French keeps on putting their hands in all those French-speaking countries and Africa to make sure they keep on fighting. So how can you have an innovative country when you have to fight your neighbor, and then you have to fight the West? Of course, you're not going to be productive. You're not going to do anything. So
Are you claiming that they're deliberately holding you back or holding you down? Is that what it is?
Yes, she is.
Victim mindset.
No, I don't want to play that victim, because I feel like we're using that to blame them a lot. But it is still a point that we cannot ignore. But they are still making sure that we don't go anywhere. But I don't want.
Nobody can be held down if they do not want to be held down. It's
Thank you for 60 years. For 60 years, a woman. 160 years.
It's also, for example, I think it's Cuba and America. When Cuba was like, you know what, we're tired of America exploiting us and all that, and they started trying to get all their businesses, because majority of the businesses in Cuba were being owned by white people entirely, and not by the Cubans themselves. And when they were like, you know what, we don't want this, and they did their whole revolution, whatever, basically till today, Cuba cannot really even participate in trade, or like trade their certain things with worldwide, because America is like, we're not working with you, and who are you to come and fight with America?
That's true.
You can't fight with America. So how do you expect Cuba to just stand up? And they keep on going to the UN.
Victoria, do you know Cuba has one of the best innovations in medicine? And isolated people, they created a cure to some cancers that they only have.
Education.
And they were isolated. And so
the Russians helped them.
Oh my
God.
The
Russians helped them.
Education.
Yeah,
the same thing that Obafemi did for us in the West.
You said, okay, yeah, which is right, education. But the fact that they need the education and they can use it shows their collective IQ is in the right place.
And black people are there too, just so you know, Kulata. There are a lot of black people in Cuba.
But it's not the Yoruba people are in Cuba. They speak Yoruba in Cuba.
Please, of course. Do you know how many innovation Nigeria came up in the area of medicine?
Wait. That's why we're talking about a group IQ, not individual IQ. You guys need to.
We were not left alone.
When I mentioned
we were not left. We are never left alone by this world power. For us to group together.
Yeah, but why did we and still do allow ourselves to be held?
We are woman because we are conquered people.
Thank you, Babati.
That's it. So
we conquered.
That's lazy. That's lazy.
The weak get conquered by the strong.
It is the truth now. We are conquered people.
We are conquered people.
No, but we cannot be conquered unless we are willing to be conquered.
Really?
No, one man. No. One man is war.
No. Somebody was talking about Stockholm syndrome in the comment section. which is I won't say it's peculiar to black people, to Africans, black Africans, but it is particular. It is particular to black.
Let me reply you. Each time you have an encounter with one bigger civilization with a smaller one, it always ends badly for the smaller civilization. It's like having aliens show up in the sky now, and they have them in millions. Of course, we will succumb to their wishes because they have better technology and they are more advanced than we are. That is just the way it works.
How come the Ethiopians were not conquered?
How come because they were exposed early? You can't compare them to Southern Africans now. They were exposed early to all those kind of things. They were having trades done.
Attempts were made. Attempts were made.
But their level of exposure cannot be compared to the people living in Sub-Saharan Africa.
They were equipped to resist the cannons from the Europeans.
They were better exposed to foreign market, like he was saying. So they were already doing some kind of trading. So they were already exposed. You can't compare them to people living in like some kind of area.
But see, and their location too.
Strategic
location too.
But this is the point to K that I was making earlier, because even he came to my side slightly. The collective thing that he was talking about, individual geniuses, we have that. My point is this: Africa has never been allowed to
allowed. It was like that now.
I know.
You see,
I know.
that's the physics.
Let me finish, K. I know why.
And that's where you are not getting Kulata right.
I know why I use that word on purpose. I know I use the word on. That's the reason why I asked you earlier. I said the continued enslavement of Africa, economic enslavement. We were never free.
Aided by who?
By foreign powers. We are still enslaved people. Economically, Africa is still enslaved.
By Europe, just say the truth. By Europe, Europe is doing it now. China has gotten involved, and Russia is involved, and the US is involved.
I know.
Yes, who is aiding them? Who is aiding them?
Let's even go there. Why do you think people like Awo in Nkrumah never won any major elections? It wasn't local people that did it. It was foreign interests. If you don't serve the interests of that country, they either kill you or put you in jail. So each time you see an MKO die mysteriously, once they see a star coming up that can change the landscape, they get rid of you. These are foreign interests.
Because MKO was pushing for that reparation.
Right. So
they saw that guy was so powerful, and that with his wealth, with his, if he can cap his wealth with governmental power,
right,
that man will change Africa, and the West will be in problem.
Guys, go and watch this.
The West will be in problem.
Go and watch MKO's 1 hour.
No, we saw that. You remember he went to Badagry and he put that chain around his neck. And then you remember he went to Badagry and put that chain around his neck.
I remember one man.
I'm moving Victoria land.
I am not agreeing with K on what he's saying, because even in healthcare, Black people respond differently to trauma. We have this kind of even working in prisons, we have all these things that I cannot agree with him on. But we cannot also absolve Europe from what happened to Africa. Is what I'm saying. Let's not dismiss one for each other. They were equally culpable for whatever happened to that space. But don't make it like it's just us alone. We are being daily continuous enslavement.
Yes, the only leader in Africa that got reparation for his people was Colonel Muammar Gaddafi from Italy. He got reparation. He developed his country. He stood firm against Western influence. What did they do for him?
They killed him.
Do you know that remains the last greatest question that remains unanswered still globally as a human race? The reparation or restitution of Africa. So that's the question that still hangs. But let's go back to Victoria. Let's have Victoria, if you can pick up your thoughts from where you were, take us to where you want us to be, and then we hear from Ife. So back to you, Victoria. You were guiding us through where we carry on.
And yeah, I also want to say that after the First World War and I think Second World War, basically, we should remember that Germany, France, and all these other ones, they were all fighting each other. They were fighting. But after that, they sat down and they told themselves, you know what, enough is enough. We should stop fighting. This is not really profiting anybody. Like, they lost a lot of people. And now that's why they're able to work together, create the EU, and exploit other people. Until the whole Africa, continent of Africa, let's just say, let me be specific, if Nigeria should just stop fighting each other and just focus and say, okay, let's work with each other. I'm not saying we should find someone else to exploit, but let's just work with each other. You would see that we'll start actually competing. The only thing bringing us down, and that's why that's why I see the point that Kulata is talking about, is we don't have that sense of working together. And I guess maybe that's what he's referring to as collective IQ. Once we can actually work together, once you can, for example, this election, once you can actually vote for someone without you thinking about tribe or whatever, and actually, okay, look at this person, they actually can take this country to the next place, then you see that we will start beating the West, because the West is using this whole tribalism to also conquer us. They profit from it. So it's you cannot compare the West to Africa, because Africa is very diverse. We're very, very diverse. Like, even just in Nigeria, we are very diverse. So just imagine the whole continent itself. So you can't just compare the West, where majority of the time back then they were maybe working together, but then they decided to pack their ways and all that. And also, when you don't teach history, how do you know, okay, we were once friends back then, but maybe now we're not friends anymore? History is also taught. So there's so many things that play into the that plays in form of us not working together to have that collective IQ that Kulata is talking about. But it's not just us. The West are also involved, but I don't want to blame them because it's just too much. Like, we can't keep on blaming.
You are allowed to blame them. You are allowed to blame them if they're part of the fault. That's part of being truthful.
Poor me,
You understand?
Abi. Poor me. Look at
One
that.
man,
Poor
one man,
me.
one man, one
You're
man,
allowed
one
to
man,
blame them.
please, sir. One man, please, sir. You know
Yeah,
what? Every,
come in, then we
thank you,
hear
sir.
from Ife. We hear from Ife
Okay,
after.
thank,
Yeah.
thank you very much, sir.
Yeah,
You know, so good morning, Victoria. You know, you are right, and the Kulata is also right. I think the most civil word of face to say is lack of love for one another. That is what is troubling black people, and that's what Kulata is trying to refer to as IQ, because we don't love each other. You know, like Victoria said, like the community leaders, like they should behave like fathers, and the state governors should behave like fathers and mothers. You know, stuff like that. We don't love each other. We don't want to be in abroad. You know, self-centered. Go home and use poor people's children to be building houses, to be molding blocks. That is what is found in a black race. We have to unite ourselves. Even the black people in America, they don't unite together. The black Americans in Germany, they don't regard you as a human being here. You know, you have to fight them on the street here. If you go to discotheque, you are talking with a German girl, the other will go, that is from Africa. But they will say, no, but I love Tony. You know, that's what we are saying. Black people lack love. So without love, no way forward for us, sir. Thank you very much.
all right. Thank you,
That's
Tony.
true.
So, no.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go on. Well, it may well be as simple as maybe, you come in with that question in a moment, but I think Tony may well have touched on something, because we're talking about, what we're essentially talking about is a collectiveness and a commonality of purpose, a collectiveness and a commonality of purpose. And what binds that? It is love, not intelligence, but love. But Victoria, that's how I took what Tony said. But Victoria, you had a question.
Okay, so my question is, for example, this to everyone, which political candidate do you think is actually running for presidency because they genuinely want to change the situation of Nigeria?
All of them.
Like they
woman, there is none.
Hold on, Tony.
like they would literally take a gun to their head just because they want to save that country. They are tired of it. And
All of them,
to me,
Victoria.
I'll answer this, and I think
Yeah.
this is the only reason why I might say, like, you asked who I might vote for, and I said Shore, because I'm just like, you have every opportunity to leave this country. You haven't left. Every other political candidate, especially for example Tinubu, my guy is a billionaire. If he doesn't win, he still has his money. He can go anywhere he wants. Atiku,
Okay. Stay there for a moment, Victoria. So you said Tinubu is a billionaire, and on the BBC interview, they were estimating his fortunes around about $10 billion. So certainly, is not about to starve anytime soon. So what do you think is propelling him? Is it just the lust for power, or the inner belief that he can make a change?
majority of those candidates are just doing it because it's just they've been in power.
For a hobby, Abby, hobby. You think it's a hobby?
Exactly, it's a
Look at
hobby
this.
to them.
Look at this girl. It's a
It's a
hobby.
hobby.
Look at this.
And until
Unbelievable.
we realize that they're doing hobby for us,
Uh,
the country's not going anywhere.
Tinubu, Atiku, I'm not sure about Peter Obi, but Showore, these people, they have an inner core belief that all of these things that they see in this country, they can pull it together to move the country to a better place. I think that's what propels them. I'm not sure what propels Peter Obi, though, but people like Tinubu, like Atiku, Showore, Adewale, etc., I think they have a core belief that they can effect change.
I don't believe so.
Well,
Because, for example, and for example, when I see that almost all of these politicians have been governors of their state, and recently realizing that governors really have a lot of power. I actually thought the president had like the finance, he can command anybody, but the way the constitution is being made, they actually do have power. So I'm just like, for you not to have your own state actually working, like genuinely working, and you have certain policies or laws, like facilities actually working, that tells you do not love that country. That's all I'm going to say. Because you can't tell me you love your country so much, and after being governor for how many, 4 years, you still have kids begging in the streets. And I'm not saying you're not gonna have that. There are countries that still have that, but the majority of the population, if they're still begging, that says a lot about you as a person.
All right. Sorry, let's bring Ife into the conversation. Ife, yeah. So, and prepare yourself for an elegant presentation. Ife, of course, he has a different understanding, but a deeper understanding of these things. Ife, Lee.
Thank you very much, Roman, for the time on the platform. I think what Kulata is saying, the way we can see Kulata's point is first, even though I'm a Christian, there is a verse I always say, before you remove the straw from another person's eyes, first of all, remove the rafter from your own eyes. Meaning in life, every work we are doing, every endeavor we find ourselves, we should always give ourselves, do some reappraisal of our activities. Starting with that, I want to go deep into history a little. Before the European came, we had a system of government, but what are the merits and demerits of those system of government? The African monarchical system. It is more or less a caste-based system, whereby if a trade is inherent in your family line, you always be in that trade. And that's why you can trace African families based on their surname. Possibly somebody who is Ogun would have some trade to do with metalworks, hunting. Somebody who comes from another family, you'll be able to know the trade inherent in that family. How did they learn this trade? It was from learning from their parents or their ancestors, whereby the ingenuity in those trade would have been handed down and to be kept as a secret in that family. That did not mean that they did not have subservience like slaves from other places. But what normally tickles me is when the Europeans came, what were our chiefs or our kings doing? They started selling slaves. I'm from Badagry, and you know, what were they valuing people for? They were valuing people for as low as powder, umbrellas, gin. And it's not as if we don't have our own African gin. Gin, selling people with.
Please, may I interject, sir? Please.
Yes,
please.
you can.
Please, listen. I've had this narrative a billion times, and it's false. It's a false narrative. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why it's false. Okay. If somebody pull over to your coast with cannon ship and they massacre a few people, and then they walk in and they say, I will not kill you, but I will give you some of these things if you can go deeper inside and bring me more people. Those people that were massacred and forced into selling their brothers and sisters are not as much culpable as the ones that came with weapons to force them or to brainwash them or to threaten them into selling their own. This argument you're making is the argument.
Let me cut you. Wait, let me cut you. Where did the if you can answer this question, I will admit your your submission now. Where did the Europeans get the first black slaves from?
The Europeans, it was probably somewhere. I know it was the Portuguese that came. So
yes, where did the Portuguese got the first black slave from?
Either they got it from the Arabs or they got it from the coast. But black people were already in Europe by the time they came down with their ships. So they were already aware of black people. They were aware of us through Musa and traveling through the coast, Mansa Musa.
Yes,
so they were well aware of black people. They were aware, but they were not aware of the gold.
Wait, yes, I have a question for you. Mansa Musa, did he have slaves?
They had indentured servitudes. The same way as Jacob. Jacob from the Bible had to work 7 years for his father-in-law just to marry the wife. So indentured servitude has always been around forever. You work for me, I give you something. You understand? That's all.
Okay.
But slavery on the massive Atlantic slave trade was bad.
Wait, let me tell you about Mansa Musa little.
No, before you tell him about Mansa Musa, where were you taking him to when you asked him why? That first question.
This is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
You can only understand the system you created to exploit that system to the detriment of another person. If you are using another person's system, you are bound to be exploited from generation to generation.
Wonderful.
Okay.
So can we then terraform those systems to our own reality in terms of to our own culture?
And if we don't change it to our own reality, we will keep complaining about these things and will be used from generation to generation.
One wonderful submission. One man, can you hear that?
I told you about Ife now. I know him.
Yes. So let me because I have studied this thing well. I studied this well in school.
So now,
I studied on my own time.
Please don't let me lose my thought. For example,
sure.
We are talking about technology now. We have not tried to look at our own space. What does technology? What do we understand, or what do we want in technology as African people? Medicine. How do we define our own medicine to suit our being, our existence? If I was still looking at medicine from the European way of looking at medicine, we will only be using our brains to further the European course of medicine, because we'll be looking at medicine from the European paradigm. when we are looking at technology, we will not be able.
Let me say something on that medicine.
Yes.
Do you know the greatest problem in that
Field.
medicine area, in that field particularly?
Yeah.
People, do you know that people that are Western educated are those that are more resistant to us to develop our own traditional medicine? Do you know that? Western
You can,
educated
yeah, you
and
can, you
Western
can.
trained doctors, Western trained orthodox medicine people
I
and
agree with you,
how do you put
Ajanle
them?
Koko. There is a
They
trend
are the
now. If you are
ones
not,
that
yes,
are
if you are
most
not careful
resistant
now, if you
to
are
us to
using, if you are
develop.
still using our herbal medicine, they will be telling you that, what's it called? You are killing your kidney.
What they
You are
say, you are
killing your
killing
liver.
ogun oshiwolele. But it has no scientific backing. It has not this. It has this. Our people that are brainwashed by Western education.
Thank you very much.
Just
And
to
if you want
leave
to
it.
look at it, Ajanle Koko, is just to keep exploiting people back home so that they will be patronizing them for monetary gain. Owo ni problem.
Owó ni kókó baba Lamidi.
I'm talking to you today. Part of the traditional medicine I know most is on blood, because when I was young, I had problem with my blood. So the one that worked for me, at any time I have issue with my blood, that's why I go to, and I'll get myself back.
What do you mean? You're talking about blood pressure or what?
No. What's it called? Blood generation.
Oh, okay.
I was AA, but people were thinking I'm SS. When they did my blood test and saw that I'm AA, they had to run the blood test again to tell you how bad it was. But I'm telling you, it's Ogunbile that got it right for me. I don't use blood. I don't even use blood tonic. When I'm saying that I'm having some symptom, I already know what I need, and I'll get it right. You know. Let's go to technology. Fine. What the Europeans had again that helped them was, or most civilization had that we did not have, was their writing was not independent of their speaking oration, such that they were able to document their languages for the other generation, coming generation, to understand what have been happening in the centuries. But because we did not have, even from our own, historical record, that's why you see that if somebody is narrating a history A, another person will be narrating at B, another person will be narrating at C. There's no convergence. And that's why I find that every generation that is still coming is still doing trial and error. The beautiful thing about writing historical record down is, from history, you didn't know, oh, they've tried this before, it did not work. You will not go back again. And that's what happens in academia too. You will not want to start a practical now, a project now, and go to, you always start from where they stopped. Most times those things we don't have that opportunity in the African space. So this is why I agree with Kulata. You see, you can only develop with the material and the natural resources in your area. For example, Kulata was talking about the type of buildings they had. What we had, at least in my own case, was what's it called? In my own part of the country is clay. Our people had already been building with clay. But in these European countries, they had abundance limestone. So for them to work with stones has been passed from generation to generation. And because they had the writing skills, they can easily go to those documents and get the outright. Whereby in our own cases, we needed to still learn and learn and learn again, which is cumbersome. And this is where I fault our leaders. When the Europeans now came and brought education, that I'm now talking about Awolowo's pre-Awolowo era. You now even find that the people that had access to education were only the children of the kings and chiefs. The normal people were not the other population were not allowed to access education for reasons of still one exploitation and money, such that what the Yoruba would say, sorry, Ajanle Kokanyagba, Asheni, Are ló ń ṣe. It is still because the system of education is still tailored to what the Europeans bought. They did not localize it. And that's why if you even look at the time we normally say, oh, Nigeria got it right, we were using our local language for learning and instruction so that everybody can think at the same space. You see, the tragedy that even befell us more was when we now started adopting English as mode of learning and instruction, so that when a child goes to school, the trade of the family is lost because the grandfather or the father is already isolated. But assuming everybody was still learning Yoruba, I'm telling you, there will not be anybody in at least Southwest that will not know leaves. Let's take the medicine that we even know, that will not know leaves. But I'm telling you today, how many Yoruba kids can name leaves in the bush? If you are talking about leaves now, even me that I'm talking, there are some I don't know. And you now say that, like the last time we were talking, when I was speaking about domestication, when you take a wild animal from the bush, what you just need to do is to breed it with a new one. You see that it start losing its wild animal trait. And that's why when you go to parks, they will tell you, please don't feed animals, because when they start depending on humans, they will start losing their, wild instinct. So instead of hunting, you see them going to the neighborhoods to take easy picks. And if you look at it, by and large, that's what's happening in the African space, because we have not domesticated what we want in the space of technology, in the space of art and culture, in the space of but again, whatever the field, you find that what the best thing we are doing is we are just filling the vacuums they have. We are just filling the vacuums. We are just filling the vacuums. So it's our time for us just to sit down, have think tanks. What do we really want? How do we want to define our space? And I believe if we do that, we'll get it right. Somebody was saying he had access to some technology. The truth is this: for nuclear technology, if not for the greed of the Western space, and like they were filling some of their vacancies with people who are not from their space. It were those people that had those access that sold those technology. For example, there's a problem now. If you find out they are fighting with Iran, North Korea, Libya, because of nuclear technology. It was a guy that was working in Liverpool, because Liverpool hosts the University of Liverpool hosts the nuclear distinct for the UK. It was a guy that leaked the secret. But the problem was North Korea said no, they are not going to leave their own. Iran, the same thing. But Gaddafi said, okay, I'm not going to pursue it again. And that was the problem Gaddafi had. Such that if you have access to nuclear technology, either you like it or not, either they like it or not, to some extent, you'll be able to define your space. India, we are talking about today, have access to nuclear technology. Pakistan has, North Korea has, South Korea
Africa
has.
South Africa also have, but secretly.
But it was developed by the Europeans now.
By Israel. Israel gave it to them.
What Israel gave them was nuclear bomb capability. nuclear bomb capability. You know, so those are the things you have to look. And why Israel
Let
give
me
it to
say
them?
something. Let me say something. Sir. You see someone like this, someone like you see how intelligently you just explain everything and broke it down. I like coming on to one man show because of the way he breaks things down, or even though I know he's kind of biased. I like
What do
hearing
you mean
Ajami
I'm
Coco.
biased? Why you
It's,
always
it's, it's okay. It's okay. We still like you, one man. We
no,
still like
hold on
you.
now.
We
Hold
still
on
like
now.
you, one man. Don't worry.
Hold on. You give me with one hand and then you take it back with the other hand. Can you just give it to me and just
Listen, but these people are intelligent. These people are highly intelligent. You know, you guys are so.
They are high functioning people here. You know that. That's the
yeah.
one thing we can say. High functioning.
One man, thank you for but please, can I just ask you guys, please, collectively, you can hear that word collectively. Can I just ask, please, how do we break ourselves away from the shackles of these people, and how can we there, because we cannot move forward? How can
we have to start from where it first starting us from. We have to have a deeper understanding of what, is that deeper understanding that will take us out.
Yes.
But we can't just say we want out without
No,
having
no,
the roundings of it.
I'm asking because they gave us like a hopeless
answer your
situation
question.
Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
We can take ourselves out of this problem if people like us that are well educated, well intelligent, hold on.
I was waiting
hold
for
on.
first of all.
Yes.
Yes.
If you can look, the leadership you have can do a lot of things to take people out of slavery and underdevelopment. But when you don't have the right leadership, you want to follow politics. You say this one is playing politics right, this does not play politics right. You will remain in perpetual slavery forever. And this set of politicians and leadership you have are not ready, and they can never give you that freedom and that development that you deserve as people. That is of it. We don't have to be biased or look at, oh, Shore is not playing politics, so that's why it's not
gravitating. If we get our mind right, our own individual minds, then we'll get the leadership right. And I think that's roundabout where Ife is in the narration.
Woman, how do we get our minds right? That's what because there has to be like break it down to the micro level. How do we then start that smaller scale transformation?
Now, BT, do you know why it is harder now?
Is this open and frank conversations now?
Yes. Do you know why it is? Do you know why it is tough now?
Why is it tough?
Yes, part of the reason I believe, this is my opinion, that part of the reason why I believe it is a bit tough now, but that does not mean it's not doable, because we've seen civilization that have now, some ethnic civilization that have now gotten it right to some extent. Is first, we need to domesticate the type of leadership or governance system we need. Virtually everybody on this platform agrees that the constitution we are using in Nigeria is a problem. And that maybe to some extent the regional system whereby the Southwesterner will have his space, more or less Yoruba, the Igbos will have the space, the Northerners will have the space, they will be able to develop more. But for some reasons, due to interference and our own natural way of wanting to be unnecessarily myopic, greedy, we are still clinging to a system we know will not work and will not bring the development we yearn to see.
All right. Yeah. If for just for time, let's bring Adewale into the conversation, because we've not heard anything at all from Adewale. Hopefully still there. So Adewale, I mean, the conversation all interesting and engaging, above my own IQ level, but please break it down for somebody at my level so that I can understand it. Where do you think we are in this conversation, Adewale? Let's hear from you.
Well, I've listened to everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay, so I've listened to every speaker that have spoken, including Kolata. I kind of agree. I'm kind of like in the middle, but at the same time, a little bit. I'm distancing myself from Kolata's submission. The last speaker, I think his name is Ife, spoke perfectly well about what is wrong with us as a black race. You know, sociology 101. Once you have use certain group to control the other group, you the possibility that the group being controlled probably won't realize they are being controlled. Now, um, black race, it's not as if we are not intellectually sound or collectively we can't be self-governed. We can. But you see, we've been conditioned to think this way that we are nothing, that we are nothing except if we depend on the Western government. Now, what I mean by that, individually we are good, but we are different when in terms of our collective reasoning. But Yoruba used to say, please, the elders in the house, I seek your indulgence. Ebi o wonu koro mi wo. Creativity comes when you are well fed, when you are well taken care of. But when you are hungry, you are not thinking of being creative, you are thinking of how to survive. Your survival, your sustainability, it will be your priority. And that is the problem of black race. We are not yet there. And to break from that shackle, I haven't seen it up to now. Any country that is trying to be self sustained, self governed, that would not be in the black book of the West. I haven't. Somebody make mention of Cuba. Please tell me today, their economy, where is it? The same thing we were talking, somebody also mentioned Muammar Gaddafi. He has his own vices. I mean, he's not a saint. I mean, he wasn't a saint. But then, what was the outcome? He was once supported by the West, right? But when he started bringing the idea of uniting Africa as one body and with one voice and all that, he became the enemy. Africa, black race, we are good. We have our culture. See, look at it now. Among us in the studio right now, some of us are having bearing Western names, right? If to ask questions, somebody will say, "Well, I'm picking it from the Bible and all that." This is how we've been conditioned. We've been conditioned to see ourselves as inferior. I won't say that we are not smart people. We are. If we are not smart people, Yahoo Yahoo will not be scamming people abroad without even using juju and jazz. We are smart. We are capable of bringing forth technology that can enhance our daily lives. But please tell me, as long as you are even thinking of doing it, as long once the Western world get hold of that idea, there's no way it will rise. See, economically they control our resources. See, we have cocoa, we produce cocoa. The finished product, we cannot even do it here in Africa. You know why? Because they've conditioned us to believe that we're not capable of, and we can do it. What will it cost? I mean, you and I, we can make chocolate in our own home, but on a larger
So,
macro
so
scale.
Adewale, why can't we make the damn chocolate for crying out loud?
Okay,
No,
the,
no,
the
no, no, no.
reason why we
Okay,
cannot do
you know
that
why?
is this.
Okay,
The
don't do
reason why
that.
we cannot do that is this. You see, the funding, the way we are being conditioned is that, look, there's a market out there. Nobody
Wait,
does it better. It's,
so
it's, a,
wait,
it's a lot of
does a
factor.
dumb person condition a smart person?
No, no, no. It's a lot of things. It's a lot of factor that goes into it.
But
You
at the end
can't
of
see.
the
You
day,
can't. You
factor
can't
A
see.
and factor B
a dumb
Yes.
person can't condition a smart person. It
Smart,
doesn't happen.
no. Okay, smart and smarter. It's not. Don't use the word dumb. There
Hold,
is smart and
hold
dumb.
on. There's no
A
dull person.
a
You
smart
see,
person can
Yoruba
condition a
used to
smarter
say,
person.
"Enu were, ogbon wa lenu were." There's nobody that is dull. You'll be amazed what people are capable of. The reason why we can produce chocolate is because there are a lot of factors that plays into it.
What
Okay.
about toothpick?
See, that is another angle that I want to come from. We can produce toothpick, but like I said earlier, we'll be conditioned that whatever we make, our self-sustainability cannot be without the dependency on the Western world. We'll be conditioned. Okay, for example, now, so I was listening to one man's previous show, I think it was yesterday, where he was talking about somebody traveled to Nigeria and was spending 5 millions and all that. Now, come to think from that angle, I've gone to Nigeria with $250 in my pocket and I spent 2 weeks and I came back. See, that individuals, they've been conditioned that they have to spend big for them to be able to enjoy themselves where they've gone to. Now, the reason why we behave this way is because if you're trying to think local, others, the rest of the people will say, no, we have to think bigger, right? But then we cannot depend on ourselves. Number one, you'll be frustrated by the government policy. Number one, that is one remote angle that I'm talking about the Western influence, because all our policies are being put in place to they have been put in place to favor some people. I'm talking about the external forces now. Now, every time and now we say, oh, foreign investment, foreign investor. People that are coming to invest in your country, are they coming to invest without laying down the rules and all that? Technology we're talking about. Today, if you ask, they will say Elon Musk uh, built what you call a Tesla car, but he employed people, right? And the people that he employed, there are numerous nationalities in that company that come together, talking about diverse uh, 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 brains, and they come up with that technology, even his rocket. But today, whose name would you say? Once you mentioned Tesla, whose name comes next? Elon Musk. What about other people? Even the little uh, somebody from India that contributed to that technology, his name won't be on that card. See, these are the these
Can
these are
I?
these are the areas that I believe that we've been conditioned to see ourselves as not being uh, uh, too bright enough to compete with the West. Do I believe that we can break from the shackle of the West? I don't want to sound pessimistic, but we can't. We can't because
Sorry, how, sir?
there's
Can you be
sorry,
specific? How can we break from them?
No,
we
he
can't.
said we
We
cannot. We
cannot.
cannot.
Oh, we
We cannot.
cannot. Oh,
We
Yeah.
wow.
cannot.
All right.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
have
We
to think more
cannot
than
break
that.
from that because if we continue to be
Eternal
in
slavery. Eternal
it's a
slavery.
cycle, yes,
Odebayini.
exactly. Because it's not just one country making a decision. See, it's as if they're waiting for each other's signal. So
Can I ask you a question and add to what you said? What does innovation has to do with somebody you thinking with somebody? So basically, I I don't know how to put this question. Well, I think the foundation of the problem is a little bit different from the way I look at it. Especially the example you made about Elon Musk. I I don't know. Because when you work in a big company like that, even though you're not like the face, if you go to let's
I can't hear you anymore.
Okay, Adewale, Adewale,
Yes.
another sorry, woman. Another problem we're having is the religion factor. You know that where we are made to, we have been so brainwashed that only Jesus Christ can save us, only Muhammad can save us, even though we know that these people are not part of our culture. So that brings me back to a first submission that we should embrace, our things locally. If we want to actually move, ahead as people, and then we should start to love one another because that is the major something. Sir. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Religion is they've that has been planted in us and is growing and is germinating, and we are even exporting that religion back to them now. And we are, our Pentecostal pastors are raking in millions of dollars, pounds every day. I'm not saying Christianity is not. I'm not trying to condemn any religion, but the thing is that we've lost ourselves. Um, a black man doesn't really seem. See, uh, we are all abroad. We're all, we are not in Nigeria, and we're trying to be, you know, be patriotic here. But then we look at the fact there's no president or head of state in Africa up to this moment, whether installed or elected, that doesn't have the hand of the Western and American input. No. If it ever happens that whoever being installed is not favored by them, they will find a way to destabilize that particular country. Either they flood that country with weapons or create artificial or whatever you can call it, chaos, where people will revolt against the government of the day. All they need is just a little mistake by that government and they will lash into it. I'll give you an example. The former president of what is it called? You go, you go. I forgot this man.
Yugoslavia,
No, no,
Yugoslavia.
no, 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 no. Chavez, Hugo
Okay,
Chavez,
Hugo Chavez. Yeah.
Hugo Chavez. The American did not back up from that man until they make sure that he was put in under his feet. Why? Because they make sure that the economy of that country is upside down. He was loved, he was beloved in his country, and they were doing okay. But you see, they make sure that sanction left and right. And at the end of the day, the economy of that country collapsed to the point that eventually now they are trying to make their way back into his country because they are really after that crude in his country. So, like I said earlier, we will never break away from their shackles. You know how you catch monkey, you give them banana, they are happy for a moment, and you come back again and you take away from them and you give them monkey again. So my conclusion is that we are smart people, we are intelligent. As a matter of fact, we were already living before the Europeans make their way to Africa. So also the same thing American did when they invaded this land. The Native American were in existence, and they were living, and they were surviving, generation from generations. But what we call civilization now is what people think makes the Western people or Western world smarter than us. Innovation. They tap into other people's idea, and then Russia was first in space before America. But America could not stomach the fact that the Soviet Union would be in the space before them because they were so afraid that once they're able to occupy this space, that they will have total control. We're talking about the era of wars and all that. So they started that. Now, not that Africa not capable of doing that, but like I said at the beginning, Once you take hunger away from what is wrong with the man can think. But for somebody who has not eaten in a day, how is he going to innovate? How is he going to think about what he can do to make his life better? His own priority is about surviving. Let me eat first, then we will start thinking about the next thing. So that's my contribution.
All right, brilliant. Brilliantly put. So thank you, Adewale. So, gentlemen, we're coming up to the 6-hour mark, and of course, you all know what that means. We seek to start to round off. Hopefully, Ajanle Koko will rejoin us. I think his system just dropped. I was sending him the link, but maybe he wasn't able to click on it. But we seek to start to round off. We kick the rounding off with Tony. So Tony, it's that time of the day again. This conversation, we could do another 5 hours and it will still be as engaging. It's just so brilliant, some of these conversations. It's just so brilliant. But Tony, sadly, it's a time to say au revoir.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I'm really feeling that too, man. Thank you very much for your work. Today has been very nice. I hope that people are thumbing up, make us push the like button so that more people they get what we talk here. So Berkulata, we they feed the manufacture matches so we get Naija, Naija match for Ibadan, LA, and then Surface Plains, and then we get this the wood, the logs, all those timbers. What would they take the do from Iagoku Akpata in Ibadan? So no wahala for that. So thank you very much, one man. So the team say, look, we forget our all this foreign religion. Let us see how we can be able to feed our people, and then so that they can be able to think well, like Adewale said, because that's why we cannot get the rightful candidate right now, who is Showore, supposed to be the man that like one of us that cares about the people, generality of the people, not about self, because the way Nigeria they go now, it be like say they know if they think about their child again very soon. Good night, everybody.
All right, thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. So before I go on to the next person, sorry, let me just do a bit of administrative stuff. So super chat from Alexander Gomez for an earlier phase. But they buy the coffee thing. I thought we had lost 100% thing yesterday, but I don't know. I don't know when he came in, but it looks as though it looks. Hold on, let me just do this. It looks as though Ayo still found a way to sneak himself in to document himself for yesterday. Hold on, to document himself for yesterday, which is here, and it's done the same thing again today, which is done again today. So thank you, Ayo, for that. I wasn't really laboring the buy the coffee anymore because it doesn't look as though it's something that people are especially taking to. But let's carry on with the closing remarks and take it to Ola. Ola, that time of the day again.
Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate the learning point tonight. Just to conclude, I think we Black people are among the smartest human beings we can find on the surface on the head of this earth. When we talk of India, I was saying something the other time. Indians are Arabs, so if we are thinking that Black people are not smarter and others are smarter, take India out of the Arab world. How many of them are like that? So I said, like I said, the consequences of the Western greed, when they took the investment to China, when they took the investment to India, that crashed the European economy. That's what make India look like they are smarter than us. No, they are not really smarter than us. So we are smarter people. We are very smart people. Don't let us live on low self-esteem. Let us be proud of our race. And funny enough, we are moving forward even despite the difficulties. So, and I believe within a decade from now, we are even going to shine brighter. Thank you, everyone. See you later, and I hope to learn from you again.
All right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So let's go on from Ola. Let's go to Oriola. So Oriola, you came in laterally. Of course, we always try to round off around about the 6-hour mark. But then, of course, let your fan base hear from you. those taming young girls that always delight at your voice. So to you, Oriola.
Yeah, I think I was cut off the other time. I don't know what happened. I just kept talking. Yeah, so
No, you dropped off. You didn't.
yeah, I thought,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's too late now because I was thinking at the height of it when Kulala was talking about Jews and all of that. I'll just say this. So Kulala, there's an interview with one of the Jews. I just think they just stereotype them. So there's an interview with the Breakfast Club. So I think you should check out. Just put Breakfast Club on YouTube, and I think you will see the interview. The one of the leaders of the Jews was talking. I mean, it kind of make a lot of value points. And that would, because
well, the Breakfast Club is hardly the front of intellect. Is it Chalamet the God, or is that ridiculous?
Yeah, this is
some
just
ridiculous guy like that.
Well, this has to do with like the old Kanye thing going on, and
you know that Breakfast Club is a kumbaya space.
I know.
It's a kumbaya.
Sometimes they do have a very intellective discussion. So, but I think, and because some of what he was saying, well, it's too late now. I disagree with it a lot of.
But I'll go and watch it though. Yeah.
Jews are not really. I think it's just stereotype, and I think it's the way we talk around here. It's more like if I say, "Oh, black," or like if black people live in the hood or something like that. It doesn't mean that all black people do live in the hood. It's just like the way people talk. Yeah, it's more like the people that do like the bricklayer or the petty job Mexican. It doesn't literally mean like Mexican.
But black people predominantly live in the hood. Is the wider point.
Say so. Where's the data?
Well, it says the statistics and the data.
Which statistics?
Which hood? Go to any hood now.
Which one?
Go anywhere in the world where there's a multi something. Come on, man.
You're talking.
If you go to Brixton, well, it's a metaphor. We're talking metaphorically, aren't we?
Okay.
Yeah.
So that doesn't mean that all of them live. I don't even think it's majority because in Western countries, how many are black people for real? Compared to, we're not even dominant. I think US, for example, like if you look at all the black people together, I don't even think are we like 20 mil? I don't even think we're close to that. So I think that, I think another day I would like to, but I just think another person mentioned that we can't really get over where we are. I don't believe in that. I think that a lot of people now, like, we're waking up, we want to know exactly where we are, because what I think the thing is, we just don't know. And someone was saying that I think we have a form of writing. It's just that if we do more research, we would definitely know that our forefathers, there's a way that they keep stuff. I think the slavery thing, slavery started is it 13th century or 14th century? That's a long time ago. It started so I think we just miss out on a lot of stuff that we have to start trying to dig it, and hopefully we'll find some. And he also talked about the Rome. Yeah, they have slavery, just like Africans have slavery among ourselves before they now start taking us. Yeah, it's just that the way we did it is not the way when transatlantic slavery occurred. It's not the same thing. It was still a different. Romans, they took themselves as slaves. Arabs, they did the same thing within themselves. But when they start branching out to other races, it was different. If you're talking about AD, Liberia, slave was way too much here, and they had to move them somewhere. So that's what it is. Jamaica, British did all of those things. Europe, they moved them. If you hear the Barbados, all of those Caribbeans, they just moved them. They're black people, like they're slaves. And this is a nice talk tonight. I definitely love it, but I would have loved.
You know what the thing is, Oriola. But you and everybody else, I recommend that you come earlier because we always start somewhat. We start at a steady pace, but then when it starts to get interesting, we're getting towards the hours that I have to sadly. I say I want to shut down only because I want to pretend like I have a life.
Understand.
But,
I have a presentation tonight. That's why, like, I was looking at you guys, but I have a presentation. I can't do that. Yeah. And now, even with the Tinubu thing, I listen to you guys for a little bit, then, early in the week, but I can't really join because there's no space. I would have liked to ask some things with the Tinubu thing, which I think that man is a very, very, when you intellect, like, I don't know why people.
It's a genius brain. There's no, you cannot escape it. It's a genius brain.
Think outside the box.
Yes.
So let's give us
every time he moves, he leaves them crying. Every time Tinubu moves, it leaves them crying.
Yeah. Let's give ourselves assignment. I definitely know, like, you have computer in front of you. The CEO, just look at the Fiverr Rev Fortune, like, companies. The CEOs of those companies. No. It's just in general. The CEO, like several of those companies, the CEOs, they're from 71 to 91. So people talking down on his age, come on, man. McCain and all of those politicians, a lot of countries that they're very well developed, they all have like prosthetics, hip joints. They have all of them replaced. They're not like complete. So if you're saying he peaked because you have a bladder surgery or whatever, come on. Well, I hope I join you later, early Friday. Yeah, Friday. I actually have time over the weekend. I think I'll try to. But good conversation tonight. I was eating. I would love to join, but I couldn't. But kudos to everyone. Good night.
Sorry, there's a whoosh back from you. You know, World Peace just phoned me. He actually had to leave his home to go into the car with his laptop to try and join us, but the room was too full and I couldn't kick anybody else. So it's been that level of, sometimes, well, all of the time, really, when it's a very boring conversation here. But thank you, Oriola, and certainly.
One more thing. Yeah. I feel him. My wife get annoyed whenever like this, because it's like there's only 3 people in the house. She can literally like hear my voice. She get annoyed like every time. What's going on? Why are you like yelling and all of that? Well, good night, guys.
No, tell her to come and join in. I mean, tell her to come and join in.
I don't think she doesn't have interest. She doesn't. Well, just so you know, she doesn't like Tinubu either.
Well, don't worry. She'll have to endure him from 2023. But thank you, Oriola. So thank you, Oriola. So from Oriola, let's go on to Patrick. So Patrick, as Oriola, you've just come in as we're about to start to round off. But let us hear from you, Patrick.
Yeah, one mind, it was fun. I really enjoyed it. And then the part that really caught my attention was when they were talking about Africa and then the impact of religion. And what came to my mind was that the biggest library in the world used to be in Alexandria. And when the Islamic invaders came to Egypt, they burnt down the whole entire library with all the knowledge and everything. You can imagine the amount of resources and knowledge that got destroyed because they said, oh, if anything there is contrary to the book or to, you understand what I'm saying? I didn't want to be direct. And they said that must be destroyed, and everything was burnt down. And when they went to Mali as well, the little artifacts that were left in Mali, that was recently when ISWAP took over Mali, the northern part of Mali, and they were able to get into Timbuktu. The little artifacts that were there, the old graves, some old things like graves and everything, they just destroyed it. So because they don't want anything that looks like any artwork, like carving or graven item, because Islamically is wrong. So they just destroyed everything. So a lot of knowledge, resources, science, technology got destroyed by the Europeans and the Arabs when they invaded Africa. So it's not just the West. I think it's just the rest of the world against Africa. It's very unfortunate, but we still have the time. We can push it. Maybe in about 500 years, we might reclaim our state, but not in this method, not with this method that we're going about it. So thank you, everybody. Tomorrow, I won't be having my classes tomorrow, so I can join early and participate. So have a nice time. God bless you all.
All right, thank you, Patrick. So thank you, Patrick. So just like Patrick was saying, this is the sort of conversations that we have to go into every so often, because with all of the problems that we have and we discuss every day, they are all wrapped into this conversation that we're having now. So we have to come from there in order to find the solutions. So there it is. So let's go on from Patrick to Adewale. So Adewale, that time of the day again.
Well, in a quick succession. Okay, great. What I would say is this: if whatever we do or whatever we find ourselves, we should not lose our identity. We are who we are. We are unique and we are different. Now, in the heat of COVID 2 years ago, something happens here in the Houston, Texas, that drew my attention in the systemic way of suppressing uh, the black people by the society where black people found themselves. During that time, the children were not going to school, but the mayor of Houston now decided to uh, create a means by which young children can learn while they are home. But we now realized that part of Houston did not even have internet. There was no internet connectivity in that area completely, maybe few. And it was so, I mean, people were amazed that, so in the fourth largest city in America does not, part of that city does not have internet. And guess who are the residents of that area? Black people.
You mean the third word? Third word and fourth.
Exactly. In the southeast part of Houston. It was more or less slash industrial slash residential area. But it opened my eyes to a lot of things. And I began to wonder, how come this is year 2020 and then there's no internet? In fact, few houses have internet connectivity. And then because the school gave those kids laptop, but they couldn't hook it up to anything because there was no internet connected to their house. So why is it that so in a nation like this? Is to open our eyes to let everybody knows that black people have been subjected to this oppression, whether in Africa or anywhere they find themselves. Somebody mentioned Haiti the other time. Haiti is not different from us. It's not different from any state, any country in Africa. However, they also have been subjected to the same treatment. But whatever it is that we are being subjected to, we should not lose our identity because we live abroad now, right? And our children, I can doubt if any of our children can speak our language, right? So we're all guilty. We should not lose our identity. If those that are still having kids, give them Nigerian names. Let them know where they come from. Maybe someday in the future, in the nearest future, they will be able to break away what their forefathers and their parents could not do. Maybe someday they will be able to achieve that. But for now, let us do our own and play our own part by giving them identity so that they will be able to know that black men, black people are also capable of self-sustained self-governance and at the same time not depending on any foreign body for them to survive. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Adewale. So thank you, Adewale. So Adewale, of course, now fast evolving, one of the more established voices on the platform. So you see, we always unearth the gems. Another gem for your delectation, a voice, of course, that you're used to already. Ife, you're up next. Ife?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, man, for letting me in the late hour. If I had not spoken to you, I would not be happy with myself. At the end of the day, one thing is sure: running away from either morphological or genetic makeup of who we are is affecting us. Like somebody said on the platform earlier, the fact that we are not using, for me personally, I believe the fact that we are not using our indigenous languages as mode of instruction, and we are not trying to redefine the best system of government that suits us as a people based on our culture, it is affecting us. And by adopting other people's form of government system without modification will never allow us to innovate or even assimilate that culture properly. Will always be a second fiddle to that culture. And that's why I find that even in the African space, it is easier to carry out commerce with European countries than even our own African brothers. Can you imagine that? For you to conduct, what's it called, business with your Yoruba cousin in the Republic of Benin is harder than when you want to do your business from Nigeria to UK because of the language. Now our Yoruba brothers in Republic of Benin will be using French, while we in Nigeria we are using English. So we have to be conscious enough to say, okay, fine. Foreign languages is only for trade, and if we look at it intrinsically, foreign languages in any space has always been for trade and commerce. Are we ready to do the right thing? Time will tell. Thank you very much, Adewale, for your submission too. Those of us here too, we need to start hammering on our kids that, look, I'm not going to give you John, I'm not going to give you Alexandra, I'm going to give you what's it called, Boluwatife.
No, you can't say that now. People can name themselves in any manner that they choose, but
and yes, and if they are in a foreign,
bring it
if they are in a
yes,
if they are in a foreign territory, it gives they easily lose their identity, So that's it. Thank you very much. Hope to see you later in the day. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant, Ife. Thank you, Ife. So, so thank you. So let's go on from Ife to Victoria. Victoria, are you still there? Victoria. All right. You are there. Okay.
Yes, I am.
All right.
I'm just quickly gonna say that the only way to change things in Nigeria is just to start small, to be honest. We need to start more by changing people's beliefs and ideas and just letting them know that life shouldn't be like this. You shouldn't be suffering, hustling your whole entire life, that you can actually sit down, relax and enjoy and not worry. And to do that, start small, start with your villages, start with your small communities and all that. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you, Victoria. I'm surprised you are up to these early hours, but then blame it on me. Blame it on me. It's this bothered or your man that is preventing you from your sleep. So thank you, Victoria. And try and join us just as often as you can, because again, there's so many you are one of the bigger voices in this space now, Victoria. You may well not know, but certainly the feedback that I've been getting. So from Victoria, let's go on to the Prince, not a pauper, Prince. Babati.
let me clap for one man tonight. I have to say this probably ranks top 5 for this year. This session probably ranks top 5 in my book. And I really want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart. I have really enjoyed having this debate with you guys, because oftentimes when I do this with my friends on Clubhouse, it's usually with African Americans, and it kind of goes left real quick. But this was very productive, and I really wanted to appreciate you guys. Now to my own closing remarks. One man, growing up through my own spiritual journey, seeking who God is when I was a very young chap across the world. I've told you, me traveling across the world, it was doing my own spiritual stuff. I've oftentimes wondered, are Black people cursed? Are we cursed? That's from the spiritual angle of it, right? Are we cursed as a people? And that's the thing I've always been, bothering for a long time. I've read many books about, the curse of Ham and all that stuff like that. So that's something that I've always wondered. And it kind of ties into what Kay brought up, even though there are uncomfortable truths in some way, shape, or form. It's just the way he kind of dropped it on us tonight, kind of like shocked everybody. But I kind of agree with most of what he was saying. It's just perhaps a few ways that he dropped it that was not too comfortable for people. So that's been my concern as well. In regards to why are we not innovative as a people? No, we are innovative. It's like me asking one man, why don't you dance? And you tell me I can't dance. I have bad feet. I have no shoes. This because we are innovative people, because the same Nigerian that you are dismissive of in Nigeria, move that same person to an environment that nurtures innovation, and you'll be amazed of what they can do. So on that part, I disagree with him on that one. I asked that question, and I love the way Ife responded to how can we free ourselves from slavery. And we talked about individual responsibilities and collective effort. And that ties into racial loyalty, that we have to love ourselves because together we are stronger. And that is what I think I picked from that. So thank you for sharing that as well. In regards to, I think we should have a more robust debate about this issue because it hit the nerve. And I think, like one man, we've been discussing everything about Nigeria, politics, policy, and blah, blah, blah. I think this is the root cause of the problem. And I think it's about time we started to deal with this issue, because if the foundation is faulty, then whatever we have to talk about politics, we will not get it right. So I think that is good that tonight we had this very interesting debate. I will not give up on my people, and I don't think anybody should. That was what was concerning about K-State. I'm not dismissive of it. I do respect it. I understand it. It hit me very hard and raw tonight as well, even though I've known some of these things for years. But the way he put it was kind of like, very blunt and very raw. So we cannot give up on ourselves. We have to find a way, no matter how difficult, no matter how uninteresting it might be. Somebody has to put in that work. And I think together we can do that. For my final summation, I would also like to say, let me look at here. I always have to say, once again, thank you everybody for sharing what you have to say. Black people are great. IQ varies. Whoever set up the system benefits from it, but also blaming white people entirely will not solve our problems. We are also culpable as well as Black people in whatever is going on with us. We might blame white people for their own part as well, but we collectively cannot also absolve ourselves from responsibilities. So we have to do better. Know ourselves, know who we are as people, know our culture, know our pride, know our tribe, know our race, know ourselves for who we are. And whatever we adopt from anywhere in the world has to be tailored to our culture and our belief system. Let's also revisit whatever we believe for years. Our culture has to be revised. Everything that we believed, even though we think it's culture, if it does not favor us or does not work for us in this modern world, we need to get rid of it and adapt the best version of us has to be exploited. The best form of Yoruba culture has to be exploited. The best Igbo version of whatever the practice has to be what we defend now from now on. Thank you, everybody. God bless you. Kay, thank you for for taking the punches tonight. I know you put up a good fight, but I will say to you, that I will excuse this tonight because you said you were drinking. So I would just say it was due to influence of alcohol. Me and Baba will deal with you behind the scenes. Thank you, one man, for bringing us together. God bless everybody. Like, share, and subscribe. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night.
All right, brilliant. So that's Babati. So a prince, not a pauper. So anytime he goes to sleep, he only ever dreams about figures. You know who we're talking about, of course. Kulata. Kulata, you're up next.
Eddie Jackin Darrow. You want me to go where I wasn't supposed to go. But I mean, let me not lie. I've been thinking about this since I was a kid. I was just laughing when everybody was talking about all the excuses. Those are every single thing everybody mentioned today. I swear to God, I've rationalized all those things in my head. There was nothing that was not familiar. Trying to justify why this is that, why that is this, that. At the end of the day, is a simple thing. You cannot sit down and not be able to innovate yourself out of a bad situation. I mean, it's just that's the basic. And if the culture or the environment does not support innovation, the collective group will lag behind. And that's exactly what's going on with us. We don't lag behind in dancing. We don't, because our culture fosters dancing. We don't lag behind in entertainment. I mean, we're great at that. Our music is played in the World Cup. There's a reason for that. The culture supports it. The culture doesn't support you converting the tons and tons of arable land that we have and turning it into an industrial agriculture environment. We just talk and talk and talk and talk about it. It never gets done. Can we do it? That's an open question. Do we have smart people? Of course, we have smart people. Look, everybody on this platform is smart. Put them in an enabling environment, they'll outperform anybody. But the culture, whatever we have that is making us not progress as a race, not even as a country, as a race. I mean, anywhere in the world is not by accident. So something somewhere is wrong. We can deny it, we can excuse it, we can justify it. I've done that too until I just gave up on it. So it is what it is, man. I mean, it's up to us to fix it. And if we don't fix it, put yourself in an environment where you're productive. I'll end it like that. I hope I'm not controversial. I won't drink next time I come on this platform. All right.
All right, you should drink. In fact, I'll pay for the wine. So there it is. If we're going to be having inspired conversations like this, come to work drunk. So come to work drunk. So thank you, Kulata. Of course, everybody knows Kulata. He always brings it red hot. So the man of the hour, of course, the man with the golden gun, the daddy of the daddies, Ajanle Koko, the final word.
Thank you, one man. And thanks to everybody that came on the platform today. This session is, how do I describe it? Yeah, I can describe it as a special section. Special in the sense that what one man brought to us, we did not even speak to it at all. We didn't even talk about Nigerian nonsense politics. We devoted more time in talking about ourselves as Black people, our history, and everything about us as Black people, and foreign influence that set us back as people, long time slavery, and a lot of setback that we had as Black people. But I would disagree with Kulata saying that maybe we have our culture, environment that were responsible for our problem in terms of the setback we are as people today. So I don't think so. I don't really know about some. I want to talk about Yoruba culture and our environment and our religion They are not resistance against development. They are not resistant against education. They are not resistant. So what do you call it? Science, technology, and all the rest. But it's unfortunate that the long time slavery of us as people, and which we're still passing through today. The Western world have not vacated Africa. They're still in control of Africa, though we have independence, but we are not sovereign people. You see what is going on in Congo. They are the one behind it. What is the way Muammar Gaddafi was taken out? They are the one behind it. The way Lumumba that will have will have helped his country to develop. We saw what they did to him. The way Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt did to take them out of foreign influence. We saw what they did to him. And, you know, all these things combined, set us backward. So, but if we want to put it in context of Nigeria today, we as educated people that travel out of the country have a very big role to play to take our country back. We have seen people that are parading themselves today in that country to be in the position of leadership, the president of Nigeria in 2023. In the heart of our heart, we know all of them does not have the capacity to lead us. We believe, we agree that all of them are corrupt, but why should we still want to go for corrupt men? Why don't we want to go for Showore? Why don't we want to go for Adewale? I don't know the problem with us, but we want to look for politics. We don't want to look for leadership. So I see leadership in Showore. I see leadership in Adewale. And I recommend those people, let us line up behind them. I'm not saying you have to support Showore that I support, but I would like you to support him. But if you don't want to support him, Adewale is there. If those are the guys that we are all queuing behind and recommending to our people, I think we'll be on the path towards, moving towards moving towards, how do I describe it? Towards taking our country back and take us to the promised land. So having said that, I want to thank those at the comment section for being with us from the beginning to this end. You are the strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow. Let's do another round with one man. Those that are listening around the world, I believe you have had it all. The best of the best platform. Click on the like button to keep encouraging us to come back and have conversation with one man. Click on the like button now, share and subscribe. And to one man, we 6 hours 37 minutes. It's not a joke, but I believe you enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. Everybody enjoyed it. Kudos to you for your strength, for your leadership on this platform. Bring us whatever you have tomorrow. And I want to assure you that we shall all join you. We'll continue the struggle from there. And I wish you, I say good morning to you in Britain. And good night.
Yes.
Good night.
Morning,
Good
yes.
night. Good morning to you in Britain. Have a nice day. And good night to you all Americans. And tomorrow, by the grace of God, we shall all be here and we continue the struggle. Thank you, one man. See you tomorrow. The Eagle.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. I'm glad you were able to come back because it doesn't quite end properly if you don't have the final word. So that's Ajale Koko with the final word. So then everything is right with the world. So there it is. I must just say one thing. If I get something wrong, please quickly correct me, because I was just saying to Tony the last time that the numbers 1 to 10 that they came from India, and it's only because I didn't caught what I said there. So just correct me on things like that, otherwise we'll be misinforming people. And the last thing we want to do is, of course, from Persia, the 1 to 9, you all know it anyway. So please correct me. Even those little errors, we want to be as tight as we can be with the facts that we do know. So there it is. So thank you, one and all. Thank you, everybody, to Ayo for the coffee. I think I'm not sure if I'm going to abandon the coffee. It doesn't seem to be having any traction. But thank you, one and all. A really engaging, really superb session. But then, of course, in different guises, they are always superb. So today, no different. We're doing it again, of course, 9:45 p.m. UK time, thereabout. Just dial yourself into that space. And then once you are dialed in, bring your chocolate, bring your glass of wine like Kulata. If you're a beer drinker, bring that. Just surrender yourself to the space and go with the ride. Come go with the ride with us again. I actually thought I was going to abandon it earlier because I wasn't feeling 100%, maybe a headache, but I don't know, just, sometimes you feel discombobulated somewhat. I was feeling somewhat discombobulated. I thought, I'm not feeling right. Let me just abandon it. But I'm glad I did not. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section. But here, I say, peace.